Chapter 360. Yunsheng also did not expect that the fire magic soul in her body would undergo such a huge change after absorbing the fire of elves. Originally, she had only wanted to absorb a little more magic elements and release 20 to 30 flame explosions. Who would have thought that she would accidentally absorb too much fire magic elements in the air? When she finished chanting and was about to release the magic, she felt that the fire magical elements in her body were about to explode. This feeling was like a balloon that was suddenly filled with too much gas. If this continued, it would explode sooner or later. In order to find a suitable outlet, she had no choice but to change the flame explosion at the last minute. That was how she came up with her third fire magic spell. At the same time, it was also an improved fire magic spell. Its power was comparable to that of a high-level spell, the Nine Heavens Phoenix Explosion. As it was her first time using it, Yunsheng was not very satisfied with the form of a flaming bird formed by the fire magical elements. In her opinion, the form of a phoenix could be more perfect, but at least the effect of the flame explosion was achieved. This could be seen from the stunned faces of the few people. When the white smoke dissipated, the original appearance of the river was also revealed. The river was full of holes from the explosion. Not a single drop of water could be seen in the river. The entire riverbed was also blown to smithereens. It was also a fire magic spell. The result was obvious at a glance. Yi Baiming coughed a few times. He had dodged in time just now. Among the crowd, he was the only one with a clean face and clothes. Tang Yu was the most miserable. He was standing close to the riverbed, and the mud that splashed out completely turned him into a mud figurine. The competition is over. I think everyone already knows the result. Yi Baiming secretly gave Yunsheng a thumbs up. This fellow was really a monster. This new magic spell came at the right time. Not only did she win, but she also made the leader of the Heaven Extermination Hunters proud. Pooh, it stinks. Tang Yu also reacted. He spat out the river mud in his mouth and looked at Yunsheng. His anger immediately turned into joy. We won. Haha, that's great. I don't have to die. Shut up. Yi Baiming rolled his eyes, picked Tang Yu up, and tossed him aside. Tang Yu's beer barrel-like body flew out with a whoosh. His 4 feet were in the air, and he was like an upside-down tortoise as he fell into the muddy riverbank. Now, he could finally have some peace and quiet. I lost. Huanu's voice was as soft as a mosquito bite. Her mind was filled with the scene of the Nine Heavens Phoenix explosion. That was a spell that she had never seen before. She was able to complete the incantation in such a short period of time and cast it perfectly. She had really lost. She had lost completely. Even if she hadn't used her magic, she wouldn't have been able to use such magic. A sacred magus had actually lost so miserably against an archmagus. This could be considered the worst defeat that Huanu had ever experienced since he was born. You must have cheated. How could an archmagus release such inconceivable magic? Lu Hao couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Yunsheng and was tongue-tied. He didn't know how to describe the magic that she had just used. God knew that he had been dumbfounded just now. It was said that magic was beautiful but useless, while combat skills were simple but useless. Lu Hao had always thought so. But today, after witnessing the magic of the other party's mage, Yin Yun, his view was completely overturned. For a moment, he regretted becoming a warrior. He should have reincarnated as a mage. After the shock, he was enraged. The other party was just an archmagus. There were plenty of archmagi in their hunting corps. But if there was one who could release such a magic, he, Lu Hao, would have to follow the other party's surname. So, after thinking about it, Lu Hao could only come to one conclusion. The other party had either concealed her strength or consumed forbidden drugs. I'm indeed an archmagus, but my strength has improved recently. I should be able to break through and become a master magus soon. Yunsheng's face was calm. As for the forbidden drugs, did you see me take them when you were walking with me? Or can I go to the temple with you now to see if there are any remnants of the magic medicine in my body? No need. If you win, you win. I've already lost. I just want to ask you one thing. Yin Yin, how old are you this year? Huanu returned to normal after experiencing the humiliation just now. Her character was like the fire magic element. She was straightforward. She would burn it all in one go. Once it was over, she would let it go. I'm 8 years old this year. I'll be 9 soon, Yin Sheng said. Huanu's mouth twitched. Song Lang's face stiffened. Lu Hao's jaw almost dropped. The three of them said in unison, "You're only 8 years old? That's too abnormal." An 8-year-old archmagus. No, she would soon become a master magus. This kind of person was not only a monster, but also a genius at the level of abnormal. No wonder the strong man at the level of Emperor Zhao accepted her as his disciple. Then why are you in the Sky Hunting Corps? With your magic cultivation and ability to comprehend magic, you should be recommended to join the mainland's magic elite camp. Huanu rolled her eyes. In her impression, such an abnormal person should not wander around the continent. They should all be caught and sent to the mainland's magic elite camp to compete with the group of abnormal magic geniuses. What mainland's magic elite camp? No one told me to go. Yin Sheng shrugged. Age would always be her Achilles heel. Looking at her appearance, the few people at the side only had one thought: strangle her to death. The 3 people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps were completely speechless. Previously, they were still ashamed of Yin Sheng's deceitful methods. However, after many competitions, they clearly understood that the other party did not use any despicable methods to win. On the contrary, the Sky Hunting Corps knew their strengths and weaknesses very well. Zhou Quan was the weakest among them, so they did not fight force with force. Instead, they simply admitted defeat. In this way, not only did they preserve their strength, but they also avoided casualties. This method was the most feasible for the Sky Hunting Corps, and the person who made this decision was precisely that abnormal magician who was not even 8 years old, Yin Yun. The Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the others had a premonition that under the leadership of Yin Songlong and Yin Yun, the Sky Hunting Corps would very likely become a legend in the hunting world of Zhou State. It was even possible that they could make up for the regret of Zhou State's hunting world and become the first SSS-level hunting corps in the history of Zhou State. Of course, this was all in the future. Chapter 361. The Wolf Fang Hunting Corps accepted their loss and did not continue to pester them. Tang was also pulled out from the mud by Yin Songlong. His head was covered in mud, and he had already fainted from suffocation. If he went back like this, even his biological mother, Yin Sangxue, would not be able to recognize him. When Yun Sheng saw this, she pulled out a 4 Seasons glazed needle and pricked him a few times. That kid jumped up like a dead pig that had been scalded by boiling water. Dash! Tang Yu realized that he could not make a sound. He pointed at Yun Sheng with a face full of anger. "You talk too much. Before I find out the cause of death, you shall remain mute." Yun Sheng was not in a good mood. She was going to conduct an autopsy later. If not for the fact that she still needed Tang Yu's testimony, she really wanted to do what Yi Baiming did and kick Tang Yu until he would forever be a dead tortoise. Seeing Tang Yu's appearance, Lu Hao felt a little better. "The 3 of you, we are willing to accept our loss and agree to let Vice Commander Yin conduct the autopsy. However, this is also because I believe that Deputy Commander Yan's character will definitely uphold justice for me." Lu Hao was a magnanimous person. He led the members of the Sky Hunting Corps to the Yun residence. It's the Yun residence. When they saw Yun Songlong and the disoriented Tang Yu, the family and relatives of the deceased Miss Xian, you all gathered around. "Uncle, Auntie." Seeing the angry crowd that was about to erupt into a conflict at any time, Lu Hao walked out. He roughly repeated Yin Sheng's words to her. "Nonsense, Lu Hao. Xian Yu is already dead, and you still want to humiliate her corpse. Moreover, look at those people behind you. They are all from the residence of Yin. How can you believe what they say?" Xian Yu's father walked out. He was an old scholar who had studied and cared about his reputation the most. After his daughter was defiled by that bastard from the Yun residence, he had once thought of marrying his daughter into the Yun residence. Who knew that his foolish daughter would not say a word and hang herself outside the Yun residence? Now, they were saying that Xian Yu didn't hang herself. If this wasn't nonsense, then what was? "Father, you said earlier that Miss Xian Yu committed suicide. Let me ask you, if you were in her shoes, would you be able to hang yourself on such a tall, ancient tree? Yun Sheng also knew that an autopsy was going to challenge the nerves of these ancient people. She simply took a few steps back until she reached the ancient banyan tree. The celestial jade was found hanging under the ancient tree. After being reminded by Yun Sheng, Xian Yu's father walked to the ancient tree and looked up at the treetops. He was about 7 meters tall. Xian Yu was a woman, so she was only about 6 meters tall. However, even with Xian Yu's father's height, he was still more than a meter away from the top of the ancient banyan tree, which was closest to the ground. Perhaps my daughter used a stepping stone and hung herself on it. Xian Yu's father thought for a moment and looked at the rock not far away. He reluctantly replied, "Moreover, we have already invited a doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Dr. Chung came to take a look, and he also insisted that our Xian Yu committed suicide by hanging herself. However, from what I know, when the Yun residence people found the corpse, there were no rocks or stools around. Instead, there were many signs of struggle beside Miss Xian Yu's hand." Yin Sheng walked to the coffin and grabbed Xian Yu's hand. I wonder if Dr. Chung checked these wounds at that time. Indeed, there were many small wounds on her wrist and fingers that had already changed color. Xian Yu's father was a scholar. How would he know so much? He didn't know how to respond. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Chang Sihai was in the middle of a discussion with a few doctors. Suddenly, someone outside requested to see him. The person said that he was Xian Yu's family and hoped that Dr. Chung could spare some time to conduct an autopsy. Autopsy? What's going on? Didn't we already make it clear? Why do you still want to conduct an autopsy? Chung Sihai's expression turned unfriendly. Ever since the incident with the volunteer medical consultation, Chung Sihai had been plagued with bad luck. The medical reputation that he had accumulated over the years was almost completely destroyed when Dagwa made him stop doing consultations for a period of time. Even the ordinary refining of pills was handed over to others. A large portion of a doctor's income came from conducting consultations. Chung Sihai stopped doing consultations, and his income was greatly reduced. The worst thing was that Qi Fangfei even ordered people to investigate his past pill refining and purchasing records. This caused a large portion of his income from medicinal herbs to be cut off. On one hand, Chung Sihai wanted to restore his medical reputation. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to earn some income. Coincidentally, at this time, the Yun residence incident that shocked the entire Jade capital happened. He also happened to have some friendship with Xian Yu's father, that old scholar. Chung Sihai was duty-bound and took the initiative to act as a coroner for a while. His intention was to borrow the Yun residence incident that had caused a commotion in the entire city to regain some attention. He wasn't proficient in autopsy to begin with. He merely skimmed through some of the notes of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, and based on the normal signs of hanging, he was able to write a death certificate. The diagnosis written on it was that the patient had hanged himself. In fact, through this incident at the Yun residence, Chung Sihai had regained some of his reputation. When Dao's anger had also dissipated, and he was relieved to allow him to resume his treatment. Since his goal had been achieved, Chung Sihai naturally wasn't willing to touch any unlucky corpses. Dr. Chung, the other party, said that Xian Yu might not have committed suicide. He said that your autopsy was wrong. The person who came to report the news was also at a loss. He was only a messenger. Who dares to question this doctor's examination? Or does he think that he is better than the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Chung Sihai was dissatisfied. The other party said that the female doctor of the Little C.I. Intong is young. The messenger said vaguely, "Little C.I. Intong? I'm afraid it's Yun Sheng. Only she dares to question our Medicine Emperor Pavilion and dare to conduct an autopsy. Chung Sihai, our Medicine Emperor Pavilion can't lose to Little C.I. Intong. Let's go, I'll go with you." Qi Fangfei walked out. She had been in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for the past few days. Today, when she came down, she heard the news. She had investigated Yun Sheng's background and found out that she was actually the daughter of the eldest son of the Yun residence, Yun Songhai. If she could make use of Tang Yu's matter this time, she would be able to defeat Little C.I. Intong in one fell swoop. This was much more efficient than starting from the herb supplier and slowly erasing little Si Entong. When Cheng Sihai heard this, he had no choice but to put down the work in his hand. Carrying a medicine box, he rushed over with Chi Fengfei. When they arrived outside the Yun residence, a simple shed was already set up outside. There's a group of Yun residence's guards outside, blocking the people who came to watch the show. We're from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. We're here to conduct an autopsy. After showing their doctor badge, Cheng Sihai and Chi Fengfei walked in. The scene had already been cleaned up, and most of the irrelevant people had already been asked to leave. Those present were the 3 people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps, the 3 people from the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps, Tang Yu, and Xian Yu's parents. Seeing their daughter's corpse being moved out, Xian Yu's parents burst into tears. Yin Sheng, what do you mean by this? Cheng Sihai took a look and saw that it was really Yin Sheng. He immediately flew into a rage. He had really seen a ghost. Ever since he met this brat, he didn't have any good days. His status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had plummeted and his reputation was ruined. Occasionally, he would be questioned when he conducted an autopsy. The main culprit was this damned brat in front of him. Make way. The door of the Yun residence opened. Old General Yunba walked out accompanied by Uncle Yun and Yun Sangxue. Yun Sangxue saw her precious son's appearance. His face was bruised and swollen, his body was covered in mud, and he couldn't even speak. She immediately fumed. Like a shrew, she loudly scolded. Who was it? Who made my Yuer like this? It's already good that he's still breathing. Yin Sheng glanced at Yun Sangxue and then looked at the cold corpse. A sharp light flashed through her eyes, causing Yun Sangxue to immediately become mute. Yun Ba was still in the residence, racking his brains on how to deal with the bloody hand tycoon. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Yun say that Yun Songlong and Yun Sheng had brought a group of people to the residence. Among them were people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. Could it be that the negotiations had failed? Yun Ba couldn't help but walk out. Chapter 362. As soon as they reached the entrance, they heard that they were going to conduct an autopsy. Yun Sheng saw that almost everyone had arrived. Everyone, since everyone is here, I will explain the reason for the second autopsy today. I suspect that Miss Xian Yu was murdered. Murdered? Other than the people from the 2 large hunting regiments, everyone else was shocked. Cheng Sihai even stuttered. Nonsense! Her eyes were protruding when she died. Her tongue was sticking out, and there were obvious strangulation marks on her neck. How could it be murder? You're obviously spouting nonsense to protect the people from the Yun residence. When Xian Yu's parents heard this, they were also very agitated. That's right, our Xian Yu was killed by that bastard Tang Yu. A life for a life. Lu Hao, don't you want to avenge Xian Yu? Lu Hao was silent. He looked at Yin Sheng. I hope that you can give a reasonable explanation. All right, Cheng Sihai, you and I are both doctors. You and I will conduct the second autopsy together, Yin Sheng said, then took out a simple mask from the beast language ring and put it on her face. Yin Sheng also took out a pair of modified gloves made of animal skin. The conditions in the boundless world could not be compared to the modern world, but some protective measures were still necessary. Yin Sheng asked Lin Yao to help sew the gloves and mask using breathable animal skin. What's that? Cheng Sihai saw Yun Sheng put on the mask and did not understand. He used to think that Yun Sheng was weird, but after seeing her today, he despised her even more. It's a medical device used to isolate the body. You won't understand, even if I explain. It was not Yin Sheng's first time coming into contact with a corpse. Even if the corpse was preserved with a magic array, it was easy for it to mutate in such hot weather. It would be bad if it was infected with unnecessary germs. However, there was no need to tell Cheng Sihai these things. I don't need to examine the corpse anymore. I already said last time that she hanged herself, Cheng Sihai said with disdain. Yin Sheng ignored him and continued to examine Xian Yu's corpse. Due to the protection of the magic array, Xian Yu's corpse did not decay, and the texture of her skin was very elastic. Yin Sheng had already roughly examined Xian Yu's body earlier, but because of Xian Yu's father's request, she had to invite Cheng Sihai before she could examine the body, so she didn't start the detailed examination. Yun Sheng checked Xian Yu's mouth and nose, then her hands and feet, then her neck, as well as her ears and other more concealed parts. Please help me turn over. Yun Sheng asked Cheng Sihai to help Xian Yu up. What kind of examination is this? Cheng Sihai was furious. A mere doctor actually dared to order him, a dignified individual doctor, around. However, with so many pairs of eyes looking at her, Qi Fangfei said coldly, "Listen to her." Qi Fangfei actually didn't understand what Yun Sheng wanted to do. She had already completed the normal autopsy procedure. Cheng Sihai could only help Yun Sheng turn over the corpse. Yun Sheng brushed Xian Yu's long hair and touched her cervical vertebrae. "It's done. I can already be sure that Miss Xian Yu was murdered," Yun Sheng said firmly. "How can you tell?" Qi Fangfei's gaze changed. "There are no marks on her hands and feet. If she hanged herself, how can there be no signs of her struggling to hang herself? However, the most important thing is her neck and chin. People who hang themselves have their cervical vertebrae broken downwards, but Miss Xian Yu's cervical vertebrae are broken upwards." Yun Sheng gave an example. The few doctors present fell into deep thought. Everyone else was at a loss. "Tang Yu, Lu Hao, both of you come out. I'll have the two of them do a demonstration for everyone to see." Yun Sheng also knew that it would be difficult for ordinary people to understand what she was saying, so she might as well do a live demonstration. Reconstructing a murder scene was a common occurrence in modern European and American detective films. However, this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the Boundless Continent. Lu Hao walked out. When Tang Yu heard that, he also had to come out. He was so scared that he hid behind Yin Sangxue, but Yi Baiming was faster than him and grabbed him. Yi Baiming casually threw Tang Yu away, and he rolled over like a rubber ball. Yun Sheng laughed secretly. This sly fox was addicted to throwing things around. "You bitch, what do you want our Yuer to do?" When Yun Sangxue saw Yun Sheng, she was filled with anger. Now that she saw that Yun Sheng wanted to make an example of her precious son, she immediately cursed like a shrew in the streets. She was furious and wanted to go forward and argue with Yun Sheng. Tang Yu could not speak, so he could only gesture with his hands. What a joke. Lu Hao wanted to chop him into pieces immediately. What kind of ending would he have if he fell into his hands? Either let him cooperate with the simulation, or let the Wolf Fong Hunting Corps take care of him. Your choice. Yun Sheng replied indifferently. This pair of mother and son were really incorrigible. They did not even think about who she was doing all this for. Sangshu, a little impatience spoils great plans. Yin Ba spoke. Yin Sangshue looked around again, thinking that since her father was here, that Hunter would not really do anything to Yuer. She could only retreat. Tang Yu walked over with trepidation under the angry gazes of countless people. "Uncle Yun, please prepare another rope. Remember to make it thicker and sturdier. Your little young master's neck is a few sizes thicker than an average person's." Yun Sheng's words scared Tang Yu so much that he could not even breathe. Yi Baiming coughed softly, while Zhou Quan was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that he was about to suffer internal injuries. The rope was quickly brought over. Yun Sheng handed the rope to Lu Hao. "Brother Lu, please use this rope to try to strangle Tang Yu's neck. Don't use too much force and leave him with a breath." Yun Sangshue's face paled when she heard this. Tang Yu was so frightened that his entire body trembled nonstop. "Don't worry, I will be very careful." Lu Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He tugged at the rope in his hand and walked behind Tang Yu. Yun Ba frowned, but when he saw Yun Sheng's relaxed expression, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He turned his head away, not wanting to see Tang Yu being tortured. Tang Yu was so frightened that he wanted to run away. But how could he be Lu Hao's opponent? The latter held down his hands and pulled the rope back. The rope, which was as thick as a thumb, was stuck around Tang Yu's neck. He instantly felt a lump in his throat as he struggled with all his limbs. Although he was fat, his strength was no match for the martial honor level Lu Hao. The latter hated Tang Yu to the bone, but he still remembered Yun Sheng's earlier words and left him with a breath. "That's enough, Yuer. My poor Yuer." Yun Sangshua broke free from the attendant beside her and pounced forward. Only then did Lu Hao release his grip. Tang Yu's eyes had already rolled back into his head, and his legs were twitching. He looked like he was sick and was breathing in less than he was exhaling. Yin Sheng, you venomous woman. Do you want to torture or to death? He's already fainted. What else do you want him to do? Yun Sangxue saw her son, Tang Yu, on the verge of death and hugged him as she sobbed. However, no one around them showed any sympathy for them. Chapter 363. Everyone in Jade Capital knew that the reason why Tang Yu had ended up like this was all because of Yun Sangshue's pampering, smashing, robbing women from good families. This time, even if he could wash away the crime of causing Xin Yu's death, Tang Yu's reputation in the Jade Capital would also be tarnished. He would definitely become a street rat and be cursed by everyone. Yinba looked at his daughter and grandson without saying a word. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he didn't know what to feel. He never thought that one day, the person who would teach his family a lesson would be his own granddaughter. However, what Yin Sheng had to do was far from over. He fainted just like that. It's all right, I'll give him a needle. I guarantee that he will wake up immediately. Yin Sheng put on a fake smile and was about to pull out the needle. The people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps saw this and instantly felt a chill down their spines. There was only one thought in their mind. They could offend anyone but Yin Yun from the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. This method would cause a layer of skin to be peeled off on anyone. How dare you? Yun Sangxue almost vomited blood from anger. Tang Yu, who was pretending to be unconscious in her arms, also trembled. I'm only halfway through the simulation. The part of being strangled to death is considered over. As for the part of hanging himself, I still have to find someone to test it out. Tang Yu is the main culprit. If he doesn't try to make up for his mistake and hang himself once for me to compare, then what can I use to prove Tang Yu's innocence? Yin Sheng pointed at the ancient banyan tree calmly. He still had to hang himself once. With his weight, if he really hanged himself once, he would really commit suicide if he failed to save him. Tang Yu couldn't catch his breath. His head tilted, and this time, he really fainted. You are so vicious. I'll do as you wish. I'll hang myself in place of my you. Yun Sangxue finally understood that this vicious girl still held a grudge against him and his mother for chasing her out of the Yun residence 2 years ago. She was filled with regret. If she knew that this girl would be so capable today, she wouldn't have given up halfway. She would have found an assassin to kill this bitch directly. Yun Sangxue put down Tang Yu, grabbed the rope, and walked towards the ancient banyan tree. At this moment, she really hoped that her father or second brother would speak up and stop her. However, behind her, there was only silence. No one made a sound. Yin Songlong turned his head away. Yun Ba's eyes darkened, and he was about to say something. On the other side, Yin Sheng said indifferently, "That's good too. Madam's figure is very similar to Miss Xian Yu's. The effect of the simulated hanging is also very similar." When Yin Ba heard this, he looked at the corpse lying not far away. In the end, he couldn't say anything and lowered his eyes. Yin Sangxue had already walked under the ancient banyan tree. Yin Sheng added, "Let me remind you one more time. In order to make the effect more realistic, you must not use your duki to try to break free from the rope. When it's about time, I will remind you to come down." Yin Sangxue's silver teeth were almost crushed in her mouth. She threw the rope onto the banyan tree and hatefully said in her heart, "Yin Sheng, I, Yin Sangxue, and you are irreconcilable." Yin Sangxue was indeed true to her words. During the entire process of her hanging, she was definitely the best substitute Yin Sheng had ever seen. That rope had almost strangled her to death, until Yin Sheng leisurely called out, "You can come down now." Only then did Yin Ba hurriedly order Uncle Yin to save Yin Sangxue. "It's already been strangled and hung. You better have a sufficient reason to clear Yuer's name. Otherwise, although Yin Sheng's actions were to help Tang Yu, there was also a hidden intention to teach the mother and son pair a lesson. How could Yin Ba not know? In front of so many people, Yin Sheng completely disregarded the general's estate's reputation. This made Yin Ba very unhappy. "Old general, don't worry. You will be satisfied with the outcome. Yun Sheng kicked Tang Yu awake and let the mother and son pair stand together. You should have seen it. One hanged herself, and the other was strangled to death. Regardless of the shape or the scar, the two people's wounds are completely different. It is clear at a glance which kind of wound Miss Xian Yu has. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, everyone present looked towards the necks of the two people and the corpse. Previously, everyone didn't understand Yun Sheng's meaning. Now that they heard it, everyone uniformly looked over. They saw that Tang Yu's short neck, which was almost connected to her body, had a red circle. Fortunately, Lu Hao didn't really have the intention to kill. Otherwise, Tang Yu's fat pig head would have been directly chopped off. Yin Sangshue's neck. The scar on her neck was concentrated in a certain area near the chin. Looking at Xian Yu's corpse, it was very obvious that her wound was closer to Tang Yu's. The scar was a circle. After a moment of silence, everyone started to discuss spiritedly. Cheng Sihai's face was ugly, while Qi Fangfei's expression became more and more serious. The theory of the autopsy that Yun Sheng mentioned was never mentioned by anyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Cheng Sihai didn't notice it at all when he was doing the autopsy. My poor child, who was so heartless to harm you. Xian Yu's parents cried together. Cheng Sihai rolled his eyes at the side, and a vicious plan came to his mind. Needless to say, Miss Xian Yu was living well and suddenly died. Wasn't it because she was humiliated by Tang Yu? The Yin residents must have killed Miss Xian Yu in order to silence her, and then made it look like she committed suicide. The three people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and Xian Yu's parents who originally believed that Xian Yu was killed felt that it made sense. Cheng Sihai, you're really shameless to the extreme. You're obviously the one who made a mistake in the autopsy, and now you're making false accusations in order to save your face. Is this the medical ethics of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Yun Sheng snorted. She originally wanted to clarify that Xian Yu committed suicide and let the matter rest. But after being provoked by Cheng Sihai, she knew that if they didn't find the culprit today, the matter of the Yun residents would never end. Yin, your analysis just now is very reasonable. But if you can't prove that Tang Yu is innocent, Xian Yu's death will still be related to the Yun residents. We won't let this matter rest. Song Lang admired Yun Sheng's special autopsy skills. But he couldn't just rely on this to make Lu Hao give up on revenge. Lu Hao nodded his head and gazed at the dead Xian Yu with deep affection. Yun Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Since she had already offended someone today, she might as well be the villain to the end. Lu Hao, let me ask you, no matter who the culprit is, will you still be infatuated with Xian Yu? Lu Hao didn't hesitate at all. Of course, Xian Yu and I are childhood sweethearts. My infatuation with her will never change no matter what. Then I'll ask you one more time. Have you and Xian Yu ever done anything between a man and a woman? Once Yin Sheng said those words, Lu Hao's face instantly turned red. Even the faces of the other people beside him all turned crimson red. On the other hand, Yin Sheng's face was calm, and her expression was very solemn. Chapter 364. This, Vice Commander Yin, why are you suddenly asking about this? Xian Yu and I haven't gotten married yet, and I'm always away from home. I promise that I'll only marry her when I come back next year. We're innocent, Lu Hao said with difficulty. The identity of the suspect is very clear. He is the father of the baby in Miss Xian Yu's womb. Yin Sheng's words shocked Lu Hao. Xian Yu's father and mother's expressions changed drastically. Cheng Sihai was tongue-tied, and Qi Fangfei was also shocked. On the other hand, a knowing smile appeared on Yi Baiming's lips as he nodded approvingly at Yin Sheng. You evil woman! How dare you tarnish my daughter's reputation? When Xian Yu's mother heard this, her vision turned black and she fainted. Xian Yu's father, on the other hand, was furious. He stepped forward and wanted to fight Yin Sheng to the death. Lu Hao's face darkened, and his voice turned cold. Vice Commander Yin, if you can't give me a reason, I will fight you to the death even if my skills are not as good as yours. I'm not talking nonsense. When I was examining Xian Yu, I noticed that her abdomen was slightly protruding. I pressed it with my fingers, and it did not sink. Look at Miss Xianyu's body. Her limbs are very slender. Yin Sheng was very observant. The commoners of the Great Zhou dynasty, because of the influence of the Great Zhou dynasty's martial arts, even the women who did not practice martial arts liked to wear a modified version of a narrow-sleeved, narrow-waisted dress. But when Xinyu was buried in the coffin, she wore a wide-sleeved dress without a girdle. Because of this, ordinary people would not notice that her abdomen was different. How can clothing prove that she is pregnant? There are many women on the streets who like to wear wide-sleeved dresses. Could it be that they are also pregnant? Qi Fangfei raised her eyebrows slightly. She was critical of Yin Sheng's words. As long as we cut open the abdomen and take out the child, the truth will be revealed. Miss Xianyu's fetus already has bones and flesh. It will be at least 4 months. Yin Sheng's words came true. Cut open the abdomen to retrieve the baby. The moment Yin Sheng's words came out, even Yin Songlong, Yi Baiming, and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. Performing a second autopsy on a dead person was already a big deal. Yin Sheng wanted to cut open the abdomen to retrieve the child. Such an act was simply shocking in the boundless continent. Ridiculous. Are you a doctor or not? I've never heard of dissecting a corpse to take out the baby. You don't deserve to be a doctor at all. Cheng Sihai finally got hold of Yin Sheng's weakness and jumped up to mock her. Cheng Sihai, as a doctor, you can't even tell if a person is pregnant or not. You're the one who really doesn't know how to treat people. Yin Sheng also knew that once she spoke about this matter, it would inevitably lead to criticism. In this era, insulting a corpse was punishable by death. That was why she didn't want to mention that Xianyu was pregnant with Lu Jia. Yes, we definitely can't let her disgrace my daughter's corpse. Xianyu's mother couldn't stop crying. Shut up, all of you shut up. Lu Hao was like an angry lion. Under his loud roar, the originally noisy crowd quietened down. Yin Yin, I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure that Xianyu is pregnant? If Yin Sheng's words were true, and Xianyu hadn't been insulted by Tang Yu 4 months ago, and the child in her stomach wasn't his, then the adulterer was indeed the biggest suspect. Although dissecting a corpse to retrieve the child was shocking and unacceptable, if it wasn't dissected, the person who killed Xianyu would very likely get away scot-free. Uncle, Auntie. Lu Hao walked in front of the 2 grief-stricken elders and knelt down. Lu Hao is useless and didn't care about Xianyu. I promise you that if Xianyu isn't pregnant today, I, Lu Hao, am willing to marry her and worship her as my wife for 100 years. If Xianyu is pregnant, Lu Hao is also willing to take her as my god-sister and worship her as a family member on Qingming and Double Yang in the coming year. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed 3 times to the 2 elders. Lu Hao's actions made the 2 elders' eyes wet. In the end, the 2 elders finally nodded in agreement. Both of you, I also agree. If my judgment this time is wrong and I've disgraced Miss Xianyu's name, I'm willing to accept Zhou State's punishment and never be a doctor again. Yin Sheng also spoke. When Cheng Sihai heard this, he was even more bewildered. In reality, he really couldn't tell whether Xianyu was pregnant or not. When he examined her body just now, he was completely relying on his hands and eyes to observe. Cheng Sihai didn't know that not to mention him. Even if Wendigua personally came to the scene, he couldn't be sure that he could determine whether Xianyu was pregnant or not. This was because the living were different from the dead. Even if the dead had the protection of a magic array that prevented the surface from rotting, their internal organs and skin would have a certain degree of change. Moreover, the doctors in the Boundless Continent, especially those in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, mostly focused on the research of elixirs. As for the structure of the human body, they only stopped at the most superficial observation, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, which was the traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis method. However, Yin Sheng was different. She had learned Western medicine and also had the Shinnong eye and Trillium hand. Ordinary doctors in the Boundless Continent couldn't be compared to her. Although her Shinnong eye hadn't reached the 3rd level and reached the stage where she could see the internal organs of a person, she could observe the most minute parts that others couldn't notice. The touch of her hands was also 10 times sharper than that of ordinary people. What others couldn't confirm, she could rely on the combination of her eyes and hands to accurately determine. But Yin Sheng suddenly changed the topic. If what I said just now was all true, then shouldn't great Dr. Chung, who insulted me just now, also be held accountable? You made a mistake in the autopsy and then insulted other doctors. With such moral conduct, how can you still be a doctor? Chung Sihai was speechless. However, the words that had been said were like water that couldn't be taken back. At this moment, he could only pray that Qi Fangfei could protect him. Qi Fangfei's expression sank when she saw Yunqing's provocative stare. She spat out a sentence. If your word are proven to be true, my Medicine Emperor Pavilion will naturally punish Chung Sihai. We'll make him hand over his physician token and never allow him to practice medicine again. What a cunning little girl. Just now, she had said those harsh words in front of everyone. It turned out that she was just trying to force her to make the same promise. Qi Fangfei felt like she was being led by the nose. From the autopsy to the simulation, and then to persuading Xian Yu's parents, the whole process seemed to be forced. However, that little girl had a sense of propriety and had a well-thought-out look. Qi Fangfei's status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was extraordinary. It had always been others who listened to her, but today, it was the other way around. This made her very angry, but she couldn't vent her anger on Yin Sheng. Okay, Yin Sheng's eyes flashed, and she took out her scalpel. When they saw Yin Sheng's special tool, the people around didn't show much surprise. However, Chung Sihai and Qi Fangfei had never seen such a tool before. The sharp edge of the scalpel sliced across Xian Yu's pale belly. Xian Yu's parents choked and turned their heads away. When Tang Yu saw the bloody mess, he only felt disgusted. He leaned against the wall and vomited. When Yun Ba saw his grandson's cowardly appearance, his expression became even worse. Chapter 365. However, Yun Sangxue stared at Yun Sheng, watching her every movement that was as smooth as flowing water. Cutting open the abdomen to remove the child should have been a very bloody scene, but when Yun Sheng did it, it did not make people feel nauseous. Every cut of her knife was just right, as if she was cutting a piece of high-quality silk cloth. It's out. Zhou Quan did not avoid it, and was about to move forward, but was stopped by Yun Songlong. Yun Sheng didn't even frown as she carried out a lump of flesh from inside. Although the facial features were not clearly formed, it was indeed the corpse of a baby. My poor daughter. Xian Yu's mother hugged Xian Yu's father and wailed. Lu Hao closed his eyes in pain, but the people of the Yun residence all heaved a sigh of relief. Chung Sihai sat on the ground dejectedly, and there was only coldness left on Qi Fangfei's face. Little C.I. Antong, Yun Sheng. This time, they won again. Yun Sheng carefully placed the fetus beside Xian Yu, then rearranged Xian Yu's corpse. After stitching her up, Yun Sheng looked at the serene Xian Yu and said softly, "Don't worry, I will definitely find the murderer." The two leaders of the Wolfang Hunting Corps were embarrassed. They did not expect that the whole incident would cause such a stir in the city, and they almost broke off relations with the Yun residents. Who knew that the truth would turn out like this? Leader Tsang Lang patted Lu Hao's shoulder and walked forward with an apologetic smile on his face. "I'm sorry, we were rash in this matter. I represent the Wolfang Hunting Corps to apologize to the Yun residents. A few days ago, we will also compensate the Yun residents for the losses we caused." What's the use of compensating? Can my reputation be restored? Yin Sangxue and Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Yin Sangxue immediately changed her attitude and scolded the hunters and Xian Yu's family. "Enough, third sister. If that brat Tang Yu didn't make any mistakes, how could he be framed? Also, he has violated the laws of Zhou State by insulting a woman. Even if he wasn't the one who killed Miss Xian Yu, he still has to go to the military to receive his punishment." Although Yin Songlong was relieved, he was also very angry at the same time. Yin Sangxue still didn't know how to repent. This time, if not for Sheng, the Yun residents would not have been able to explain themselves even if they had 1,000 mouths. What's more, even if this matter was resolved, there was still no way to resolve the matter of the bloody hand tycoon coming to their door in a few days. Furthermore, this incident had placed the residents of Yun at the forefront of public opinion in the Jade capital. Those people in the imperial court with ill intentions were still waiting for the residents of Yun's weakness. If they wanted to protect the residents of Yun, they still had to hand over Tang Yu and handle the matter according to Zhou State's laws. Only then could they appease the public. Second uncle, you want to send me to be tortured? Tang Yu squeaked a few words and realized that he could actually speak after being choked just now. He had just been cleared of the crime of murder, but he was still going to be sent to be tortured. When the kid heard this, he immediately sat on the ground and started crying like a child. Tang Yu, you have truly disappointed me. Yun Ba watched the farce between the mother and son and felt a surge of anger in his heart. Only now did he realize that what Yun Songlong and Yun Sheng had said earlier was completely correct. If Tang Yu continued to act lawlessly, the residents of Yun would sooner or later be in trouble. He hardened his heart and said firmly, Uncle Yun, immediately send the little young master to the military to receive his punishment. Yun Sangshua, this time, if you dare to obstruct me again, I will chase both you and your son out of the residence of Yun. Chase them out of the residence of Yun. Tang Yu, who had been acting shamelessly on the ground, was silent. Yun Sangshue's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Yun Ba was truly enraged this time. In the past, no matter how big of a mess Tang Yu had made, no matter how many tricks Yun Sangshue had pulled behind his back, Yun Ba had never said a word. He had not done that because he was muddle-headed and did not understand. On the contrary, the reason why the residents of Yun had been able to stand tall all these years was because of Yun Ba. He did not seem to care about the affairs of the residents. But through Uncle Yun, he was still very clear about the affairs of the residents. The departure of his eldest son, Yun Songhai, had a huge impact on Yun Ba. He only wanted to support the residents of Yun so that this family would not fall apart. This was also why he had tolerated them in every possible way. As long as Yun Sangshue and Tang Yu did not surpass him, he could pretend not to know. But this time, the mother and son had really gone too far. They had provoked the bloody hand tycoon, insulted a commoner's daughter, and almost caused the foundation of the residence of Yun to be destroyed overnight. Yun Sheng's reprimand seemed to be reprimanding Yun Sangshue and her son, but in reality, it was also a reminder to him. Third sister, don't force yourself into a dead end. When Yun Songlong saw Yun Sangshue, who seemed to have lost her soul, he ordered people to tie up the frightened Tang Yu and send her to the military. Yun Sangshue was a smart person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to manage the residents of Yun so well in the past few years. She had been lawless in the past because she knew that her second brother did not like to fight for power, and she had her own father's love. But if Yun Ba chased her out of the residence of Yun, then everything would be over. After leaving the residence of Yun, she was just a female cultivator in her 30s. She also had a spoiled son. Without the protection of her adorable son, she had nothing. Yun Sangshue walked into the residence of Yun woodenly. Yun Songlong sighed and asked Uncle Yun to tidy up the mess outside the residence. Yun Ba looked at Yun Sheng and could not say anything in the end. He sighed deeply and turned to walk into the residence. Xian Yu's family had already moved the coffin and everything else away. After Lu Hao comforted Xian Yu's parents, he asked a few more questions before walking over. Deputy Commander Yin, thank you for your righteousness. I have already asked, and Xian Yu's younger sister, Xian Pei, said that she has something to tell us. Lu Hao waved at a woman dressed in white linen clothes not far away. The woman was only about 12 or 13 years old and looked very young. However, her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the already dead Xian Yu. It was just that her features were more delicate and straightforward than Xian Yu's. When she saw Lu Hao waving at her, she blushed slightly, but still walked over and awkwardly greeted them. I roughly know that big sister has someone else outside. Father and mother don't know. Xian Pei had not thought of that before. It was only when Yun Sheng said that her sister was pregnant that she remembered that her sister seemed to have met a man some time ago. Big sister often went out secretly without telling father and mother. Because it was late at night, no one in the family knew. Xianpei had also advised her sister that she was already engaged and should not be like this. However, she was teased by Xianyu. She did not understand the relationship between men and women. She said that Lu Hao was a boorish soldier who did not know how to cherish women. She said that she was only concerned about the engagement and did not like Lu Hao at all. When Lu Hao heard this, his expression turned ugly. For Xianyu's death, he had done his best and even grieved for a long time. He did not expect that her heart was not with him at all. Chapter 366. In that case, have you met your sister's lover? Yun Sheng asked again. There was once at night, because I was worried about my sister, I secretly tailed my sister. I followed her all the way to a lotus pond in the south of the city. Xianpei followed her sister all the way to the lotus pond and heard her sister's joyful cries. She vaguely remembered that her sister called that man Zheng Lang. Because she was afraid of being discovered by her sister, she didn't dare to get close. From afar, she could only see that the man was wearing a red robe. Red robe? Does the style look like what we're wearing? Yun Sheng suspected that the person who killed Xian Yu was most likely a warrior or a magician. Unfortunately, after Xianpei looked at everyone's clothes, she shook her head. She tilted her head and thought for a while. I didn't see that person's face clearly, but I saw that person's clothes very clearly. Because the style was very strange, it was like a lantern covering the person from head to toe, only revealing the face. Xianpei didn't know anything else after that. Yun Sheng and the rest couldn't help but feel disappointed when they heard this. Just a strange red robe couldn't prove anything, and they couldn't find the exact person. In that case, unless Xianyu came back from the dead, there was no way to find the real culprit. Dr. Yun. Just as they were speaking, Qi Fangfei walked over. After the autopsy, Cheng Sihai left dejectedly, but Qi Fangfei stayed behind. She waited for a moment at the side before walking over. Medicine Man Qi, are you here to fulfill our agreement? Yin Sheng had some impression of Qi Fangfei, remembering that she was when Dog was Medicine Man. But from the tone of her conversation with Cheng Sihai, it seemed that she wasn't as simple as an ordinary medicine man. This is Cheng Sihai's physician token. From today onwards, he is no longer a physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and can no longer practice medicine as a physician. Today, in the name of the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, I'll give you the physician token. Qi Fangfei was indeed true to her words. In her hand was the physician token that Cheng Sihai had spent tens of years to win. It was the physician token of the Four Directions Scatter Doctor. The doctor's card, the Four Directions Doctor, was no small matter. It meant that the doctor who held the card could not only practice medicine within the country, but could also legally practice medicine in other countries. Due to the noble status of doctors, especially those above the level of Dr. Ling, they were highly sought after in various countries. The Four Directions Scatter Doctor's plate was equivalent to a pass through the entire continent. No matter which country they passed through, they could waive the toll fee. When a doctor opened a medical clinic, he or she could also reduce part of the country's taxes. Yinsheng naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Then, I'll have to thank Medicine Man Qi. Yun Sheng took the doctor's card from Medicine Man Qi's hand. Dr. Yun, I would like to invite you to join the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion in the Jade Capital. As long as you join the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, we can cooperate with the little CI Antong and remove all the previous obstacles. Qi Fangfei also had some means. She first gave the physician token and then sent an invitation to Yun Sheng. She was very clear about the current situation of the little CI Antong. Due to the blockade of the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, the little CI Antong had been relying on the potions to maintain their daily expenses. The last time was an invitation from Medicine Rome. This time, it was an invitation from Qi Fangfei. In the past, the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion had sent an invitation to Yun Sheng one after another. Moreover, this time, Qi Fangfei's invitation was even more tempting. She didn't even care about the conflict between the little CI Antong and the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to refuse the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, the #1 medical clinic in the continent. However, they threw it to the wrong person. It was fine if Qi Fangfei didn't mention it. Once she mentioned it, Yunsheng remembered what the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion did to the little CI Antong. Yunsheng wasn't a magnanimous person. On the contrary, she was very vengeful. What Yin Sangxue and her son did to her, she returned it several times over. The Dark Crown Prince schemed against her. She also took revenge on him. Therefore, the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion oppressed her and humiliated Dr. Fan. Yunsheng remembered it all. Qi Fangfei patiently waited for Yunsheng's reply. This time, the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion lost a doctor of the Four Directions. Qi Fangfei didn't feel much regret. Cheng Sihai made too many mistakes during this period of time. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. After he was stripped of his qualification as a doctor and left the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, what awaited him was only a path of death. Qi Fangfei was very interested in Yunsheng's medical skills, as well as her calm mind. Earlier, she thought that Yunsheng was only a genius who was proficient in pill concoction. But today, she realized that this girl wasn't a person with no talent. If possible, she wanted to bring Yunsheng into the core of the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion. However, there was a prerequisite. Yunsheng had to be a member of the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion." Yunsheng smiled. The two dimples at the corner of her lips were incomparably vivid. However, the gaze she used to look at Qi Fangfei was ice-cold. "It doesn't matter. If Dr. Yun changes your mind one day, the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion will still welcome you." However, Fangfei also kindly reminded you that you shouldn't be too ruthless. No matter how heaven-defying your medical skills are, it's impossible for you to stand against the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion alone. There will be a day where you will come and beg us for help. Qi Fangfei's upbringing was also very good. She didn't get angry and instead smiled. After nodding to Yin Songlong and the others, she drifted away. Don't bother about them. The Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion is used to being arrogant in the Jade Capital. They always think that all the medical halls in the world are under their control. With young Master Yun's medical skills, why would you need to beg them? After witnessing Yunsheng's actions just now, Zhou Quan was full of admiration for his vice-captain. Young Master Yun was simply too godly. However, Yunsheng felt that her heart was heavy. The matter of the Yun residence had come to an end. However, she didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, she had a bad premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. After Tang Yu was sent to the law department, news came quickly. According to Zhou State's laws, he was punished and sent to the Gobi Desert in the west for 3 years. This kind of punishment wasn't considered light or heavy. After the punishment was announced, Tang Yu was immediately sent to the northwest. When Yin Sangxue received the news, she had already left the Jade Capital. To Yin Sangxue of the Yun residence, this was a heavy punishment. She couldn't sleep the entire night and couldn't stop crying. That night, Yin Sangxue's maid sent food as usual. When the food was sent in, a vase was smashed. The vase fell to the ground and shattered. The maid was so frightened that she trembled. She begged for mercy. "Third miss, please calm down. You haven't eaten for a few days. If this goes on, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. Old Master has instructed us to let third miss eat some." Chapter 367. Scram. All of you scram. I don't need your hypocrisy. What master? You said it for my own good, but didn't you all want to kill me, and you? Now all of you have nothing to worry about. Yu has been exiled. How can my poor Yu endure the bitter cold in the west? Yun Sangxue clutched her chest as she smashed and cursed in the room. The things in her room had already been changed twice. Yun Ba had to listen to her curses every day, so he simply moved to another courtyard under Uncle Yun's persuasion and wasn't in the residence these days. Yun Sangxue became even angrier when she saw that her father was avoiding her. She thought back to when she was still unmarried. Her father doted on her, and her 2 elder brothers obeyed her every word. However, ever since she married and gave birth to Tang Yu and her husband unfortunately died in battle, she didn't have a single good day. She also didn't want to marry again. She spent all her thoughts on her only son, Tang Yu. His domineering and cowardice were all good in her eyes. Third miss. The servant girl's voice was shut outside the door. Yun Sangshue's eyes were red with anger. She said fiercely, "Every one of you wants to drive us mother and son to death. I won't let you have your way. What do you mean by letting you learn a lesson? It'll be good for him. If it's really good, why don't you let that wretched girl surnamed Yin go? In the end, isn't it because our Yu-er's surname isn't Yin? That wretched girl surnamed Yin has the same thoughts as her wretched mother. They're both very cunning. They keep saying that they don't want to acknowledge their ancestors, but in reality, they want nothing more than to take over the entire Yun residence." Yin Sangshue rambled on and on. Unknowingly, the servant girl outside also quieted down. She only cared about cursing and even forgot to light the oil lamp in the room. She was tired from cursing and remembered that she hadn't eaten or drunk anything in the past few days. Her body felt weak. She was about to call for someone when she suddenly heard a soft laughter in the darkness. The laughter was very light and short, disappearing in a flash. Hearing it in the dark night, one couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Yin Sangshue wasn't a coward. She boldly asked, "Who dares to barge into the general's residence? If you continue to act mysterious, don't blame me for being impolite." Haha, the third young lady of the Yun family is indeed, as the rumors say, women are not inferior to men. It's a pity that you were born a girl and were born in a place like the general's residence where men are respected. Otherwise, with your talent, how would you end up in this situation where your husband is dead and your children are scattered? As he spoke, the oil lamp in the room suddenly lit up and a mysterious man dressed in red robes sat by the table. Yin Sangshue could not help being alert. Her cultivation was not weak. She was also a martial saint. However, when this person came in, she did not sense anything at all. This person's cultivation was definitely much higher than his own. Yun Sangshue felt his palms break out in cold sweat as he nervously looked at the red-robed man. "Who are you? Why are you in my room in the middle of the night?" Yun Sangshue originally wanted to ask for help, but she remembered that Yun Ba and her second brother Yun Songlong were not here. Even if the other guards came, they might not be a match for this red-robed man. When she thought of this and recalled what that person had said earlier, she calmed down. "Third young lady Yun, you are so forgetful. You were the one who invited me here. Have you forgotten about the blood-hand invitation?" The red-robed man unhurriedly took out an invitation. When she saw the invitation, Yun Sangshue felt her scalp go numb. "You are one of the blood-hand tycoon's men." Yun Sangshue looked at the man's clothes and recalled some rumors about the blood-hand tycoon on the mainland. She already understood that this man was one of the blood-hand tycoon's men. In order to protect Yun Sangshue did not hesitate to find the blood-hand tycoon, hoping to use them to attack the Wolf Fong hunting corps. However, she did not expect that Yun Sheng would appear midway. Now that the case had been solved and Yu had been exiled to the bitter cold lands in the west, why would the blood-hand tycoon appear again? Yunba had also been on guard against the blood-hand tycoon. After waiting for a few days, no one had come. In addition, the outside world already knew about Tang Yu's matter. The Yun residents thought that the blood-hand tycoon had given up on this business deal. Who knew? Those who came did not come with good intentions. Yun Sanshua knew that the arrival of the blood-hand tycoon tonight was definitely not a good thing. "I'm one of the blood-hand tycoon's men. We have accepted the mission that third young lady Yun gave earlier." The other party took out a letter of authorization. "No need. You should know that the person was not killed by my son. Since that is the case, there is no need for me to hire you to kill him." Yun Sangshue still remembered that Yun Songlong had said that once the blood-hand tycoon carried out mission, the employer would have to pay a heavy price. Her position in the Yun residence was precarious. She definitely could not provoke the blood-hand tycoon at this time. Once the blood-hand tycoon has accepted a mission, it cannot be canceled. You should know this rule. However, since the other party is third young lady Yun, I can give you some face. You can change your hunting mission. For example, let us take care of the exiled young Master Tang. The red-robed man's words were like a sharp sword that accurately pierced Yun Sangshue's heart. Her brows twitched, and she stood up agitatedly. What did you say? You can help me save you, Tang Yu's exile this time was a secret. Yin Ba had clearly told the military that no one was allowed to tell Yin Sangshue Tang Yu's exact whereabouts. Even if Yin Sangshue wanted to use some methods, she would not be able to find her son's exact whereabouts. She thought about how her son would have to do hard labor at the border for the next 3 years, living a life that was neither human nor ghost. She could not eat and could not sleep at night. There is no one in this world that our bloodhand tycoon cannot find. I can guarantee that as long as third young lady Yun is willing, young Master Tang, you will have a comfortable life for the next 3 years. It will not be inferior to the days in Jade Capital. The red-robed man was very satisfied with Yun Sangshue's reaction. He could not help but secretly admire his young city lord. Yun Sangshue was somewhat moved. However, she was still somewhat hesitant. She did not know what the other party's intentions were, whether it was good or evil. After thinking for a moment, Yin Sangshue still decided to reject the other party's good intentions. Many thanks. However, we think that you should be able to survive the next 3 years. I think I will not take this deal. Yin Sangshue did not dare to take the risk. She was afraid that the other party would make a request that she could not fulfill. Oh, third young lady, have you thought it through? The West is not a good place. Magical beasts roam around there, and there are many poisonous plants and insects. There are also some people who like to bully the descendants of aristocratic families from the capital cities of Jade Capital. 3 years is neither long nor short. If a person disappears in the West in these 3 years, I'm afraid no one will know. The red-robed man seemed to have expected Yin Sangshue to reject him. He was not in a hurry and slowly spat out a few words. These words were like a heavy blow, causing Yin Sangshue's face to instantly turn pale. You are threatening me. Bloodhand Tycoon, you don't have to go too far. Yin Sangshue, am not afraid of anyone. You think that you can go against the Yun residents with just an assassin organization? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Yin Sangshue was not someone who was easily threatened. She frowned and cursed loudly. Third young lady, don't be angry. You should take a look at the gift I brought. The red-robed man took out an item and placed it under the oil lamp. Under the oil lamp was a piece of cloth. Chapter 368. When Yin Sangshue saw that familiar piece of cloth, all the energy in her body seemed to have been sucked out. She snatched the cloth with trembling hands. It's yours clothes, it's yours clothes. What did you do to you? Yin Sangshue was practically begging. Nothing much. Our men have been watching young Master Tang along the way. Don't worry, as long as third Miss Yin cooperates, we will definitely not go back on our word. 3 years later, we will return you a fair and chubby young Master Tang. If you're lucky, third Miss might even be able to carry a fair and chubby grandson. The red-robed man said in a low voice. Women, especially this kind of selfish woman, once they were caught, even a tigress would have to obey orders obediently. Yin Sangshue choked with sobs as she grabbed the cloth. What exactly do you want? It's very simple. A life for a life. We're only here to cooperate with 3rd Mississippi. We know that 3rd Miss's days in the Yin residence are not easy. Our master has always admired a heroine like 3rd Miss, so he wants to help 3rd Mississippi. After the red-robed man finished speaking, he took out a medicine bottle and placed it in front of Yin Sangshue. Yin Sangshue didn't reach out to take the medicine bottle. She stared at the bottle in fear, as if it contained something that could eat people. What is the meaning of this medicine? 3rd young Miss doesn't need to know what this medicine is. 3rd young Miss only needs to add a little of this medicine to old General Yun's food every day. The red-clothed man's voice was very kind, but the things he said were very vicious. What? You want me to poison him? Poison my biological father? Yin Sangshue was so frightened that she took a few steps back. She didn't expect that this time she would really do as her second brother said. She actually lured this group of demons into the general's residence. 3rd Miss, you have to know that a son is much more important than an old man. In old General Yun's heart, you and young Master Tang's weight can't be compared to his biological granddaughter. If you continue to hesitate, by the time that female magician enters the Yun residence, there will be no place for you and young Master Tang. The red-robed man pushed the bottle forward. Besides, this medicine isn't meant to kill the old general. Otherwise, if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion investigates, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry, once this medicine enters a person's body, it won't leave any traces. Yin Sanshue's heart was constantly struggling. Third Miss, if I remember correctly, back then, the Yin family's eldest young master and his wife had a falling out with old General Yin because of your snitch. In a fit of anger, they left the general's estate. If that little girl knows the whole story, how do you think she will treat you and your son? The red-robed man spoke again. Yin Sangshue felt her entire body turn cold. She was tongue-tied. She never thought that there would be a third person who knew about what happened back then. Who are you? How did he know about these things? Other than my father and I, there definitely won't be a third person who knows about what happened back then. Yin Sangshue's face was completely drained of blood. The Blood Hand Tycoon was too frightening. They were all pervasive. They even knew about the most secret of matters. No, she definitely couldn't let this secret leak out. Yin Sangshue unconsciously touched her neck. The mark left by the strangulation had already been healed by her with the best quality ointment. However, that suffocating feeling of being unable to live or die was still there. Every night, Yin Sangshue would recall the scene of her being forced by Yun Sheng. No one was around to help her as she walked step by step towards the ancient banyan tree. If that wretched girl knew the truth, she definitely wouldn't let her off. All right, I promise you. Yun Sangshue no longer struggled and took the bottle of medicine. Third Miss Yun is indeed a smart person. Don't worry, young Master Tang will definitely be safe in our hands. You only need to wait for old General Yun to return and add this medicine to his meals every day. The red-robed man left with a satisfied expression after achieving his goal. The door opened, and the man disappeared like a ghost. The room was empty, and Yun Sangshue felt an unprecedented fatigue. She held the bottle of medicine and said blankly, "You can't blame me. She forced me. If you didn't want to take away everything I have, why would I do this?" After a few days, Yun Ba returned to the residence. Everything in the residence was the same as before. Although the incident this time greatly affected the Yun residence's reputation, it also eliminated a group of people who were hiding in the Yun residence. There were fewer people in the residence, but correspondingly, it was also a lot quieter. Yun Ba called for Yun Sangshue's maidservant. "How is Third Miss? Is she still making noise these days?" Yun Sangshue's maidservant respectfully replied, "Reporting to Master, Third Miss was crying nonstop a few days ago and refused to eat. However, the day before yesterday, she got up and stopped making noise. She even asked where Master went and said that he would immediately tell her when Master returned. That child Sangshue, why was she still unwilling to give up?" Yin Ba couldn't help but frown. He had exiled Tang Yu this time so that he could train in the bitter cold of the Western region. Although the Western region was desolate, it was also the place where the trusted subordinates that Yun Ba had nurtured in his early years were stationed. Once there, those people would definitely not make things difficult for Tang Yu on account of the Yun residence's past kindness. Yun Ba had just entered the main hall when he saw his daughter, Yun Sangshue, walk over. "Father, you're finally back." Yun Sangshue had a smile on her face and looked like she had walked out of the shadow of the Tang Yu incident. She even held a bowl of chicken soup in her hand. "Daughter made some of Father's favorite chicken soup. Come and try my cooking." Seeing Yun Sangshue's completely different attitude, Yun Ba couldn't help but be surprised. He had always understood his daughter's temper, and Tang Yu was her precious treasure. He had thought that she would make a fuss for at least a few months, but who would have thought that she would recover in just a few days? "Father, why haven't you sat down yet? Are you still angry at Shue? Shue, who has also thought things through these past few days. It was all my fault in the past. I spoiled you and allowed him to run amok and harm so many people." As Yin Sangshue spoke, She placed the bowl of soup in Yunba's hands. Yunba didn't notice that Yin Sangshue's fingers were trembling as she held the bowl of soup. A trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Shue, it's good that you've thought things through. Actually, I've always doted on you the most out of the three of you. Yuer's incident can also be considered a lesson. He will be back in 3 years. When the time comes, I will get a job in the military for him. You can rest assured. Yunba saw that his daughter's attitude had changed for the better and then looked at the chicken soup that had been delivered. Yin Sangshua listened to Yunba's words and watched him deliver the chicken soup to his mouth. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but shout, "Father!" Yunba paused before continuing. Also, this time, no matter what, that girl Yinsheng also helped you greatly. You're not allowed to make things difficult for her in the future. Yinsheng. Haha, it was Yunsheng again. Chapter 369. Yin Sangshue smiled bitterly. Sure enough, her father's heart was still with his own granddaughter. Only Yunsheng was a true descendant of the Yun family with the surname Yun. How could her Tang Yu compare to that cheap girl with equally exquisite medical and magic skills? Right, sure. Why did you call father just now? Yunba was puzzled. Nothing, I just wanted to remind you that the chicken soup is a little hot, so be careful. Yin Sangshue blankly watched Yunba drink the chicken soup. Shue, personally made chicken soup. The taste is really good. Yunba didn't doubt her words and praised. If father likes it, Shue will make it for you every day. Seeing that Yunba didn't show any signs of poisoning after drinking the chicken soup, Yin Sangshue rejoiced in her heart. After Tang Yu's matter was resolved, Yinsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the Sky Hunting Corps had made a meritorious contribution to the discovery of the purple gold lode, and because they had saved hundreds of villagers. After returning to the Jade Capital, the Hunting Corps was promoted to a B-ranked Hunting Corps under the leadership of the Hunting Corps. Because of this, Yin Songlong was also very busy. Yin Sheng immediately began to reorganize the matters of the little CI in Tong. They didn't know that at this time, an even more terrible conspiracy was quietly engulfing the precarious Yun mansion. Yin Sheng had just returned to the little CI in Tong when she received the news from Lin Yao. Oh, you mean Big Brother Zhou sent the seeds of the medicinal herbs? Yin Sheng had been delayed in the northern region for a month. During this time, Zhou Qingchuan had returned to the headquarters of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. The matter of Zhou family's second uncle had also been resolved. Because of his great contribution, Zhou Qingchuan was promoted to succeed the position of Zhou family's second uncle and became the chief steward of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. What he was most grateful for was Yun Sheng's help on the way back. So after he took over the Chamber of Commerce, he immediately began to prepare the seeds of the medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs selected by the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce were of good quality, and the price was also very reasonable. Yin Sheng counted and found that there were close to 1,000 kinds of herbs. Among them, 30% were common grade herbs, the remaining 60% were rare grade herbs, and there was even 10% saint grade herbs. Only the Everlasting Trading Firm would be able to take out such high-quality seeds at once. Even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would find it difficult to gather them all at once. Because of this, Yunsheng had specially written a letter to thank Zhou Qingchuan. In addition, she had also given Zhou Qingchuan a precious sage herb million golden pill. Master, why did you buy so many herb seeds at once? What we lack are herbs, not seeds. Lin Yao, still didn't know what Yun Sheng's intentions were. Yun Sheng had been busy earlier, so she hadn't had the chance to tell Lin Yao about this. I've thought about it. If we want to break free from the control of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the best way is to find a stable and high-quality medicinal herb supplier. On the continent, the best supplier of medicinal herbs that isn't directly related to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion are only medicinal farmers. Yin Sheng told Lin Yao about what Zhou Qingchuan had told her earlier about setting up an independent medicinal farm. This idea is too crazy, but it seems to work. I've been in contact with some medicine farmers before. Most of them are very simple. Lin Yao had followed Yin Sheng for more than half a year, but from time to time, She was shocked by her master's shocking way of thinking. But wouldn't it take too long to support a village and specialize in growing medicinal herbs? How much money do we need to invest? If the little C.I. Intong can't provide us with pills and medicinal herbs, I'm afraid it will soon close down. During this period of time, when Yunsheng was away, the medical hall only sold magic potions. Thanks to GMO, the magic potions he refined were sold to some magicians. This was how the medical hall was barely able to maintain its livelihood. However, Zhou State was, after all, a country of martial artists. Martial artists were willing to use magic potions, so only selling magic potions wasn't a long-term solution. It's fine. Others need a year to grow medicine, but we only need half a year or even less. Yunsheng blinked her eyes. I've already asked around. There's a village on a mountain not far from the Jade capital. I'll take you there tomorrow. Oh, right, called GMO over. The next day, Yunsheng woke up early. She hired a carriage and selected some medicinal herb seeds suitable for growing in the vicinity of a Jade capital. Then, she called Lin Yao and GMO and set off together. Sitting in the carriage, Yunsheng saw that GMO was sitting upright and still, not saying a word. This GMO was really a good employee. She had already heard from Lin Yao that during her absence for more than a month, GMO got up early and went to bed late every day, refining magic potions, taking care of the medical hall's medicinal field. There were even a few times when GMO helped her father, Yun Songhai, take care of the magic array. This kid was good at everything, but his skin was thin. It was said that when he saw a female guest, his face would blush for a long time. According to Lin Yao's incomplete statistics, GMO spoke no more than 5 fingers a day. If it weren't for the words she said when she hired him, Yunsheng would have suspected that this kid was a mute. GMO, thank you for this period of time. Dr. Fan doesn't understand magic potions, but thanks to you, the medical hall can continue to support itself. Yunsheng sincerely thanked him. It's what I should do. I was invited by Miracle Dr. Yin. Moreover, I wasn't the only one who did the work. The ancient magicians also came to help. GMO's expression remained unchanged. In front of Yunsheng, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Heaven knew that the more he was like this, the more interested Yunsheng was in talking to him. She wanted to see if he could break the record of talking in a day. GMO, do you know why I went to the village this time? When Yunsheng brought GMO along, she simply said that she wanted to take a look at the village. She didn't explain her specific intentions. Miracle Dr. Yun is going to look for medicinal herbs, right? GMO actually didn't quite understand why Yunsheng wanted to go to such a remote mountain village to look for medicinal herbs. The carriage had already traveled for dozens of li. The mountain road was getting steeper and steeper, and the carriage was shaking violently. The surrounding scenery was also getting more and more desolate. GMO remembered that there shouldn't be any villages in the vicinity that were rich in medicinal herbs. You're right. We're here to look for medicinal herbs. To be more precise, we're here to look for a place where we can grow medicinal herbs. As Yunsheng spoke, the carriage had already turned into a difficult mountain path. Yes, the road ahead is not easy to walk on. The carriage can only go up to here. The coachman poked his head in. The carriage stopped at the foot of a mountain that was more than 1,000 meters above sea level. In front of them, there was only a mountain road that could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Other than animals like mules, the carriage really couldn't go up. It's not a problem. Uncle, take this money and stay at the foot of the mountain for the night. Come back tomorrow afternoon to pick us up. After Yunsheng finished speaking, she lightly floated and was already on the mountain road. GMO also got off the carriage. He saw that on the mountain road, Yunsheng was wearing an emerald green dress. Her facial features were picturesque. She was looking at the village on the mountain with a faint smile on her face. She was very suitable to wear green. GMO seemed to be attracted by Yunsheng's expression. After not seeing her for a month, she had become stronger again. Chapter 370. You two get ready. We still have a stretch of the mountain path to walk. It will be much easier to use magic along the way. Yin Sheng had already started moving. She had the protection of the wind spirit, so it was very easy for her to use wind magic. As she walked, her speed was much faster than the average warrior. On the other hand, GMO was walking at a steady pace while Lin Yao lagged behind. Yin Sheng had no choice but to support her with the levitation spell. It took half an hour for the three of them to reach the middle of the mountain. As a magician, your stamina is pretty good. Yin Sheng looked at GMO and saw that he was calm and did not show any signs of fatigue. Lin Yao took the meditation water from Yin Sheng and drank it in one gulp. Only then did she feel that the magic elements in her body had recovered a little. I'm from mountains. When I was young, I often walked the mountain paths and practiced, GMO said vaguely. However, Yin Sheng gave him the middle finger in her heart. Pretending, still pretending. How could there be such an otherworldly mountain person whose words and actions were comparable to that of a noble? When Goofing told her that there was a very faint light magic element in GMO's body, she had suspected that GMO's identity was not simple. Yin Sheng was meticulous. She kept chatting with GMO along the way so that she could get some clues from his words. However, GMO was also very cautious. He did not speak much, but he answered all her questions. Along the way, Yin Sheng did not find any flaws in his answers. However, she was certain that GMO's identity was not simple. As soon as GMO finished speaking, his gaze turned towards the mountain village, and his expression changed slightly. Yin Sheng also turned around. When she saw the situation in the mountain village, Lin Yao could not help but exclaim, "Ah, why is this place so poor?" The village that Yin Sheng and the rest arrived at was located on a 1,000-meter-high mountain. It was called Zouchu Village. It was the village with the highest altitude outside of Jade Capital. At the same time, it was also famous for being poor in this area. This place was indeed very poor. In the entire village, there were only a few dozen thatched houses. The best houses in the village were just a few houses built with stones. The entrance to the village was the mountain path. Beside it were some corn stalks that had just sprouted. At a glance, there was nothing else in the entire village other than these. This is probably the first time you've come to this kind of mountain village. I also lived in such a village when I was young, so I'm not surprised. Among the three of them, Yin Sheng's reaction was the most normal. She glanced at GMO with a smile that was not a smile. This brat just said that he came from a village. He deserved to be slapped in the face. GMO's face also reddened. But he didn't expect that Yin Sheng lived in such a dilapidated village in her early years. Yin Sheng also turned her head. A place like this probably didn't even have a Dharma temple. Let's go to the front and take a look. Yin Sheng did not say anything and led the two of them into the village. After taking a few steps, they heard someone call out, "Isn't that the Lord Godly Doctor?" They saw a woman walking out of the thatched house in front of them. The woman was busy doing farm work in the fields. When she heard the voices outside, she walked over and saw Yin Sheng and the others. "Hey, isn't this the Annie from the volunteer clinic?" Lin Yao recognized the woman. It turned out that this woman was the wife of the farmer that Yin Sheng had met during the volunteer clinic. "It's really the Lord Godly Doctor." "Lord Godly Doctor, you're here for the volunteer clinic again? That's great. There are many elderly and children in the village who are not feeling well. It's just that the mountain path is inconvenient and they can't go down the mountain. Wait a moment, I'll get my husband to inform the villagers." The woman was overjoyed. She wiped her hands clean and raised her voice to call for the villagers. "Sigh, Auntie, we're not here to—" Lin Yao was speechless. "Don't worry, we're just here to see a doctor. GMO, later on, you'll help me treat the patient. While you are at it, help me take a look and see if there are any children and adults in this village who can sense magic." Yin Sheng smiled, as if she was used to such situations. So, the reason she called him was to ask him to help with the volunteer clinic. But why did she want him to help see if the villagers could sense magic? GMO was secretly surprised. He looked at the village again and suddenly understood something. This village was remote and had few villagers. Even the Dharma temple was not stationed in this village. In such a village, no one would check the physique of the villagers or their magical aptitude. To put it more accurately, there were many villages like this in Zhou State. This was an empty area between the martial arts centers and the Dharma Temple. All the villagers here, what a good Yun Sheng. She actually wanted to snatch people from the Dharma Temple and the martial arts center. GMO was greatly shocked in his heart, but his face remained calm. Under the farmers' propaganda, the villagers of this small mountain village quickly rushed out. In such a remote village, there was only one chance to go down a mountain to see a doctor. It was rare to see a doctor, and a highly skilled one at that. How could the villagers not be excited? It was only a village of 300 to 400 people. Sick people and healthy people all gathered around. Lin Yao had to temporarily take up the role of maintaining order. The villagers were simple people. When they heard that a godly doctor was coming, they all gathered around to take a look. The villagers even pushed their children forward, saying that if the godly doctor touched them, they would be cured of all illnesses. Yun Sheng and GMO were respectively in charge of the patients. Fortunately, the villagers were only suffering from minor ailments. In just 4 hours, the two of them had finished seeing all the patients. How is it? How are the children's aptitudes? Yun Sheng asked GMO as she tidied up. A few of the children have the ability to sense magic. However, the ability to sense magic is very weak. It's almost non-existent, GMO replied honestly. Magic talent was passed down from generation to generation. The children here were farmers for generations. It was already good enough to find a few with weak magic talent. My results are slightly better than yours. 30 to 40% of the children have good physiques. After some rest, they can practice martial arts. Yin Sheng did not seem surprised by this result. Just as GMO was about to open his mouth and ask Yin Sheng what her intentions were, a man with a rosy face and a loud voice walked over from the village entrance with quick steps. Godly doctor, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on treating everyone that I even forgot to invite you to eat. Yun Sheng and the rest only found out later that the farmer they met at the Jade Capital Free Clinic was the village chief of Zhouchu Village. When Yun Sheng and the rest arrived, he had just gone out. He only rushed back around dinner time. Chapter 371. Hearing that the divine doctor who treated him in the city a few days ago had come, the village chief was very happy. The villagers had a headache and fever, but Yun Sheng gave them some medicinal pills, and they were all cured. They were very grateful to Yun Sheng and little C.I. Anton. The village chief persuaded the villagers to go back and let his wife greet Yun Sheng and others to enter the house. Although he was the village chief, the farmer's family was not rich. The couple raised 3 or 4 children. During the meal, the children ran around the table. They were very curious about the new guests and wandered around Yun Sheng and GMO. Especially GMO, he didn't speak since he entered the house. However, those children liked him very much and kept pestering him to play with them. When the village chief saw this, he was very embarrassed and scolded the children a few words. It doesn't matter. I didn't have any brothers or sisters since I was a child. Let them play. GMO motioned the village chief not to mind. He didn't speak much. At first, he was a bit nervous, as if he had never encountered a situation where he played with children. No one knew GMO's mood now. When he was a child, because of his extraordinary talent in magic, he spent almost all his time practicing magic and improving his magic realm. As his reputation as a genius grew more and more resounding in the continent, his fellow apprentices and sisters of the same age as him only dared to look at him from afar with reverence. Over time, he was all alone. It was only when Yu and Mo appeared that things changed a little. But because of the identity of the two brothers, they have always been respectful to him, which made him less intimate. Mo wanted to play with the children, but he also had to maintain a reserved appearance. All of this fell into Yun Sheng's eyes. Sirs, let's eat. Our village is poor, so we didn't know there were distinguished guests. I'm sorry. While speaking, the farmer woman brought a few pots of porridge in coarse porcelain bowls, a few black and hard cornbread, and a few yellow corn buds that had just been picked. Although it was called porridge, it was actually just a few grains of coarse rice and a lot of water. Looking at the dirty bowl and the stone-like cornbread, even this kind of dinner was already very rare for the village head's children. They only drank the thin porridge in small mouthfuls and looked at the cornbread with eager eyes. Mother had already said that these were for the guests. GMO didn't move his chopsticks. "Thank you, Annie. I'm really hungry." Yin Sheng was very straightforward. She didn't hesitate and ate in big mouthfuls. She opened her hand and picked up the cornbread. She divided it into several portions and handed it to the envious children. Lin Yao also learned from Yin Sheng, eating and sharing at the same time. GMO was slightly taken aback and hesitated. In the end, he imitated Yin Dasheng and the others and began to eat and drink in large mouthfuls. He did not care about the dirty rice bowl and the coarse grain at all. To GMO, this meal was something he would never forget. After dinner, the woman coaxed the children away, leaving Yin Sheng and the others to discuss the matter of the herbal field with the village head. "Lord Miracle Doctor, you mean you want to grow herbs in our village?" The village head thought that he had misheard. Zhouchu village was located in a remote area and the roads were poor. Although the soil was considered fertile, there was a certain amount of labor in the village. However, due to transportation issues, the things in the village could not be transported down the mountain, and things at the foot of the mountain could not be transported up. "What if I have a way to solve the transportation problem?" Yin Sheng smiled. She had already seen the soil in the village. The soil here was very suitable for growing a rare herb called sea buckthorn. This herb could be sold for 5 silver coins per kilogram in the market. "Lord Miracle Doctor, is what you said true?" The village head's face was full of disbelief. "You'll know when night falls." Yun Sheng deliberately kept him in suspense and did not continue. After dinner, Yun Sheng and Lin Yao accompanied the woman to chat. GMO stood alone at the entrance of the village and looked at the steep hills. The night sky was dotted with stars. What kind of person was she? When alone, GMO restrained his indifferent aura in front of others. Although his slightly pale face was ordinary under the night light, there was a layer of soft light. "What are you thinking about?" Yin Sheng walked over and stood beside GMO. "I'm thinking about you." GMO paused slightly, as if he was frightened by his own bold words. "I'm thinking about how you can solve the transportation problem here. In fact, it's not just a transportation problem. You know that it's not easy to grow sea buckthorn. The villagers here are all farmers. They don't know how to grow such a precious herb. It's difficult for ordinary people to grow it. However, it's different if it's a magician." Yin Sheng's gaze also looked into the dark sky. However, unlike GMO, she liked to look for a little bit of stars in the dark sky, looking for a little bit of light. "Magician, you mean?" A thought flashed through GMO's mind. He thought about what Yun Sheng did earlier. Then he thought about it. You might not know, but magic can also be used to grow herbs. The effect of the basic earth thorns is 10 times better than ordinary soil. In the dry season, you can use the rain gathering spell. In the cold season, you can use fire magic to create a greenhouse. The herb field I want is a magic herb field. I want Zhou Chutuan to be the first in Zhou State to use magic to grow herbs. Yin Sheng's voice was very low, but when her words fell into Jimo's ears, it was very shocking. In fact, using magic to grow herbs was not the first thing Yin Sheng thought of. The Temple of Dharma also used magic to grow some precious herbs. However, no one dared to use magic to grow herbs in an ordinary village without a single magician. If someone else said this, GMO would just laugh it off. However, Yin Sheng had the ability to do so because she had a high-grade magic potion, the Moon God's Praise. It was a magical potion that could allow ordinary people to become magicians immediately. Even though the Temple of Dharma found the best magic apothecaries and used all kinds of magic materials, they did not have any clues about the Moon God's Praise in the past year. In the boundless continent, only this female magician and healer in front of him had such a magical potion. It was no wonder that she wanted him to check the children's bodies to see if they had the ability to sense magic. No matter how weak the ability to sense magic was, as long as they drank the moon god's praise, they could immediately become magicians. Children had the best learning ability. As long as she taught them basic magic, Zhou Chuzuan would have its first batch of magicians in a few days. This speed was too terrifying. GMO could almost see that in the near future, Zhou State would have a batch of talented magicians. And these people were all nurtured by this girl who was not even 10 years old. Chapter 372. Although he was usually calm, his palms were already sweating. He knew that this was a serious matter, and he had to report it to the temple as soon as possible. But what would happen if the temple found out? With Yun Sheng's personality, she would never give in to the temple's pressure. Then, the only thing left to do was to kill her. There were many geniuses on the mainland who were killed before they could grow up. Beside him, a faint smell of herbs drifted over. Yun Sheng looked up at the sky, her dark eyes filled with starlight. GMO, do you prefer day or night? Yun Sheng had not seen such a beautiful starry sky for a long time. It was said that it was lonely at the top, but only at the top could one see the purest starry sky. GMO blurted out almost instinctively. Of course it's day. Only when there is light everywhere can one see the beauty of this world. But I like the night, because after the night comes the day. Yin Sheng turned around and smiled brightly. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and the dimples on her lips made GMO feel as if he had drunk a mouthful of aged wine. Warmth flowed from the bottom of his heart to his brain, and his heartbeat quickened. At that moment, only the two of them were left in this world. He couldn't help but rejoice that it was night, and Yin Sheng wouldn't notice his abnormal expression. After the dark night, was it day? Just as GMO was about to ask Yun Sheng why she said that, the starlight disappeared. In the dark night sky, a group of things flew over from afar. As they got closer, they saw that it was a group of bat beasts. They were not ordinary bat beasts, but gigantic winged green bats the size of ponies. The giant winged green bat was a special magical beast that lived on an island in the sea. It was the largest type of bat, but it was different from other bats. It didn't only appear at night. It traveled day and night. It mainly ate vegetables, grass, and hay. It was very gentle and could be easily tamed by a summoner. In Penglai, the gigantic winged green bats were a very popular aerial mount. There were no less than 50 bats, and the leader was a sacred bee summoner that had not been seen in a long time, Zhong Yi. His commander dragon claw bat flew at the very front. GMO noticed that the gigantic winged green bats were carrying seeds and fertilizer on their backs. Zhong Yi, you're really slow. I thought we'd have to wait until dawn. Yin Sheng complained impatiently when she saw Zhong Yi. Hey, my little ancestor, you think it's too slow? It only took me 1 day and 1 night to tame these big guys. Then, I flew them across more than half of Zhou State before arriving here. Along the way, I had to think about not scaring the civilians, so I took the long way around. Do you think it's easy for me? Zhong Yi jumped down from Bat King's back and complained. Speaking of which, it was quite embarrassing. He was a dignified holy bee summoner, but he was actually sent by Yun Sheng to tame wild giant winged green bats. These big guys were all stupid. It took him a long time to teach them before they understood the order and followed him back to Zhou State. As soon as the 50 large-winged green bats landed, they let out a series of muffled cries. The villagers who heard the sound all ran out of their houses. When the village head's children saw the rat-like magical beasts with strange wings, they were so scared that they didn't move and desperately hid behind GMO. Everyone, don't be afraid. These are the magical beasts that this honorable Lord Summoner found. They are very docile and only eat grass and hay, just like the mules in everyone's houses. If you don't believe me, who wants to go up and try? Yun Sheng urged the villagers. That's right. These level 4 giant winged green bats were the special magical beasts that she had found to transport medicinal herbs. With these gentle green bats with amazing flying abilities, she would be able to solve the transportation problem of Zhouchu village. It really won't bite. The village head's youngest daughter, a 4-year-old girl with a ponytail, walked out, her big eyes blinking. She grabbed a few stalks of hay from her shed and walked in front of Greenbat. As soon as she reached out her hand, the starving Greenbat, which had been flying for a whole night, came up to her and ate all the hay. Perhaps sensing the little girl's fear, the Greenbat didn't forget to use its large wings to pat the little girl's shoulder. The stiff hairs on the Greenbat's wings pricked the little girl's tender cheeks, itching and numbing. The little girl immediately let out a giggle. "Father, I like this big guy. Let's raise it." Hearing their little sister's words, the village head's boys also jumped out with a whoosh. They were all very brave and all walked over, either climbing or touching the Greenbat, having a lot of fun playing with it. When the other villagers saw this, they also dispelled their fear and all gathered around the Greenbat, discussing nonstop. Seeing this scene, Yunsheng smiled. When GMO saw this, it was as if a huge rock had been thrown into his heart, the ripples spreading wider and wider. Magical beasts and humans had always been irreconcilable, but she had managed to do it. The sky gradually darkened. Yunsheng and the village head decided to discuss the planting of sea buckthorns tomorrow morning. The villagers gradually dispersed, leaving only GMO standing outside the house. The air in the mountain village was especially fresh. After the flock of greenbats, the night sky also regained its tranquility. However, GMO's heart was increasingly unsettled. He was originally an extremely intelligent person. He felt that no matter who or what could escape his pair of eyes. However, Yunsheng's appearance and her completely unpredictable actions made GMO, or rather, Xiao Wenshu, unable to get over it for a long time. That's right, this sorcerer called GMO was the young and precocious person from the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenshu, who made the entire magical world tremble in fear upon hearing his name. A few months ago, he accompanied his master, Elder Si Ming, to the Jade Capital to help the Zhou State's royal family survive a calamity. However, it was at that time that the appearance of the moon gods praise high-grade magical potion, as well as the appearance of the sacred elixir, Sage Herb 1000 Golden Pill, made the Dharma Temple, which had always been calm in handling matters, somewhat flustered. Su'er, in the past year, the growth of your cultivation has slowed down. I have calculated for you that you will encounter a great calamity in the next few years. This calamity, I have calculated, is closely related to the fate of the Zhou State's royal family. You don't have to follow me back to the Dharma Temple. Stay in the Jade Capital for the time being. At the same time, find out about the origin of the sorcerer who refined the moon god's praise. Remember, no matter what the situation is, you cannot go against the will of heaven. When Elder Si Ming left, he only warned Xiao Wenshu these words. Just like how a doctor does not treat himself, Xiao Wenshu, who had the ability to predict the future of others, could not predict his own fate. Therefore, he stayed. Xiao Wenshu investigated for a while and finally found the little Ci Antong. Coincidentally, he met the female doctor from the little Ci Antong who was doing free medical treatment on the streets. However, what he did not expect was that the female sorcerer who was equally outstanding in the field of magical potions and ancient medicine was actually the little girl he had met once. However, time flew by and 2 years had passed. Her appearance had changed, but her temper was still exactly the same as before. Chapter 373. After the free clinic, Xiao Wenshu accidentally saw the recruitment notice of the little Ci Antong. With Ji Mo's identity, he lied for the first time in his life and entered the little Ci Antong. His original purpose was to investigate the creation of the tribute of the moon god. However, after a long time, he felt that his original intention had changed. Just like today, when he found out about Yunsheng's daring actions, he should have immediately reported it to the temple. However, when he thought that if the temple knew about Yunsheng's existence, it was very likely that they would kill her, or even make him do it personally, he felt a throbbing pain in his heart. As for the villagers, their earlier happiness and the changes that were about to bring to the village would all come to an end. Until the sun rose in the east, GMO was still unable to release the magic crane that reported the news. With a flick of his hand, the magic crane shattered into pieces in the air. Without saying a word, he walked into the thatched hut. Yunsheng's temperament had always been impetuous. The next day, she brought the village chief and told the villagers that she wanted to contract the village to plant medicinal herbs. When the villagers heard that they could plant medicinal herbs that cost a few silver coins per caddy, they were all overjoyed. Every household was very enthusiastic, and every household received 10 caddies of medicinal herb seeds. In addition, Yunsheng also chose 20 children from the village. Of these children, 10 of them were between 4 and 10 years old, and they more or less had some magic sensing ability in their bodies. The other 10 had very good physiques, and Yunsheng planned to send them to the Wu Profound Limitless School to undergo the most basic martial arts training after washing their marrow and bones. After everything was ready, Yunsheng brought the children down the mountain. The preparation for the first magic herb farm went smoothly. Yunsheng refined dozens of bottles of the tribute of the moon god at the foot of the mountain. What surprised her was that, other than one child who failed, most of the children successfully became magic spell warriors. Among them, there was even one who was a dual elemental mage. The remaining 8 were mostly fire, earth, and wind elemental mages. Yunsheng was overjoyed and immediately began to teach these children the most basic meditation and basic magic. In just half a month, 9 mages who knew basic magic were formed. If the people from the Royal Magic Academy were to find out about this, they would probably vomit blood. Yunsheng then asked the Zong personality to bring the children back to the village. The planting of the sea buckthorns had also started successfully. Seeing that the moon god's praise was so effective, Yunsheng also tried using it on the sky hunting group. But when the effects came out, Yunsheng was disappointed. She had used a total of 50 bottles of the praise of the moon god, but only 5 of the adult soldiers of the hunting squad had successfully become magic warriors. This disappointed Yunsheng. It seemed that although the praise of the moon goddess was mysterious, it was best used on children under the age of 12. However, she still decided to specially train these hunters who were both magicians and warriors. In this aspect of training, Yunsheng directly grabbed Yi Baiming and brought him over to train this group of special hunters. You want to train them to be dual elemental mages? Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows. He had never rejected Yunsheng's requests. In Zhou State, there were not many people who knew that Yi Baiming was a dual elemental mage. If it were anyone else, Yi Baiming would have killed them immediately. But since it was Yunsheng, he could not reject her. I can help you train them, but I want 10 of them. Also, I have a request. Since these people are handed over to me, no matter what they become in the future, you can't ask about it. Yi Baiming's words made Yunsheng shudder. Actually, ever since Yunsheng disappeared for no reason, Yi Baiming already felt that there was a need to train a group of personal guards for Yunsheng. He could not be by Yunsheng's side all the time. Therefore, a group of personal guards that belonged to her and that Yi Baiming could trust at the same time was especially important. The number of people is not a problem. But what exactly do you want to do? Yunsheng always felt that the longer she spent with Yi Baiming, the less she understood him. I want to train them to be magic warriors. Yi Baiming smiled and did not want to say more. Yunsheng did not ask any more questions. After a few days, she gathered enough warriors and mages and handed them over to Yi Baiming. This group of magic warriors disappeared without a trace. Yunsheng did not have any news about them. It was not until later, when Yi Baiming handed over the 10 personal guards to Yunsheng, that Yunsheng knew what magic warriors were. At this time, Zhou Quan also went to look for Yunsheng. Young Master Yun, we have already searched the entire Jade Capital. We have also been monitoring the Lotus Garden that Miss Xian Pei mentioned for a long time, but we have not found any red-robed man. Zhou Quan and the rest were still searching for Xian Yu's murderer. This case had already been closed by the authorities and was classified as murder. However, there was no clue as to the murderer. Zhou Quan also did not understand why this young master was still so persistent in finding the murderer, since Tang, you had already been exiled and cleared of the crime. Yunsheng naturally would not tell Zhou Quan that she suspected that the red-robed man was related to the Grand Emperor's city. After all, the entire purpose of this matter was to destroy the reputation of the Yun residents. In addition, Xian Mimi had previously said that Xian Wuji did not return to the Grand Emperor's city but went to the Jade capital. Yin Sheng had already searched all the inns in the Jade capital but did not find Xian Wuji's whereabouts. As such, there could only be two reasons. One was that Xian Wuji had already left the Jade capital. The other was that Xian Wuji very likely had a residence in the Jade capital. Therefore, the soldiers of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps could not find any clues about him. After all, the Grand Emperor's city was rich and imposing. It was very normal for them to have residences in the capital cities of various countries. The Grand Emperor's city and some important people in Zhou State must have a certain connection. Xian Wuji's original plan had been thwarted by Yun Sheng. No one knew what he would do next. As time passed, the uneasiness in Yun Sheng's heart grew stronger. She had a feeling that something was going to happen, but she could not find any clues. Vaguely, she felt that some conspiracy was about to happen. However, the enemy was in the dark while she was in the light. She really had no way of finding Xian Wuji. The more it was like this, the more Yun Sheng felt the importance of having her own personal bodyguard. "All right, young Master Yun, you were busy with the medical center earlier. I haven't told you yet." Zhou Quan recalled something. He told Yun Sheng that after the purple gold mine had collapsed, they had found a special kind of, or when they were cleaning up the scene. Zhou Quan ordered someone to take a piece of, or this, or was the one that Yun Sheng had used the lightning to blast open the abnormally hard wall. Chapter 374. That day, after Yun Sheng used the magic lightning vortex to blow up the strange wall, she entered the geocentric smelting cave. Later, when the hunters entered the cave to clean up the scene, they discovered that it was not an ordinary stone, but a very special kind of metal. "We went to the blacksmith shop in the city and asked. No one recognized this kind of metal, and this kind of metal is very light." Zhou Quan told Yin Songlong about this matter. Yin Songlong only said that they should keep the ore first and wait for Yun Sheng to return before making a conclusion. Who knew that after Yun Sheng returned, she would be busy with Tang Yu's murder case, and then the matter of the magic medicine manor. It was delayed until today that Zhou Quan remembered this matter. When Yun Sheng heard this, she could not help but feel a little strange. She also knew that the wall was not an ordinary thing. After all, it was a magic wall used to seal by in. It was very likely that it was left behind by the powerful magician who suppressed by an earlier time. Yinsheng looked at the stone left behind by the shattered wall and found that it was just as Zhou Quan said. The stone of the wall was very light, but its density was very astonishing. No weapon could pierce through it. We also asked the biggest blacksmith shop in the city. They couldn't refine this kind of ore. Zhou Quan found someone to count the number of pieces of this kind of ore. There were about 100 pieces. Yinsheng asked Zhou Quan to bring the ores over. After putting the ores into the beast language ring, Yunsheng came to the magic tower of the Imperial Magic Academy. One of the conditions for her to leave the Imperial Magic Academy to go to Wushuan Everlasting School was to be able to continue using the magic tower of the Imperial Magic Academy in the future. With her current skills, a simple earth-meld spell was enough for her to evade the school guards and arrive at the magic tower. "It's you." The old magician in the magic tower recognized Yin Sheng. When he saw Yin Sheng's magic scepter, his half-closed eyes couldn't help but open. "It's only been a year, and your magic realm has broken through again?" The old magician had stayed in the magic tower for a long time and had seen countless students and mentors, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Yin Sheng. He remembered that the last time Yin Sheng came to the magic tower, her magic cultivation was only that of a magician, but now she was already an archmagus. To be precise, she was a peak great magician. He could sense that Yun Sheng was about to break through to master magician's cultivation. Yes, Sir Old Magician. I came here today to practice, and also to ask you about something. Yunsheng knew that many mentors would enter the magic tower to refine equipment. The old magician has been guarding the magic tower for a long time, so his knowledge shouldn't be comparable to an ordinary magician. If Yunsheng's intuition wasn't wrong, then this notorious old magician should be the one with the highest magic cultivation in the entire Royal Magic Academy. Yunsheng took out several special ores and gave them to the old magician. When he saw the pieces of ore, the old magician's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. But immediately after, the old magician retracted his gaze and sized up Yunsheng. His gaze lingered on Yunsheng's forehead for a few more times. Little girl, I'm really envious of your good fortune. The exquisite beast tower was taken by you, right? When the old magician spoke, Yunsheng's heart slightly froze. It seems that the old magician has already discovered the secret of the exquisite beast tower's theft. No need to panic. That exquisite beast tower is a treasure that can only be obtained by a fated person. Since it is fated to be with you, you can take it. As for the ores in your hands, they are hellfire ores. You are the master of hellfire, so these ores can be used to refine magic equipment. After the old magician finished speaking, he returned the ores to Yunsheng. Hellfire ores? After the old magician's reminder, Yunsheng came to know that hellfire ores are a very special type of ore. It is neither a stone nor a metal. It is a type of magical ore formed during the process of sealing hellfire. Sir Old Magician, can you tell me how to refine this type of magic ore? My companions have already tried various methods, but they were still unable to melt it. Yunsheng respectfully asked. Her humble attitude attracted the old magician's goodwill. He pondered for a moment. Little girl, how about this? I will tell you the origin of this ore, but I also have a presumptuous request. The old magician coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. He is even older than Yunsheng's grandfather. But today, he had to threaten this little girl, so the old magician naturally felt a little embarrassed. Sir Old Magician, as long as I can do it and it doesn't go against my principles, I will agree. Yunsheng's face was forthright. Seeing that she was so straightforward, the old magician also felt relieved. He took out a magic scepter. It was a magic scepter made from the bones of 100-year-old magical beast. There were 4 magic soul stones inlaid on it. It seems that this old magician who was guarding the magic tower was really an expert at the level of a Saint Magus. This old man wants you to help me refine this magic scepter. The old magician's magic scepter looked like it had been around for many years. It seemed to be about the same age as the old magician. Generally speaking, the magic scepters of the boundless world could be eliminated, especially for some powerful magicians. After they broke through the level of a master magician, they would choose to eliminate the magic scepters they used in the early stages and choose a more advanced magic scepter. Yin Songhai also had the same idea when he chose the bewitching bone scepter for Yunsheng. Yunsheng looked at the magic scepter and was a little puzzled. Sir Old Magician, this magic scepter is too old. Even if it is repaired, it won't be very useful. You should change it. No, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. This magic scepter was found by my late wife together with me. It has been with me for 70 years. My age is about the same, and I don't intend to change it. When the old magician spoke of his late wife, there was a touch of indescribable tenderness in his eyes. To the old magician, this magic scepter was like his beloved wife who had been with him for many years, but had passed away due to illness. He could no longer live without it. Therefore, he wanted to ask Yunsheng to use the hellfire in her body to refine this magic scepter for him. Legend has it that the hellfire of the elves was the most magical flame in the world. It could wash away the impurities of a magic scepter and make it shine with magic power again. Yunsheng was touched by the old magician's infatuation with his wife and decided to help him refine this magic scepter that had been around for 70 years. The old magician also kept his promise and immediately told Yunsheng the secret of refining the hellfire ore again. It was fate that the hellfire ore fell into Yunsheng's hands. This was because Yun Sheng had the Hellfire of the Elves, the only one on the continent that could refine the Hellfire Oregon. Chapter 375. For others, even if they obtained the Hellfire, or they wouldn't be able to refine it. Instead, it would be thrown away as a waste But the ores are different in your hands, because you can refine them with karmic fire and refine them into the one and only magic tool of eternal life. The old magician said as he looked at Yun Sheng's karmic fire ores with envy. Eternal magic tool. Yun Sheng could be considered half an entry-level magic craftsman now. She had refined abandoned magic scepters before. She knew that the magic weapons on the Boundless Continent were called low grade, middle grade, high grade, saint grade, and divine grade. However, she had never heard of an eternal magic weapon. The name of the eternal magic tool came from the ordinary magic tools. Compared to the ordinary magic tools, which would automatically be destroyed after one or several uses, the eternal magic tool would never be destroyed. It was also called the eternal magic tool. It was like a battle beast from the time it was formed to the time it fought. It would gradually become stronger through continuous trials. However, it was more powerful than a battle beast because it was made of and would not be killed directly. You mean it's like I have a robot? Yinsheng didn't understand what he was saying. Robot? What's that? That is to say, you have a super magic soldier that is constantly getting stronger. The old magician didn't understand what Yinsheng was talking about. Yinsheng suddenly understood. She looked at the ore in her hand and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She muttered, "It's a pity that I only have a few dozen kilograms of karmic fire, or if I had a large pile of karmic fire, or I could refine a super army." This thing was good. If she encountered any life-threatening missions in the future, she could directly send a magic soldier. Seeing Yun Sheng's eyes shining and her head full of fantasies, the old magician shook his head. This little girl didn't know what kind of terrifying existence she had. She actually wanted to have a super magic soldier. That's why I'm saying that your fortuitous encounter has made this old man jealous. Forget it. You're also a student of the Royal Magic Academy. Here is a magic card with unlimited usage. Keep it. In the future, whenever you need it, you can directly enter the magic tower. The old magician shook his head as he looked at Yun Sheng, who was completely immersed in the thoughts of refining a magic soldier. He had a vague premonition that the future of the Royal Magic Academy might be closely related to this female student in front of him. "Thank you, Sir Old Magician. I'll take your magic scepter and enter the magic space." Yinsheng couldn't wait to try the new refining. She put away the magic scepter and walked towards the higher floors of the magic tower. When he was halfway there, he heard footsteps coming from the front. "It's you. Why are you here?" Chun Lianer was walking down the stairs, not far away. After returning from Luo Xia City, Yinsheng heard that Chun Lianer had gone missing. However, she was sent back later. Since then, Chun Lianer seemed to have disappeared without a trace. When Yinsheng saw Chun Lianer again, she found that the magic around her was much stronger than before. Master Magician? She actually broke through earlier than the Crown Prince Ebalion. It was true that a scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at with new eyes. Yinsheng found that Chun Lianer's cultivation had greatly increased. Moreover, she was different from when she saw her before. Chun Lianer in front of her looked overly calm. Her face that was injured by the water arrowfin fish had already recovered. Her skin was creamy and her face was flushed. She didn't look like she was disfigured at all. "If you can be here, then I can naturally be here too. Don't forget, I'm also a student of the Royal Magic Academy." Yinsheng was still a student of the Royal Magic Academy in name. Chun Lianer had no right to prohibit her from cultivating in the magic tower. After saying that, Yinsheng walked forward by herself. When she brushed past Chun Lianer, the other party said sinisterly, "Don't be too proud. Your good days with Yi Baiming are coming to an end. When the Crown Prince ascends the throne, the first person he will kill will be Yi Baiming. You can say this in front of the Zhou State Emperor. I think the Zhou State Emperor is still in his prime. It won't be the crown prince's turn to ascend the throne for a while. Yin Sheng sneered. This woman was also ridiculous. She wasn't anyone related to Yi Baiming. What was the use of saying these things to her? Even if the Zhou State Empire was in chaos, it had nothing to do with Yin Sheng. After saying that, she left in a flash. Chun Lianer stood in the corridor for a while. She sneered and left the magic tower. The unlimited magic card that the old magician had given Yun Sheng could open up any magic space in a magic tower at will. Yun Sheng chose a relatively secluded magic space on the 6th floor of the magic tower. She didn't immediately start refining the Hellfire, instead, she decided to upgrade the old magician's magic scepter first. That magic scepter had a history of 70 years. Although the user cherished it very much, there were already a lot of calcified black spots on its surface. Yin Sheng chanted. A flame that looked like a Hellfire lotus appeared in her hand. The Hellfire enveloped the entire magic scepter. In the bright red flame, the magic scepter made a squeaking sound that sounded like a human's voice. As the flame burned, the black spots on the surface of the magic scepter, as well as the dimmed magic soul stone, glowed with a new color, as if they were reborn in the fire. The turbid matter in the bones of the magical beast was completely burned away by the Hellfire. At the last moment of refining, the magic scepter suddenly left Yun Sheng's hand. It flew into the air and drew a beautiful arc. Then, the magic scepter fell to the ground. A brand new magic scepter appeared in front of Yun Sheng. Not only the scepter itself, but even the soul stone was filled with magic power again. She didn't expect the Hellfire of the elves to have such a magical ability. Yun Sheng couldn't help but think that when she broke through to become a master mage, she must purify her bewitching bone scepter once. After the purification of the magic scepter was completed, the next step was to refine the eternal magic weapon. Yun Sheng drank the meditation water first. Then, she took out all the Hellfire ore from the beast language ring. Soon, a small mountain of Hellfire ore was piled up in the magic space. With so many Hellfire ores, she couldn't use Hellfire like how she purified the magic scepter just now. Yun Sheng chanted. Hellfire explosion. 6 or 7 Hellfire explosions erupted from her magic scepter at once. They were like 6 or 7 fire snakes that rushed towards the Hellfire ores. The upgraded version of Hellfire had an even more astonishing attack power. As soon as the Hellfire touched the ores, it burned fiercely. In the Hellfire, the ores that were originally extremely hard gradually softened. This refinement was more difficult than any refinement that Yun Sheng had experienced before. As it consumed more magic power, Yun Sheng could only continuously replenish the meditation water to ensure that the Hellfire didn't go out. After burning for half a day, the size of the Hellfire, that was like a small mountain, had also shrunk rapidly. It turned into a lump of or paste that was like molten iron. However, what should she refine her magic weapon into? Chapter 376. Yun Sheng tried to sketch out the appearance of the magical soldier in her mind, but unfortunately, her imagination was limited in this aspect. After repeatedly imagining Transformers, RoboCop, and so on, she finally had a rough prototype in her mind. Withdraw. Yun Sheng clenched her 5 fingers, and the Hellfire ore gradually formed the shape of a human. Just like using her hands to knead clay, Yun Sheng used her consciousness to control the Hellfire and shape the appearance of the magical soldier in her mind. Another half a day passed. Outside the magic tower, the sun rose and set. The moon rose above the top of the magic tower and set again. When a brand new day arrived and the roosters crowed, the Hellfire ore had already formed the shape of a human. Yun Sheng also felt a wave of magical power rushing toward her internal organs. Her magic soul released a dazzling light. I've broken through. Yun Sheng immediately sat down cross-legged after witnessing the completion of refining the ore. While Yun Sheng was breaking through, the magical weapon refined from the Hellfire ore in front of her was also standing there quietly. Yun Sheng's breakthrough this time lasted for a full 3 days and 3 nights. From an archmage to a master of magic, it sounded like it was only a magical realm, but its significance was no small matter. This was because only when one became a master of magic could one begin to cultivate high-level magic. Yun Sheng had 5 magic souls, but so far, she had not comprehended any high-level magic. Of course, the esoteric magic she knew was actually more powerful than high-level magic. However, the esoteric magic was too precious. It was equivalent to Yun Sheng's trump card, so Yun Sheng would never use it in front of others easily. What made Yun Sheng even happier was that with her breakthrough to a master of magic, the 4th extraordinary tendon in her body had also been opened, and the Jade Marrow technique had also improved by 1 level. Shinnong's pupil had also improved to the 3rd level, and the technique of Trillium Hand had also improved by 1 level. This time, it could be said to be a comprehensive improvement. This had never happened before in her previous breakthroughs. Yun Sheng concluded that it was probably because she had frequently refined elixirs and magic potions in the early days. In addition, she had consumed a large amount of karmic fire lotus roots in the smelted geocentric cave, which had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy in her body. After adjusting her breathing for a while, Yun Sheng opened her eyes. She looked at the hourglass she carried with her and found that 3 days and 3 nights had passed. She couldn't help but pat her forehead. Oh no, I left in a hurry and forgot to greet the people in the clinic. Lin Yao, or must be worried sick after not seeing him for 3 days. Yun Sheng jumped up, and her eyes suddenly fell on a corner of the magic space. Her lips twitched. He suddenly remembered the real purpose of his visit to the Mana Tower. At this moment, the life magic tool she had refined was right in front of her. It's just that she didn't expect that the ores, which looked black earlier, would reveal such an appearance after being burned by the karmic fire. If it weren't for the fact that the magic space was completely enclosed, she really couldn't imagine what was standing in the corner, looking like the 18 bronze men of the Shaolin Temple in the movie. A humanoid figure, naked from head to toe, shining with the dazzling light of purple gold coins, was the eternal magic tool she had spent a day refining. The old magician had also said that these karmic fire ores were originally the best purple gold ores, but because of the seal, they had lost their original appearance. Yun Sheng's karmic fire completely melted the karmic fire ores, revealing the purest purple gold ores inside. The golden light was more dazzling than any imperial purple gold coin Yun Sheng had ever seen. Yun Sheng thought to herself, not to mention whether this eternal magic tool was really as powerful as the old magician said, just its golden body alone was worth a lot of money. Yun Sheng thought for a while and gave her first eternal magic tool a rather high-end name. From now on, you will be called Tyrant Gold. After Yun Sheng gave the eternal magic tool a name, she wanted to try it out and see how powerful it was. She didn't know how to control Tyrant Gold, so after thinking about it, she summoned her own magical beast from the exquisite beast tower. Puff, my dear master, I haven't summoned Puff for a long time. The puffed egg was still very enthusiastic. When it saw Yun Sheng, its first reaction was to pounce on her. Yun Sheng had already experienced the strange power of the egg and quickly dodged. Unexpectedly, before Yun Sheng could move, a golden light flashed in front of Yun Sheng and blocked the puffed egg. The puffed egg flew over, and with a bang, it knocked Tyrant Gold away. The puffed egg also felt that its master's touch was not right this time. It suddenly found that in addition to its master, there was another strange guy in the magic space. Xiao He and the Centipede Ant General also looked curiously at the golden guy who looked like a human. That's your new companion, Tyrant Gold. In the future, you will all be companions, so you should get along well. Yun Sheng was happy when she saw it. This guy was not bad. It seemed to know how to protect her. The puffed egg not only had amazing strength, but it was also very fast. She didn't expect Tyrant Gold to be able to block the puffed egg. And from its performance just now, it seemed that as long as an unknown object approached its master, Yun Sheng, it would immediately react. Puff puff, master is the most annoying. She likes the new and hates the old. Even with Xiao Hei and Little Hundred, it's not enough. I hate Tyrant Gold. The puffed egg's egg brain was very simple. This guy was Master's new pet. Seeing how affectionate Master was towards it, she definitely didn't like puffed egg. Previously, when Yun Sheng subdued Xiao Hei and Little Hundred, the puffed egg was not present, so it could only accept it. But now, this golden thing was fighting for Master's attention. The puffed egg was angry. It decided to teach Tyrant Gold a lesson. It flapped its wings and knocked Tyrant Gold out with a bang. Usually, when the puffed egg was being intimate with its master, it paid attention to controlling its strength. It knew that its master's body was a magician and couldn't take it. However, against Tycoon Jean, it did not hold back in the slightest. It could be said that it had unleashed all of its power. With a single charge, it wanted to smash Tycoon Jean into pieces. Tyrant Gold was sent flying. This was no small matter. The entire magical space shook a few times as if it had experienced a magnitude 9 earthquake. Xiao Hei and the Black Centipede Ant General, who were watching the fight, also sensed Puffed Egg's jealousy. The two magical beasts tactfully squatted at the side and watched the show. Magical beasts were all proud. Even though they were now Yun Sheng's battle pets and magical beasts, they subconsciously thought that their companions' abilities were not inferior to theirs. Xiao Hei, the Black Centipede Ant General, and the Puffed Egg were all top-notch magical beasts. Naturally, they had to observe carefully to see how powerful this new companion was. Seeing Tyrant Gold fall to the ground and not react for a long time, the Puffed Egg was delighted. Puff puff! Now you know who is the most important magical beast to master. If I, the Puffed Egg, dare to claim to be second, no one will dare to claim to be first. Chapter 377. Puffed Egg said proudly. Just as it finished showing off, Tycoon Jean staggered up from the ground. Although it suffered a heavy blow, it was not injured at all. Puff puff. It didn't die. Puffed Egg was surprised. It could smash a person into a meat patty. It could not tell that Tycoon Jean had a strong vitality. Tyrant Gold twisted its neck and wrists, but before it could even move, its entire body was already making la 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 sounds. It sounded like beans being popped. Suddenly, it gathered strength under its feet and shot out like an arrow. Another loud bang was heard, followed by another loud sound. This time, it was Puffed Egg that flew out and smashed into the wall of the magical space. If Xiao Hei and the Centipede Ant King were humans, their mouths would be wide open with a "oh my god, that's weird" look on their faces. They had met their match. Poor Kiss Egg. You can only pray for your own good fortune. Puffed Egg slid down from the magical space. It took a while before it regained its senses. This heavy blow did not cause any damage to it. However, it was the first time it suffered such a heavy blow since it was born. It even felt like its eggshell was about to be smashed. The feeling of its eggshell being smashed. It was too aggrieved. Puff puff, you're shameless. You actually copied me. Shameless. Shameless. Puffed Egg was furious. That damn Tycoon Jean actually copied its special skill, the 1,000-kilogram fall. What made Puffed Egg even angrier was that it copied the skill perfectly. It even copied 20% to 30% of the skill strength. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, watched from the side without blinking. Xiao Hei. Yun Sheng suddenly ordered Xiao Hei. Use your swallowing sky combat skill. Xiao Hei was very obedient. It jumped up and raised its neck. A woo. After the wolf-like howl, the magical space turned dark. After the Devour the Heavens combat skill, Tycoon Jean suddenly raised his head and howled like a wolf. The magical space was instantly plunged into darkness. When the darkness dissipated again, Yun Sheng's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Puffed Egg, Xiao Hei, and the Centipede Ant General were all dumbfounded. Although they were not humans, they were all high-ranked magical beasts and had the ability to think like humans. At this moment, they all understood Tycoon Jin's ability. It's actually an imitation, Yun Sheng exclaimed. Previously, she didn't know how to command Tycoon Gene, but now she realized that she didn't need to command it at all. Its only goal was to protect Yunsheng. Without Yunsheng's approval, neither humans nor magical beasts could get close to her. Yunsheng knew too little about Tycoon Gene. She decided to ask the old magician again. She put Tycoon Gene into the beast speech ring and left the magic space to find the old magician. She first handed the refined magic scepter to the old magician. Seeing that his magic scepter seemed to have been reborn, the old magician was very happy. As soon as the old magician was happy, Yunsheng hurriedly asked about the eternal magic weapon. The old magician didn't ask whether Yunsheng had used the hellfire or to refine the eternal magic weapon. He just took out a thick magic book and handed it to Yunsheng. This is a magic weapon encyclopedia written by my master, an outstanding master refiner. Now that you have the hellfire ore, you can try to refine all kinds of magic weapons. I'll give you this book as a reward for helping me perfectly refine my magic scepter. The old magician urged Yunsheng to leave as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to see what kind of unexpected gains he had obtained after the purification of his magic scepter. Yunsheng held the magic book. It was a huge magic book with more than 300 pages. Sure enough, it recorded the refinement of various magic weapons. Yunsheng didn't have time to read it carefully and quickly flipped down. After counting down a few nights, she turned to the record about the eternal magic weapon. The eternal magic weapon was known as the king of magic weapons. It was a super magic weapon refined with the purest magic elements in the world. The eternal magic weapon, because of the different magic power and character of the refiner, the shape of the refined eternal magic weapon was also different. Its shape could be turned into a weapon, a magic scepter, a magic array, or a magical beast according to the preferences of the refiner. Among them, the rarest and most difficult to refine were the humanoid magic weapons. The humanoid magic weapon was also known as the king of eternal magic weapons. When she saw this, Yunsheng's eyebrows jumped. She didn't expect that the Tycoon Gene she accidentally refined was the legendary king of eternal magic weapons. Yunsheng hurriedly continued to read. The king of magic weapons. The reason why the humanoid magic weapon was terrifying was that it could learn like a human. Its greatest learning ability was imitation. Because of the appearance of a human, it could also grow like a human. According to the different formation and growth period, it could be divided into 4 types: primary, intermediate, advanced, and super. The power it exerted was also very different. The primary eternal magic weapon, like the current Tycoon Gene, could learn the enemy's combat skills and magic in an instant. Although these combat skills and magic were only superficial, it could only exert 20% of its power at most. The intermediate eternal magic weapon, on the other hand, could improve its combat skills and magic by itself and exert about 50% of its power. When it reached the advanced level, it could exert more than 80% of its power. If it could evolve to the super level, the humanoid magic weapon could even surpass its imitation target and exert up to 120% of its power. Wow! Yunsheng was very excited. That is to say, if her Tycoon Gene could really evolve into a super magic weapon one day, doesn't that mean that it could use the opponent's moves to kill the opponent in an instant? This was very similar to the An Eye for an Eye in a martial arts novel that Yunsheng had read in modern times, but it was even more terrifying. Earlier, Yi Baiming said that she didn't have a reliable private guard. Yunsheng now found an irreplaceable private guard, that is Tycoon Gene. Unfortunately, this magic weapon encyclopedia also said that the existence of the humanoid magic weapon was a very heaven-defying existence. It was almost impossible to evolve it all the way from the primary level to the super level. Yunsheng continued to read, looking for a way to upgrade the level of the humanoid magic weapon. The fastest way to improve a humanoid magical artifact is to train it continuously in combat, so that it can learn different combat skills and magic during combat. Only through killing and imitating, especially when fighting against high-level opponents, can one continuously make breakthroughs. This point was easy to understand. Just like the modern exam-oriented students, The only way to improve their grades was to desperately do test papers and flood them with questions. Currently, Tycoon Gene was only at the primary level and could only exert 20% of its power. It looked like it needed to be further strengthened. Yunsheng planned to upgrade it to the intermediate level as soon as possible so that it could exert about 50% of its power. Only then would it barely qualify as her personal guard. Finally, Yunsheng thought of a way to upgrade it quickly, and that was through combat. She decided to order Tycoon Gene to go to the various hunter citadels during this period of time. There was only one purpose, and that was to continuously participate in combat and continuously learn other people's combat skills and magic. After closing the Magic Weapon Encyclopedia, Yunsheng left the Royal Academy of Magic. She first returned to the hunter encampment and found Zhou Quan. "Young master, why are you looking for me? Hey, who's that big blockhead behind you?" Zhou Quan glanced at the cloaked figure behind Yunsheng. "Tycoon Gene, thank you to Bookfriend 612 and Ruan Meng for their tips. The newly minted Eternal Magic Weapon Tycoon Gene is a gift to Shuang Piao Hong's tiger-slaying shoes. Excited. Recently, I've been updating 10,000 times. There are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. After a while, there will be more chapters. Please vote. After September, the recommendation votes and monthly votes are pitiful." Chapter 378. Tycoon Gold's appearance was too dazzling. Imagine what kind of uproar a human-shaped gold mountain would cause if it walked on the streets. Yunsheng simply found a large cloak and put a mask on it. "This is a new hunter I found in a tavern. It's mute. I'll give you a mission. For the next 6 months, you don't have to participate in any missions at the camp. You're only responsible for bringing it to the 13 hunter citadels in Zhou State and challenging them one by one." Once he heard that he wasn't being sent out for a mission, Zhou Quan immediately beamed with joy. But he didn't understand what young Master Yun was up to this time. Why would a new hunter go to the hunter citadels? "I want you to bring it and challenge all the matches in the 13 hunter citadels. Don't miss a single match. Remember, you have to record all the matches it wins and losses and report to me every other week." When Yunsheng said this, Zhou Quan immediately felt sorry for his unknown brother. There were 13 hunter citadels, and all of them were fighting arenas. Even a man made of iron would be beaten to the ground. Zhou Quan didn't expect that the other party was really a man made of gold. But after Yunsheng's warning look, Zhou Quan immediately became serious. "Young Master Yun, don't worry. I'll record all the matches and events of this brother without missing a single word. Speaking of which, what's his name?" "You can call him Tycoon Gold." Yunsheng waved her hand, indicating that Zhou Quan shouldn't ask any more questions and should leave quickly. Zhou Quan agreed readily and promised Yunsheng that he would return in half a year. Yunsheng left the hunting grounds and returned to the medical hall. When Lin Yao saw her, she couldn't help but nag. "My ancestor, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for 3 days. If GMO hadn't told me that you were going to the Royal Magic Academy, I would have really thought that you had gone missing." Yunsheng was going to the Imperial Magic Academy for only one purpose, which was to cultivate in the Magic Tower. Lin Yao knew this as well. "Did I say that I'm going to the Royal Magic Academy?" Yunsheng was puzzled. When did she tell GMO? Then he looked at GMO, who was immersed in his work. "Let's not talk about this anymore. While you were away, the sea buckthorns in Zhouchu village have already sprouted," Lin Yao said with a face full of joy. Not only that, she and Dr. Fan also inquired about several remote villages similar to Zhouchu village. Lin Yao intended to wait for Yunsheng to return before heading to those villages to inspect them. The earlier they could solve the problem of the supply of medicinal herbs, the faster the little CI Intong would be able to recover and compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In the next few months, Yunsheng and Lin Yao would occasionally bring GMO along. With Yujing as the center, they gradually spread out and built more than 10 magic herb villages in Zhou State. The zone personality helped to direct the magical beasts to carry out the transportation. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Because of the magic to cultivate the herbs, the first batch of herbs in Zhou Chutsuan's village grew especially smoothly. The sea buckthorns, which normally took a year to mature, only took 3 months to bloom and bear fruit. The formerly barren Zhouchu village was now filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The fruits of the sea buckthorns were like coral fruits, hanging on the branches. Under the leadership of the village chief, the hard-working villagers collected the first batch of sea buckthorns. After they collected the sea buckthorns, they dried them and then transported them to the little sea enchanting, ready to hand them over to Yun Sheng for inspection. Father, you can rest assured that my sister and I will definitely deliver the medicinal herbs safely. The one in charge of this important transportation was the village chief's 9-year-old eldest son. The eldest son of the village chief, Rihua, was found to have a touch of fire element in his body during the magic test. He was chosen by Yun Sheng and brought back to the clinic. After consuming the moon goddess's tribute, his physique had indeed changed. What was even more gratifying was that the magical elements in his body had mutated as a result, and he had become a wind and fire elemental mage. Considering his good aptitude, Yunxing also personally taught him the basic wind and fire element magic. He could barely be regarded as Yun Sheng's first disciple. This was a supreme honor for the village chief's family. For this reason, the whole family regarded Yun Sheng as their savior. The first transportation of medicinal herbs in the village was naturally handed over to him. Who knew that when Rihua was about to leave, his youngest sister, the girl, Rihua, climbed on the back of a giant winged green bat. The little girl said seriously, "I want to go with my brother. I won't make trouble. I won't make trouble for my brother. I can also help my brother command the big birds." Little Yin was only 4.5 years old. She was now familiar with the giant winged green bats and liked to call them big birds. When a village chief and his wife heard this, they couldn't help but smile. It was strange to say that their little girl was not only not afraid of magical beasts, but also had a good relationship with these ferocious big guys. She wasn't boasting. Although she was young, her ability to command these giant winged green bats had even been praised by the master of personality. Little Hua's magic talent was not bad, but her command of these giant winged green bats was not as good as his little sister's. Thinking that their little daughter had not even been to the Jade capital once since she was born, the village chief and his wife's hearts couldn't help but soften. They discussed for a while and instructed little Hua and a few adults in the village to take good care of little Yin. Only then did they let everyone go down the mountain in the daylight. Zhou Chutsuan's medicinal herbs team flew slowly through the air. This was the first transportation, so there were a total of 10 giant winged green bats. Little Hua and her sister, little Yun, sat on the first giant winged green bat. The two siblings sat on a magical beast and looked at Zhou Chutsuan, who was constantly shrinking as their parents' figures gradually disappeared. They didn't know that a terrible crisis was about to happen on their journey. Under the dense bushes, a group of people was lying in ambush. There were a few people dressed as hunters. They had been lying in ambush here for a while. One of them raised his head to look at the sky and stood up. This person was Qi Fengfei. Medicine Man Qi. I didn't say wrongly, right? The people of Little Ci Antong are indeed secretly planting medicinal herbs outside. I've asked around. The village on the mountain is called Zhou Chutsuan. A few months ago, a few strangers brought a batch of medicinal herb seeds and gave the village chief a large sum of money, saying that they wanted them to help plant the medicinal herbs. The one who spoke was Chung Si-hai. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Yun Sheng and had his doctor tablet taken away from him, he had lost his livelihood. He couldn't be a doctor anymore, so he was reduced to being an unlicensed doctor in a hunting group. A few days ago, when he went out with the hunting group, he happened to meet a villager from Zhou Chutsuan. After asking around, he heard that Zhou Chutsuan was planting medicinal herbs, and the one who asked them to plant the medicinal herbs was a medical hall in the Jade capital called Little Xiantong. After Chung Si-hai received this news, it was as if he had received a treasure. He ran back to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and told the news to Chief Fengfei. Chapter 379. Since Qi Fangfei was rejected by Yun Sheng, she became even more aggressive in suppressing the supply of medicinal herbs to little C.I. Intong. But who would have thought that the other party didn't respond? Just as she was feeling puzzled, the news that Cheng Sihai brought back gave her a huge shock. At first, she didn't believe it. Growing medicinal herbs in such a remote village required a lot of manpower and material resources, and transportation was also a problem. Moreover, she had clearly ordered all the pharmacies in the country not to provide high-quality medicinal herb seeds to little C.I. Intong. So where did Yun Sheng get those medicinal herb seeds from? Qi Fangfei used a lot of means to inquire about the supply of little C.I. Intang seeds. It turned out to be the largest chamber of commerce in the endless continent, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. This amazing news made Qi Fangfei reevaluate the strength of little C.I. Intong. After all, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was famous for recognizing money and not people. Even Everlasting Chamber of Commerce could use their influence. The strength of little C.I. Intong was far more powerful than she initially imagined. Qi Fangfei didn't dare to take it lightly. She hired Cheng Sihai's hunting corps and ordered them to ambush near Zhouchu village. But they found an even more amazing secret. Magic herb manner? Using magical beasts to transport the herbs. When she learned these two truths, Qi Fangfei could no longer sit still. She immediately followed the hunting corps and ambushed them on the only way to Jade Capital from Zhouchu village. Qi Fangfei knew that it was impossible for her to directly clash with Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng had the Yun residence, the Heaven Extermination hunting group, and that powerful Saint Beast summoner behind her. Qi Fangfei patiently waited until she heard that Yun Sheng and Zhong Yi were not in Jade Capital these days. Only then did she start her plan. She guessed that after Yun Sheng's medicinal herbs were cultivated with magic, the medicinal herbs would mature in the near future. Once the medicinal herbs matured, they would be transported down the mountain. At this time, it was the best time for her to take action. After waiting for nearly 3 days, she finally saw the figure of the giant winged green bat. On the back of the giant winged green bat, there were some villagers and bundles of dried medicinal herbs. Even from afar, the quality of the herbs was very good. He must not let little C.I. Intong obtain these herbs smoothly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately kill this team that is transporting medicinal herbs. Qi Fangfei observed for a moment, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities in the surroundings, she ordered the hunting corps to attack immediately. Kill, but the Kairan are just a bunch of weak villagers. There are even a few children among them. After receiving the order, the hunters were somewhat hesitant. For this ambush, they had prepared a large number of crossbows and arrows. The mages among the hunters had also turned out in full force. However, they did not expect that the other party was just a group of innocent villagers. Just do as I say. Are you afraid that I won't pay? Qi Fangfei said angrily. The hunters looked at each other, but in the end, they did not resist. Since they had received the other party's money, they had to complete the other party's request. Not only that, these hunting troops had to lick the blood of their blades every day. They didn't dare to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. High up in the air, the villagers of Zhouchu village were still savoring the joy of their first harvest. They did not know that on the ground, several dozen crossbows were aimed at them. Brother, Xiaoyan also wants to be a mage. Xiaoyan was hugging her brother's neck and asking him questions. In her heart, a magician like Miracle Dr. Yun was the most awe-inspiring. In the future, she must be like Miracle Dr. Yun. She was beautiful and knew powerful magic. I will. Brother will personally teach Xiao Yun magic in the future. Xiaohua pinched his sister's nose dotingly. All of a sudden, he became alert. The sensitivity of a wind elemental mage was beyond that of an ordinary person. Xiaohua heard a slight fluctuation in the air. He looked down, and his eyes suddenly widened. Countless arrows dipped in poison shot up from below. Almost at the same time, all kinds of magic attacks were shot out. Quick, everyone, immediately command the giant winged green bats to fly past this area. By the time Xiao Hua discovered it, it was already too late. A group of hunters who had been through life and death situations shot out countless crossbows and magic. How could a group of villagers withstand it? The giant winged green bats were very ordinary magic beasts. They did not know how to attack, and their defensive power was only average. After being frightened, they immediately threw the villagers off. Help! The villagers fell from the sky like locusts. The herbs flew all over the sky like snow in June. Xiao Yun, hold on to the green bats tightly. Don't let go. Xiao Hua panicked when he saw the villagers from the same village being shot by arrows. After all, he was only a 9-year-old child. In a moment of desperation, his mind was blank. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to protect his sister. At this moment, a hidden arrow suddenly pierced his shoulder. Immediately, blood flowed from his shoulder. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and began chanting intermittently. He cast a wind-type spell on the green bat beneath him. I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a fireball shot out from his magic scepter and attacked the hunters who were lying in ambush below. There's a mage in the team. Kill him immediately. When they discovered that there was a mage in the team escorting the herbs, the hunters immediately targeted the giant winged green bat that Xiao Hua was on. Countless arrows and magic spells. In the sky, a rain of blood fell. Xiao Yin listened to her brother's words and lay motionless on the back of the green bat. Under the effect of the wind magic, they staggered all the way to the Jade Capital. In the Jade Capital, around dusk, Lin Yao was counting the income of the day in the little enchanting. GMO was at the side, helping to record the accounts. Gmo's brows suddenly tightened. He looked outside the medical hall. He only heard a thump outside, as if something heavy fell. Then, there was a burst of crying of a little girl. Lin Yao, and GMO hurriedly rushed out. In the sky above the little enchanting, a heavily injured giant winged green bat suddenly fell. On top of it, there was a little person who was shivering. Xiao Yan, what happened to you? Lin Yao, remembered that today was the day when the first batch of herbs was delivered from Zhouchu village. The villagers responsible for delivering the herbs should have arrived long ago. Earlier, Lin Yao was secretly puzzled. Why did they wait from morning to evening and still not see the villagers? Looking at the situation, the villagers had encountered a sneak attack on the way. Sneak attack? Lin Yao's eyebrows jumped. Currently, Miracle Dr. Yun was not in the city. Who could be so despicable? Don't ask first. She is injured. GMO quickly walked forward. Xiao Yun was scared speechless, but she still followed her brother's instructions and hugged the giant winged green bat. Xiao Yun, I am Brother G. Don't be afraid. You're already safe. Let go of your hand. Gmo's body seemed to be emitting an invisible warmth as he softly comforted Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was in a daze. She recognized GMO and let go of her hand. Tightly hugging GMO looked behind her and found that half of the arrowhead had already sunk into her flesh. Damn it, they actually used such a heavy hand on a child. GMO only took a glance and was sure that if the arrow was an inch deeper, Xiao Yun's life would have been gone. This child was really lucky. Even after suffering such a serious injury, she could still come back. Dr. Fan heard the movement outside and rushed out. When he saw Xiao Yun's pale face, he couldn't help but change his complexion. Quickly take the child inside and treat her wound immediately. Otherwise, if the arrow is delayed for an hour, the child's life will not be saved. Yunsheng was not here, so he had to do it. No, you can't pull out the arrow. GMO, who had always been silent in the medical hall, stopped Dr. Fan this time. Chapter 380. If you don't pull out the arrow, this child will die. Dr. Fan was also angry. Although Yunsheng had the final say in the little enchanting, today, Yunsheng was not here. Among the doctors in the little enchanting, he was the most authoritative one. Dr. Fan didn't hate GMO, but he felt that the boy was too quiet and too indifferent. She couldn't hold on. The arrow was only an inch away from her heart and lungs. Plus, She had been rushing for a long time. Her blood has long been exhausted. Pulling out the arrow is tantamount to killing her with my own hands, GMO calmly replied. How did you? Dr. Fan still wanted to ask, but GMO had already picked up Xiao Yun and walked to the backyard. Hey boy, don't just walk. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Dr. Fan had to follow, who knew that GMO would go straight to his room and lock the door. Dr. Fan, don't stop GMO, Miracle Dr. Yin said that if she's not around and something happens, GMO should handle it. Lin Yao, who did not know that Yinsheng was already suspicious of GMO's identity. She only knew that before Miracle Dr. Yin went out this time, she had said that if the medical hall really encountered a difficult patient, if Dr. Fan was not confident in treating it, he should hand it over to GMO. Lin Yao was a little puzzled at first. Could it be that an ordinary magician was more powerful than Dr. Fan? Seeing that there was no movement in GMO's room, Lin Yao and Dr. Fan couldn't just wait. The two of them returned to the medical hall and moved the seriously injured green bat into the medical hall. After Dr. Fan examined it, he found that there were magic attacks and arrow wounds on the green bat's body. All the herbs are gone. Also, this time, there should be 10 giant winged green bats. There's only one left, I'm afraid. Lin Yao didn't say anything else. She and Dr. Fan already knew that something big must have happened during the transportation of herbs. Dr. Fan was still waiting in the medical hall. Lin Yao went out of the city that night to look for Yun Songlong. After Yun Songlong learned the news, he hurriedly rushed to Zhouchu village with a group of hunters. At the foot of Zhouchu village, they found a large number of villagers' corpses and plundered medicinal herbs. At this time, Dr. Fan was still waiting in the medical hall. The door to GMO's room opened, and he walked out alone. There was a trace of tiredness on his plain face, but there was a smile on his lips. Where's little Yun? Dr. Fan couldn't wait to rush into the room. He saw that on the bed, Xiao Yun was sleeping well. She didn't have her previous pale appearance. Her small face was flushed red. She looked like she was tired and fell asleep. The arrowhead on her back was gone. Even the bloodstains and wounds had all disappeared. Seeing such a situation, Dr. Fan was startled and walked out of the room. GMO was currently standing in the courtyard of the medical center. The snow-like moonlight sprinkled on the youth's face. His face, which was unremarkable during the day, now had a special charm to it. Who are you? Dr. Fan's expression was dignified as he stared at GMO. That kind of healing method was not something that could be done with ancient medical skills, nor was it something that ordinary mages could do. In the entire continent, there was only one type of magic that could achieve such an effect, and that was light magic. Furthermore, based on Xiao Yun's recovery, GMO's cultivation in light magic was definitely not weak. GMO didn't want to say more and turned to leave. You're a light mage? You're from the Dharma Temple. Does Sheng know your identity? Dr. Fan questioned. In Dr. Fan's heart, Yun Sheng was still a child, no matter how good her medical skills were. He didn't want anyone with disloyalty to stay in the medical hall. He also didn't want GMO to hurt Yun Sheng, even though he didn't sense the slightest bit of hostility from GMO light magicians were generally straightforward and upright people. But even if there was a little threat, Dr. Fan still had to take precautions in advance. GMO was about to answer when there was a knock on the door of the medical hall. Yin Songlong's voice came from outside the room. Dr. Fan frowned. Kid, I don't care where you came from. If you dare to hurt Sheng Fan Ji will be the first to not let you off. Dr. Fan hurriedly went to open the door, but GMO didn't say a word. After a long time, he sighed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he also didn't want to be enemies with Yun Sheng. These few months were the happiest days of his life, and his happiness was only because of a certain person's existence. Yun Songlong rushed over with Xiao Yun's father and a few villagers. Doctor, my daughter, The village chief's eyes were red. He already knew that a group of villagers, including Xiao Hua, had been killed. During the day, he had personally watched his son and daughter leave. He didn't expect that in just one day his son would die and his daughter would be seriously injured. This kind of result was almost unacceptable to him. He didn't dare to tell the child's mother the news, so he rushed over with a few of the villagers who had been killed. Xiao Yun's injuries have been cured, thanks to GMO. You guys come in first. What exactly happened? Dr. Fan asked everyone to come in. Yin Songlong told Dr. Fan his findings. They carried out a carpet search at the place where the villagers were killed. Because of the sky, their findings were very limited. However, they still found some messy footsteps in the bushes and woods, as well as some abandoned weapons. It was obvious that this was done by a well-trained hunting team. The villagers of Zhouchu village had always been aloof from worldly affairs. The village had always been poor, and even ordinary bandits were unwilling to rob the village. This group of hunters must have been ordered to do such a vicious thing. Dr. Fan, do you have any clues about this matter? Sheng is not in the city right now, and Master Zongrun is also not here. We must find out the whole story as soon as possible. Yin Songlong couldn't help but blame himself. He also knew that Yun Sheng had been running the magic medicine shop recently. He should have reminded her to be careful. With Yin Songlong's understanding of Yun Sheng, if she knew that the villagers were killed because of her negligence, she would definitely blame herself. Dr. Fan didn't answer, even though he already had the answer in his heart. Let's wait for Sheng to talk about everything. Group leader Yun, I'll have to trouble you to station some hunters in the village and at the foot of the mountain. I'll leave Xiao Yun in your care for the time being. Yin Songlong could only give up. He arranged for Xiao Yun's father and the villagers to rest in the city. He planned to wait a few days for Yun Sheng to return before making any plans. After sending Yun Songlong off, Lin Yao closed the door of the clinic. She still had to rush back to the Imperial Magic Academy. Dr. Fan went to see Xiao Yun again. After confirming that her condition was stable, he left. It was already very late at night, but Dr. Fan didn't rest. He walked out of the clinic alone and walked in the direction of Yujing City. At this time, it was already around the third watch. The sound of a night watchman could be heard on the streets of Yujing City. Dr. Fan walked to the outside of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Chapter 381. As the largest medical hall in the Jade Capital, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was open all night long. Even at night, the side door of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would still be open. Every night, there would be a doctor at the level of Dr. Ling tonight. The doctor was Yao Rong. It's you. Yao Rong didn't even raise her head as she continued to arrange the prescriptions she had given out today. It's you all who did it. Dr. Fan's gaze was cold. Until today, when he saw the bloodied little Yun and the grief-stricken villagers, he realized that he had drifted further and further away from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What are you talking about? If you're here to see a doctor or to exchange pointers, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion will welcome you. But if you're here to question the Medicine Emperor Pavilion because the little CI Antong is at a disadvantage, then you can leave now. Yao Rong could also smell the smell of gunpowder from Dr. Fan. Stop pretending. The people of Zhouchu village were killed by you all. Also, the matter of blocking the supply of medicinal herbs to the little CI Inong was also done by you all. To think that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would be afraid of the rise of a small medical hall and do such despicable things. Although Dr. Fan had already separated himself from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, in his heart, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had always been the place where he learned his medical skills. He had never fought against the Medicine Emperor Pavilion head-on before. But this time around, the actions of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had thoroughly infuriated him. What Zhouchu village? What hunters? I don't know anything about it. Yao Rong's face was blank. Go and ask Qi Fengfei. Tell her that even a dog will jump over a wall when it is anxious. This time, I will not let this matter rest. The blood debt of Zhouchu village will be repaid by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion sooner or later. After Dr. Fan finished speaking, he angrily pulled out an item from his waist and threw it on the ground. Yao Rong looked over and saw that the item Dr. Fan threw down was his physician token. His actions, did it mean that he wanted to sever all ties with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Yao Rong's face was filled with anxiety. She wanted to ask something, but before she could open her mouth, Fanji had already left in anger. Looking at the physician token on the ground, Yao Rong understood that this time, Fanji really had nothing to do with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Wait! Qi Fangfei walked down the stairs. Deep into the night, the lights in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were dim. Qi Fangfei walked out of the light and darkness like an evil spirit from hell. She looked a bit eerie. Yao Rong's complexion greatly changed. She hurriedly picked up the doctor's card on the ground, wanting to cover up for Dr. Fan. I was the one who did it. Yao Rong didn't know anything about it. Fanji, are you very angry and want to kill me? Qi Fangfei slowly walked to Dr. Fan's side and provoked him with her eyes. Are you still a human? Are you still a doctor? Xiaoyan's brother was only 9 years old. He fell from a high altitude, and even his bones couldn't be found. Dr. Fan said while gnashing his teeth. The young Xiaoyan reminded him of his daughter, who had died young. The grief-stricken villagers made him constantly remember the pain of losing his daughter. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for working for little Xiaoyan. You should know that the status of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion is unshakable. Whoever dares to touch them will die. Also, you have joined forces with Yun Sheng many times to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Do you think that you can still leave here safely? Qi Fangfei's complexion was sinister as a vicious light flashed through her eyes. Her 5 fingers, which were hidden under her sleeves, emitted a dense green light. Medicine Man Qi, you promised me that you would let him go. Only now did Yao Rong know that Medicine Man Qi had really done something to the innocent villagers. During this period of time, due to the rise of little Entong, Medicine Man Qi had reorganized the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, if there was any slight disobedience, they would be expelled or even disappear for no reason. The entire Medicine Emperor Pavilion was now in a state of panic. As the third seat of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the Jade Capital, Yao Rong didn't dare to speak out. However, she had never thought that Qi Fangfei would be so crazy as to kill innocent villagers in order to keep little Entong in check. No wonder Fan Ji was so abnormal tonight. Yao Rong and Fan Ji had been practicing medicine for many years with the purpose of healing the wounded and saving the dying. After Fan Ji left, Yao Rong had been bitterly holding on. She had never thought that Qi Fangfei's actions would completely topple her beliefs. Imperial Physician Yao, I promised you to let him go because he is your man. I promised that as long as he knew his place and continued to be his physician and you were willing to be loyal to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, I would let him go. However, he became restless. Not only did he take in an extremely daring lass, he even managed little Entong with her. After all, he is someone from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and knows too much. I can't let him go. Qi Fangfei suddenly flashed, and a green shadow appeared in her hand. Her 5 claws were incomparably cold as she grabbed towards Dr. Fan's neck. Her 5 claws emitted a cold air. With one look, one could tell that they had been dipped in poison. Fanji, leave quickly. Yao Rong threw herself onto Fanji's body. When Qi Fangfei came down, Yao Rong was already on guard. When she made her move, Yao Rong wanted to protect Fanji. Fanji was still immersed in Qi Fangfei's words. It turned out that he had misunderstood Yao Rong. He thought that it was because she coveted her reputation and was unwilling to give up the generous salary of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and her reputation as an imperial physician. That was why she was unwilling to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Who would have thought that everything she did was for him? It was too late for Fanji to regret. Fanji only felt a warmth in front of him. Yao Rong's delicate face was just inches away from him. Before he could see the emotions on Yao Rong's face, Qi Fangfei's hand had already fiercely slapped Yao Rong's body. A terrifying sound of bones breaking was heard. Yao Rong's body shook heavily, and a green cloud immediately covered her face. What a powerful poison. Idiot. Since you love each other so much, I'll let you both die together. After Qi Fangfei's attack succeeded, she did not stop. She would rather lose an imperial physician and kill Fanji as well. Suddenly, a strong light flashed. Qi Fangfei's hand that was about to touch Fan Ji bounced back as if she was burned by flames. When she turned around, Yao Rong and Fan Ji had already disappeared. Who is it? Qi Fangfei was flustered and exasperated. She did not even see who the opponent was and save them. This made her very angry. On the street, there was a sound of rapid breathing. Dr. Fan was holding Yao Rong. Before he could react, they had already left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He thought that this time, he would definitely die. It's you? Dr. Fan thought that tonight. He and Yao Rong would definitely die. However, he did not expect that GMO would actually save him. The one who broke into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and secretly saved Dr. Fan and his wife was GMO. At this moment, he had already changed into a set of night clothes. His body was still emitting a dense magic element. Dr. Fan recognized the light magic element at a glance. Ever since Dr. Fan knew about Zhou Chutsuan, his expression was not good. Yin Songlong did not pay much attention to it, but GMO, who was at the side, saw it clearly. After Dr. Fan left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion alone, he had been following behind. Only when Qi Fangfei made a move did GMO save them. Dr. Fan still wanted to ask, but Yao Rong, who was in his arms, had already been poisoned. Her face was green, and her lips had already turned dark purple. Chapter 382. Qi Fangfei was when Da was medicine man, but who would have thought that her most powerful skill was poison? This poison was incomparably poisonous. As long as one touched it, they would turn into pus in an instant. Yao Rong was a medical practitioner. She had been in contact with all kinds of medicinal herbs all year round. Her resistance to poison was much better than the average person. That was why she could hold on until now. But now, she looked like she was about to die. Rong, how could you be so foolish? You blocked that attack for me. All these years, I have misunderstood you. Dr. Fan felt guilty and pity for Yao Rong. Fan, Ji, I brought this upon myself. I shouldn't have disobeyed you at that time. Our child. Yao Rong's face was already full of tears. The husband and wife finally buried the hatchet. But what awaited them was an eternal separation. Dr. Fan's expression was sorrowful. He suddenly raised his head and looked at GMO. I don't care who you are. You know light magic. You can save my wife, right? I beg you, save her. GMO didn't say a word. He just looked at Yao Rong. He and Yao Rong had met a few times. But his nature was cold, and his feelings for people were also very indifferent. When he first saw Yao Rong, he was sure that this person would not live for long and would die young. His master had once warned him, "When Su, you must know that you have the heaven's eye. You can see through people's life and death, but a person's fate can only be determined by the heavens. If you change it for your own selfish reasons, you will eventually damage your own fortune. The more your fortune is damaged, the more dangerous it will be when you face a great calamity in the future. Therefore, you must not change someone's fate without permission. Even more so, you should not save someone who should not be saved." Today, when he saw Xiao Yun, because of her appearance, although there was a bloody disaster, she would not die. That was why he saved her. But Yao Rong was different. Her eyes were lifeless, and her face was dark. She was about to die. Seeing GMO hesitate, Fanji's expression became even more miserable. "I'm sorry, I can't save her. Her poison is very strong. I used light magic today, so I can't save her." GMO's words made Dr. Fan feel as if he was struck by lightning. Dr. Fan was also a magician. He knew that every time a light magician used light magic, they would need to consume a lot of magic power. Within a day, it would be very difficult to use light magic twice. "I don't blame you, it's all fate. Ronger, in this life, I've let you down. Don't worry, in the next life, I definitely won't let you down." Dr. Fan's tears flowed like rain. He held Yao Rong and swayed as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Jimo's heart was moved. He didn't know why, but his heart was faintly moved when he heard Dr. Fan's words. It gave birth to compassion in his heart. I can't save her, but I think there's someone who can. Sheng, or hasn't come back yet. No one can save her. Dr. Fan understood very well. If Yin Sheng was here, maybe there was still hope for Yao Rong. Go find that poison brat. He may not be good at other things, but when it comes to poison, I'm afraid he's even better than Yin Sheng. Jimo's reminder woke Dr. Fan up from his dream. He remembered that there was also a person called Abandoned. Abandoned, who was known as Poison Brat, was indeed an expert in poison. Dr. Fan no longer hesitated. He picked up Yao Rong and rushed to the Wanlong gambling house. At this time, Abandoned should still be in the gambling house. Looking at Dr. Fan, who was running away, GMO seemed to understand. What was the feeling of love? Why would it make people change so much? Jimo's reminder was not wrong. After Dr. Fan found Abandoned, he checked Yao Rong's wound. He used Little Qing to absorb most of the poison in Yao Rong's body. After absorbing the poison, Yao Rong's life would not be in danger for a short time. The rest of the removal of the remaining poison was left to Dr. Fan to slowly remove the poison in Yao Rong's body. When Yun Sheng returned to Jade Capital, it was already 7 days later. She and Zhong went out to look for a suitable magic pharmacy. It could be said that it went smoothly. Who would have thought that when she returned to Little Xiantong, what awaited her was the bad news of Zhou Chutsuan and Yao Rong, who was left in Little Xiantong. After knowing the whole story, Yun Sheng's face was gloomy. However, she did not rush to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to denounce them as expected. Yun Sheng understood that since Qi Fengfei dared to do that, she must have made full preparations. Not to mention that she did not know which hunting corps she hired. Based on her understanding of Qi Fengfei, that woman was very vicious and merciless. She might have already secretly dealt with the hunting corps. As for reporting it to the government, it was even more impossible. Not long after Yao Rong left, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion released a public announcement to abolish Yao Rong's identity as an imperial physician. They even supported Cheng Sihai to become the new imperial physician. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Jade Capital was deeply rooted. Presumably, they also had many pawns in the imperial court of Zhou State. Are we just going to let it go like this? Also, because of Zhou Chutsuan's matter, the other villages that had promised to help us grow medicinal herbs all went back on their word. Lin Yao was furious. Seeing that everyone's efforts over the past few months and the villagers' blood feud couldn't be avenged, she couldn't wait to kill her way to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. No, it's the opposite. We can't do it openly, but we could do it secretly. Yin Sheng already had an idea in her heart. She first went to visit Yao Rong and learned that the couple had reconciled. She was very happy for Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan, this time it's all thanks to you. Little Yun's injury is not a big problem. The arrival of Imperial Physician Yao also brought a new force to our Little Xiantong. Yin Sheng couldn't help but make fun of the couple when she saw that they were loving each other. She saw that Little Yun's injury was treated very well, and she almost didn't see any wounds. Naturally, she thought that was done by Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan's eyes flashed, but in the end, he didn't say anything about GMO. Thank you, Dr. Yun. I will also call you Sheng-er. I have offended you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. Yao Rong nodded towards Yin Sheng. Ah Ji, go and pour me a glass of water. I'm a little thirsty. Yao Rong looked at Yun Sheng and sent Fanji away. As soon as Dr. Fan left, Yao Rong also sat up. The poison in her body had almost been cleared, but her body was still very weak. Sheng-er, you didn't come here today just to see me, right? Compared to Dr. Fan, Yao Rong was more intelligent. She was able to sit on the third seat in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Needless to say, her medical skills were also very good. She could also see that Yun Sheng was not the kind of person who would give up easily. From the previous times when she attacked the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, this time, Yun Sheng would not let the matter of Zhou Chutsuan go. Imperial Physician Yao is indeed very smart. You should have already guessed the purpose of my visit. I just don't know. Are you willing to help me? Yin Sheng smiled faintly. The two women, who were quite different in age, had a tacit understanding when they smiled. In this tacit understanding, there was a mutual appreciation and, at the same time, there was also a deep appreciation. You want me to tell you the weakness of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Yao Rong laughed softly. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. When Qi Fangfei tried to kill me, I had already died once. Yao Rong was disappointed that her master, Wen Daiguoshu, did not interfere. Since the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was no longer the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in her memory, why should she be merciful? Who said that men were heartless? When women were heartless, they were much more ruthless than men. When Dr. Fan returned, Yun Sheng and Yao Rong were talking and laughing, looking like good friends. Asterisk thank you for Lu Li and use reward star. Chapter 383. What are you two talking about? Why are you so happy? Dr. Fan's face was also full of joy. Dr. Fan, take good care of Imperial Physician Yao. I will take my leave first. Yunsheng walked away with a smile. But what Dr. Fan didn't know was that in Yunsheng's beast language ring, there was an extra map. This map was provided by Yao Rong. In the map, the locations and names of all the 180 main pharmacies of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in Zhou State were clearly distributed. After obtaining the map, Yunsheng also looked for Zhongyi. What? You said you want to find more than 100 giant winged greenbats. I say, little master, you still haven't learned your lesson. Look at Zhou Chutsun this time. In my opinion, even if you want to find a flying magical beast, you should find a more ferocious one. After Zhong, he learned about Zhou Chutsun, he was angry. He almost killed his way to the Imperial Medicine Pavilion. No, it's still the giant winged greenbat. After all, if it's another ferocious magical beast, the villagers won't be able to subdue it. But this time, I want to transform the giant winged greenbat. Yin Sheng's eyes flashed. After the incident with Zhou Chutsun, Qi Fangfei was very vigilant for a long time. She originally thought that Yao Rong would die after being injured by her, but who knew that she would come back to life? Moreover, with the protection of Yin Songlong and others, it was impossible for her to kill Yao Rong. Qi Fangfei was very worried because Yao Rong was different from Fan Ji. She was the core figure of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion and knew too many secrets. But after waiting for nearly 3 months, there was still no movement from little Xiantong. At Zhou Chutsun's side, the villagers were still working as usual. Everything looked normal. The other villages also didn't dare to plant medicinal herbs for little Xiantong. Qi Fangfei's deterrent effect was basically achieved. This time, Zhou Chutsun's medicinal herbs matured again. Qi Fangfei paid close attention to Zhou Chutsun's situation. After learning that Zhou Chutsun still recklessly planted medicinal herbs after suffering a heavy blow, Qi Fangfei smiled coldly. Cheng Si-hai, find the hunting group from last time and sneak into Zhou Chutsun tonight. Infiltrate Zhouchu village? What do you mean by that? After Yao Rong and Fan Ji reconciled, Cheng Si-hai was so jealous that he wanted to die. Right now, he was playing the role of Qi Fangfei's lackey. What's the use of keeping those villagers who don't learn their lesson? Bring people and massacre Zhou Chu village. Remember to destroy their medicinal fields as well. Then, make it look like the mountain bandits exterminating the village. Qi Fangfei's expression was fierce as she spoke. Hearing this, Cheng Si-hai felt his scalp go numb. Thinking of killing hundreds of people in the village, Cheng Si-hai also felt that it was a bit too much. However, he did not dare to disobey Qi Fangfei. Yao Rong was his example. Cheng Si-hai spent a large sum of money and hired the same hunting group from last time to sneak into Zhouchu village. At night, when all the villagers of Zhouchu village had turned off their lights and gone to bed, the nearly 100 hunters quietly approached the village entrance. The village was silent. Occasionally, only the cries of wild cats could be heard. Dr. Cheng, are we really going to kill them all? The leader of the hunting group also felt a chill in his heart. They were just hunters, not killers. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. These blind people have provoked the Medicine Imperial Pavilion time and time again. This time, we'll make an example out of them. Chung Si-hai made a beheading gesture. The hunters moved, blocking the various entrances of the village. Dr. Chung, something seems wrong. Didn't you say that the medicinal plants in the village have all matured? Why is there nothing in the medicinal fields? Several hunters scattered around the medicinal fields. Other than killing people, Chi Fangfei also gave the order to destroy the medicinal fields in the village. Today was the 15th. The moonlight was very good. There was only one full moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, Chung Si-hai could clearly see the situation in the medicinal field. He looked at the medicinal field. He looked over and found that there really was nothing in the medicinal fields. All the medicinal plants had already been harvested. It was as if someone had already known that there would be a night attack and had harvested them in advance. His eyelids twitched. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he jumped up. No, there must be a trap in the village. Everyone, go and get the villagers. Before Chung Si-hai could finish his sentence, he heard a sound that made his heart go numb from the top of his head. The hunters also heard the sound and looked up at the night sky. A full moon hung high in the sky. Around the moon, there were dense dark clouds. Those were not ordinary dark clouds. Those were magical beasts. More than 100 magical beasts densely packed together. They were all giant winged greenbats. The leader was a dragon-clawed bat king. There was a person standing on top of it. He held a magic scepter in his hand. The zone personality looked down at the dumbfounded ants below. TSK, TSK. Little Master's guess was right. You useless things still haven't given up. This time, you want to massacre Zhou Chu village, right? Today, I'll let you get what you want. Massacre once. The zone personality waved his hands, and the giant winged green bats in the sky immediately changed their formation. A summoner? But he actually wanted to control a group of giant winged green bats that didn't know how to defend or attack. The hunters couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They had already fought with the giant winged green bats once. Although the number of bats had greatly increased this time, their manpower was also many times more than before. Leader, Dr. Chung, the village is completely empty. We didn't see a single villager. The hunter who went to catch the villagers in the house turned back. Everyone, don't panic. The other party only has one summoner. We have more than enough to deal with this group of bats. Together, shoot towards the sky. Chung Si-hai finally understood that he had fallen into Yun Sheng's trap. However, the other party had also underestimated their strength. They could escape as long as they broke through the village. That's not right, Dr. Chung. There seems to be something on the mouths and legs of those bats. The leader of the hunters had sharp eyes. He saw that the giant winged green bats were different from the last time. Their mouths, legs, and claws were all biting and grabbing something. Suddenly, almost 100 giant winged green bats released their mouths and claws at the same time. One by one, unknown objects flashing with magical elements fell from the sky. The zone personality had already brought the group of bats and quickly rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire Zhou Chu village was engulfed in flames and explosions. The sound was so loud and the fire was so intense that it dyed the nearby mountains red. Those hunters didn't even have time to think carefully before the tumbling heat waves and ferocious magical elements had already torn them apart and exploded them into ashes. The reason for this effect was that Yun Sheng had been intensively researching during this period of time. Referring to the Magic Weapon Encyclopedia, Yun Sheng had created the first magic weapon, Sky Blasting Thunder. Chapter 384. Last time, the green bat was severely injured because of its poor defense and attack power. Yun Sheng thought for a long time until she saw the gigantic winged green bat flying. She thought of the modern fighter jet. As long as the gigantic winged green bat was equipped with a powerful weapon, it would be able to instantly destroy a large number of enemies with a little training during the transportation process in the future. Even if the gigantic winged green bat did not have any attack power, it would still be able to instantly destroy a large number of enemies with a little training. Yin Sheng told the Zhong Wei her idea. The Zhong Wei thought about it and suggested that the summoned beasts could be equipped with magic weapons. It turned out that in Penglai, there were also some summoners who would equip their summoned beasts with the corresponding magic weapons. These magic weapons could help the summoned beasts and play an unexpected role when the summoner was in danger. Although Yun Sheng was a summoner, because she was born in Zhou State, a country with very few summoners, her understanding of summoners was limited. The Zhong Wei came from Penglai, so he had seen and heard much more than Yun Sheng. When he heard that Yun Sheng didn't know that the summoned beasts could carry magic weapons, the Zhong Wei felt a little strange. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao didn't tell Yun Sheng about this? However, the Zhong Wei didn't dare to ask more and just explained in detail. Yin Sheng was very smart and quickly understood. So she spent a few days searching through the magic weapons encyclopedia and finally found a magic weapon called the Sky Blasting Thunder. Its principle was like a modern time bomb. It sealed the violent thunder element magic on a specific magic material and then activated the magic array on it when it was about to be used. Yin Sheng didn't understand thunder element magic, but her thunder explosion vortex was much more powerful than thunder element magic. After a few experiments, Yun Sheng successfully refined the Sky Blasting Thunder. Then she handed it to the Zhong Wei and asked him to train the gigantic winged green bat. Finally, this batch of magic weapons was successfully refined before the herbs matured and were installed on the gigantic winged green bat one by one. This was how the previous scene happened. After developing all of this, Zhong Yi went to Zhouchu village a few days before the herbs matured and asked the villagers to collect the herbs in advance. That night, the villagers secretly evacuated from a small path behind the village to the foot of the mountain. When the villagers heard that they could take revenge, they were all very cooperative. They pretended to go to sleep with the lights off, but in fact they rushed down the mountain overnight. Not long after they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the village chief and the villagers heard a huge tremor on the mountain. Billowing flames and smoke soared into the sky. They understood that Zhong Yi had already killed all the hunters. This group of villagers, who had always been obedient, had a carefree look in their eyes at this moment. The village chief and his wife hugged each other and murmured, "Little Hua, you should rest in peace now. Miracle Dr. Yin has avenged you and everyone else." As the flames soared into the sky, another operation was quietly beginning. If the fire in Zhouchu village was a prairie fire, then the hundreds of medicinal farms of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State were facing a spark of fire. As the most authoritative medical establishment in the entire continent, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, other than having an endless supply of medical talents, also relied on their supply of medicinal herbs for survival. Their medicinal farms were all built on the most fertile soil of the various countries. There were professional farmers there to help them grow and take care of the medicinal herbs. Every year, June and December were the peak seasons for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to harvest medicinal herbs. On this night, in the largest medicinal farm of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the farmers had just fallen asleep. In this medicinal farm, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's most precious Saint-grade red Lulan ginseng was planted. Other than that, there were also large amounts of precious medicinal herbs. There was only half a month left until the harvest season in June. Looking at the growth of the medicinal herbs in the field, it could be seen that this year would be a bumper harvest for medicinal herbs. Every year during the harvest season, there would be some people who were not afraid of death sneaking into the medicinal farms to steal medicinal herbs. Therefore, a few magicians were specially arranged to set up a magic array around the medicinal farms. As long as someone entered this area, the magic array would send out a warning. This night, it was very quiet the entire night. On the morning of the second day, the farmers got up and prepared to sow the soil before the dew dried up. One of the farmers sleepily walked to the medicinal farm of the red Lulan ginseng that he was in charge of. When he saw the situation in the medicinal farm, he was instantly scared out of his wits and sat down on the ridge of the medicinal farm. Not good. The medicinal farm has been destroyed by people. At the same time, more than half of the medicinal farms in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had similar incidents. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal farm were in a mess. The leaves and fruits were all eaten clean. That situation was like a plague of locusts. But the most unbelievable thing was that the magic arrays in the vicinity were all safe and sound. There were no signs of being invaded by people or magical beasts. But the medicinal farm was indeed destroyed, and the destruction was very thorough. All of the medicinal herbs had lost their medicinal value overnight, becoming worthless waste. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Qi Fangfei was still anxiously waiting for news from Zhou Chuzuan. Cheng Sihai had been gone for a day and a night. Counting the hour, they should be back by now. Medicine Man Qi, a doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, ran over with a horrified expression. What are you shouting for so early in the morning? Qi Fangfei was impatient. Medicinal farm. That doctor was out of breath. Success? Hearing that the medicinal farm, Qi Fangfei's face was filled with joy. Qi Fangfei already knew that Yunsheng had returned to the Jade Capital. 3 months had passed, and there was still no news from that lass. From the looks of it, she also knew that she could not win against the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, taking advantage of her illness to take her life. Qi Fangfei wanted to take advantage of this bloodbath in Zhou Chuzuan to make Yunsheng completely collapse. It's gone. It's all gone. Our herbs from all over the country, including several major pharmacies in other countries, including a large number of precious herbs and a batch of sage herbs that were about to mature, are all gone overnight. The pharmacist was on the verge of tears. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been established for so many years and had never suffered such a huge loss. Medicinal farms? Qi Fangfei was stunned. She grabbed that doctor who reported the news. How many medicinal farms did you say? If something happened to one medicinal farm, it could still be barely acceptable. But dozens of medicinal farms in the continent, and all of them were the main medicinal farms, were all destroyed in one night. Even if it was a mercenary, it was impossible to destroy so many medicinal farms in such a short period of time. All the medicinal herbs were destroyed, but they could not find any clues about the intruder. These were all the main sources of medicinal herbs for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for the next half a year. Who did it? Who on earth did this? Could it be that there is no clue at all? Qi Fangfei thought of little C.I. Intong at the first moment. Chapter 385. Not good, Medicine Man Qi. Another wave of anxious voice sounded. A doctor stumbled into the room while supporting a man whose entire body was almost burnt to charcoal. That person who was burnt beyond recognition was barely recognizable as Cheng Sihai. Dead. They're all dead. Cheng Sihai's body leaned forward as soon as he finished speaking. He fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The smell of burnt flesh and the horrifying corpse was placed in front of Medicine Man Qi. Qi Fangfei's heart felt as if it was grabbed by someone, and she couldn't breathe. Who sent him back? Qi Fangfei squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. It seems to be a flying demonic beast that dropped you off at the entrance of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. There was even a person sitting on the back of the demonic beast. He wanted me to pass a message to Medicine Man Qi. Thank you for your 3 months of time. The person who brought the message didn't understand what the other party meant. But Qi Fangfei's eyes widened. 3 months of time? Could it be that in these 3 months, 3 months of time was not a long time, and it was just the right time for a complete medicinal herb to grow? At the same time, it also allowed Yunsheng to find a way to increase the strength of the giant winged greenbat. At the same time, it also allowed Yunsheng to deploy the ant soldiers of the centipede ant general. On the mainland, what kind of magical beast was the most abundant? It wasn't rats or birds, but the most abundant magical beast was the beast ant. 3 months of time was enough for the centipede ant general to cross half of the boundless land and gather the ant soldiers from all over the world. Not to mention dozens of major medicine shops. Even if there were hundreds of them, it was nothing in the eyes of the beast ant general. What ordinary hunters couldn't achieve was insignificant in front of the beast ant general. Qi Fangfei looked at the already dead Cheng Sihai on the ground, and then looked at the panicked doctor. She only felt that the world was spinning. After a long while, she spat out a sentence. Go and invite Wundugwa show. It was really ice and fire. When the Medicine Emperor Pavilion fell into an unprecedented desperate situation, the little CI Intong finally received the first batch of medicinal herbs. Lin Yaoer and GMO busied themselves for an entire day before they managed to clean up the sea buckthorns. The quality of the sea buckthorn is very good, enough to reach the first grade. About 10% of the herbs have even reached the special grade. It seems that the method of using magic to cultivate herbs is feasible. GMO breathed a sigh of relief, his pair of bright eyes secretly glancing at Yunsheng. Unlike Lin and Ji, who were extremely busy, Yunsheng was sitting in the clinic, drinking the iced sour plum soup that Yao Rong had prepared early in the morning. She had a satisfied look on her face. Sitting beside her was Xiao Yun, who had recovered. Yunsheng and Xiao Yun hit it off very well. Due to Xiao Hua's death, Yunsheng felt very guilty towards Xiao Yun and the village chief's family. She also secretly discovered that Xiao Yun was very talented as a summoner. Seeing Xiao Yun and Yunsheng having so much fun, GMO became even more curious. During this period of time, Yunsheng appeared to be unusually calm, which made it difficult for GMO to guess what she was thinking. Could it be that the blood feud between the little CI Intong and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was over? As they were speaking, the zone personality also returned. Little master, everything went smoothly. I have already thrown the charred Chung Si Hai at the entrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Ha! Did you see that group of bastards? They were so scared that their faces turned pale. The zone personality exclaimed happily. He had been a summoner for so long, and this was the first time he had felt so good fighting and killing. Looking at the raging flames on the ground, turning a group of evil men into ashes, he felt his entire body relax. Unfortunately, he did not get to see Qi Fangfei's face when she heard the news. This was not the first time the zone personality had lost face. Last time, he had lost a Zhou State's crown prince, and this time, he had lost a Chang Si Hai. That feeling was much better than drinking the sour plum soup. Have the villagers been settled? Yunsheng took a sip of the sour plum soup. In such a 6-month period, drinking a mouthful of sour soup was a great joy in the world. Yes, they have been settled. I have already asked the villagers to move the village to the foot of the mountain, where the water is more abundant. The zone personality did not stand on ceremony, grabbing a bowl of iced sour plum soup and drinking it. Lin Yao, and GMO both had a confused look on their faces. They did not understand what the two of them were talking about. The zone personality could not hold it in any longer, and he looked at Yunsheng with a look of worship. Little master, actually I'm very curious. Besides blowing up the village, what else did you do? The zone personality noticed that when he threw the people down, the faces of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion members were as if their mother had died. Just blowing up a group of unrelated hunters, they would not have such a reaction. Thinking about it, it must have been his little master who did something. Blowing up Zhou Chutsuan. Hearing this news, even GMO couldn't help but raise his brow. The answer will come soon. Yunsheng calculated that the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion should come in an hour. They are here. The smile on Yunsheng's lips disappeared. Outside the medical hall, several people came. Qi Fangfei, with a face full of anger, and several of the most important doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, led by the white-haired Wundugwa Shu. Even when Dagwo Shu came out, Yao Rong and Dr. Fan also came out. Lin Yao quickly closed the medical hall. In the narrow medical hall, for the first time, there were so many people. Yao Rong's face was full of embarrassment. She and Wundugwa Shu had a deep master and disciple relationship. She did not expect that they would meet again after a long time in such a scene. Wundugwa Shu looked at the small CI Intong. This was a medium-sized medical hall, but it was well managed. Inside, the medicine cabinets, medicinal herbs, and pharmacopoeia were all neatly arranged. Because it was operated together with ancient medicine, there was a special corner where various colors of magical herbs were placed. The overall layout of the small CI Entong was completely different from that of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. There was no style of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but at the same time, there was a warm feeling of home. When Daguoshu and other people did not know that the layout of the small CI Entong was based on the layout of her ancestral small clinic in her previous life. Yin Yunsheng's grandfather had always practiced medicine by letting the patients feel like they were at home. This point, Yin Sheng had inherited it very well. When Daguoshu entered the medical hall, he found that the faces of the patients who had not yet left were full of relief. They had complete trust in the doctors of the small CI Entong. When Daguoshu had experienced the vicissitudes of life, whether it was fame or fortune, he had seen through all. He did not expect that after 50 years of stability in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion of the Jade Capital, the position of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would be shaken by a small medical hall in just a few months. No, to be exact, it was shaken by the little girl in front of him who was a dual cultivator of ancient medicine and magical herbs. His two beloved disciples, Yao Rong and Fan Ji, betrayed him. His disciple, Chung Sihai, also died. Most importantly, this time around, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's foundation had been damaged to the core, to the very foundation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The losses of the various pharmacies were more serious than he had imagined. More than 90% of the precious herbs were destroyed, and more than 80% of the sacred herbs were out of stock. This time, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion lost more than half a year's supply of herbs. Chapter 386. You are Yinshang, right? This is the first time we have met. Wen Daguai ignored Yao Rong and walked to the front of Yinshang. Seeing her master's indifference, Yao Rong couldn't help but feel sad. Seeing this, Fanji patted his beloved wife's shoulder, and the two looked at each other without saying a word. This was also the first time Yinsheng met the #1 doctor in Jade Capital, the #1 doctor in Zhou State, Wen Daguai. He had a childish face and white hair. Looking at his appearance, one couldn't tell that he was an old man who was close to 90 years old. It was rumored that his acupuncture technique was the best in Zhou State. Facing this old senior in the medical world, Yun Sheng was still polite. She bowed and said respectfully, "This one is Yun Sheng, Wen Daguai. What advice do you have for me today?" It can't be said to be advice. You can even cure Yun Sanglang's hand disease. Your medical skills can be said to be the best in the world. I am here to negotiate with you. Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Little CI Entong have been fighting for half a year. Both sides didn't get any benefits. I hope that from now on, we will each do our own thing and not interfere with each other. You can continue with your medical center, and Medicine Emperor Pavilion will resume your normal supply of medicinal herbs. When Daguai's words carried the arrogance of a doctor, it was obvious that Medicine Emperor Pavilion was in a disadvantageous position, but his words made it seem like Little CI Entong was overestimating itself. Yin Sheng smiled coldly. The Grand National Master's words are wrong. When did our Little CI Entong compete with Medicine Emperor Pavilion? It was you who blocked our supply of medicinal herbs. If not for the fact that the medical center can still operate some magic herbs, I am afraid that Jade Capital would no longer have Little CI Entong. Impudent. If not for the fact that you are old General Yun's granddaughter, do you think you can still stay in Jade Capital? When Daguai's veins faintly moved on his forehead. How many years had it been since someone dared to talk to him like this? Even the current emperor of Zhou State didn't dare to talk to him like this. After all, people would get sick. If they were terminally ill, when Daguai had the medical skills to bring them back to life. The reason why I was able to establish myself in Jade Capital was never because my surname was Yun. If possible, I don't want to have anything to do with this family name for the rest of my life. Yin Sheng's little face was full of arrogance. What an arrogant little girl. When Dagua was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But she had the right to be arrogant. She, Yun Sheng, from the Imperial Magic Academy, became famous with a single medicine, to the Bloody Lowly, to the Wei Wei City, and then to the Wushuan Everlasting Hall's Medicine Hall Elder. When had she ever borrowed the power of the Yun residence? The residence of Yun was already nearing its end, but she was the rising sun. Her future was limitless. Even when de Guosho was at a loss for words after being questioned. Yin Sheng, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Grand Minister, one has already given you enough face by personally coming to negotiate. Do you really think that you alone can protect everyone around you? Qi Fangfei's gaze was like a knife as she glared fiercely at Xiao Yun, who was standing beside Yin Sheng. She was threatening Yin Sheng. Perhaps there was no place for her to lay her hands on Yin Sheng, but those villagers and everything related to little Ci Intong could be destroyed by any means. Then do you think that with just you and the power behind you, you would be able to protect the hundreds of medicinal villas of the Medicine's sovereign pavilion at all times? Yin Sheng didn't have the slightest awareness that she was being threatened. Her lips curled into a shameless smile. The medicine halls of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Only then did the people in the medical hall come to a realization. It turned out that Yin Sheng's so-called tampering was referring to the medicinal manor. A snake hits its weak spot. To the gigantic Medicine Emperor Pavilion, their weak spot was none other than the numerous medicinal villas scattered all over the continent. However, what everyone didn't understand was that Yun Sheng hadn't even left Jade Capital for the past few months. So how did she destroy the medicine halls of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Looking at the constipated faces of Wen Daoshou and Qi Fangfei, it wasn't hard to see that Yin Sheng must have made them suffer heavy losses this time. Wen Daoshou and Qi Fangfei also understood why the hundreds of medicine halls on the continent weren't completely destroyed this time, but only a few dozen. Yin Sheng's meaning was that it wasn't that she couldn't destroy them, but because Yin Sheng had long predicted that this negotiation would definitely happen. She had prepared enough chips for this negotiation long ago. Everything was under her control. She was really just an 8 or 9-year-old child. Her calmness and thoughtfulness were enough to make an old ginger like Wen Daoshou blush with shame. What a vicious little bitch. Qi Fangfei had a sense of powerlessness. She could also be considered a vicious person, but when facing Yun Sheng, she had a heartfelt sense of powerlessness. Thank you for the compliment, but I can't be compared to Medicine Man Qi. Both a vicious person and a vicious heart. Yun Sheng lifted her eyelids. When Daoshou finally compromised, for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the supply of medicinal herbs couldn't be cut off. Otherwise, with so many medicinal herbs supplied by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion on the continent, it was enough to make the Medicine Emperor Pavilion collapse in a few months. Yun Sheng's threat was very simple, but it was the most powerful. Because of this negotiation, the little Ci Intong and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion temporarily stopped fighting. Yun Sheng withdrew the beast ants from the medicine hall, and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also restored the normal supply of medicinal herbs to the little Ci Intong. When Wen Daoshou left, he passed by Dr. Fan and Yao Rong and only said one sentence: "You're on your own." After today's parting, the friendship between the three of them was over. Yun Sheng and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion understood that the little Ci Intong and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hadn't completely reconciled. They were just giving each other a chance to breathe. For Yun Sheng, the current strength of the little Ci Intong wasn't strong enough to compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they had spent too much effort on the little Ci Intong. In this period of time, they needed to find an opportunity to completely deal with the little Ci Intong. We passed by GMO when Daoshou's hand suddenly stopped. He said with unclear meaning, "The lesson of the past is the teacher of the future. It's not only the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that will be affected." After that, he took another look at GMO. Yao Rong was very sad, but Dr. Fan comforted her from the side. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. The current Medicine Emperor Pavilion is different from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion of our childhood. Since the two of them left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they had decided to wholeheartedly serve the little Ci Intong. Yun Sheng showed her wit and courage in this confrontation, which made Dr. Fan and Yao Rong admire her very much. That's amazing. Lin Yao didn't wake up until when Dagua's hand left. She didn't see wrong, right? Divine Doctor Yin drove away when Daoshou's hand. They won against the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Don't relax. Tomorrow, we will start to rectify the matter of the Magic Medicine Hall. Yinsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was also thrilling for her. She just didn't know what kind of crisis was waiting for her. GMO, I want to talk to you. Yinsheng felt that it was time to lay her cards on the table with GMO. Chapter 387. Seeing Yunsheng suddenly call out to GMO, the few people in the clinic were stunned. They looked at the two of them in confusion. Yunsheng's expression was calm, as if she was chatting with someone. Should I call you GMO? Or Xia Ximing? A slight ripple appeared on GMO's ordinary face. He opened his mouth with some difficulty. When did you find out? GMO was actually the young magistrate of the temple, Xiao Wenxiu, who was as handsome as an immortal. The temple, Xiao Wenxiu. Even the chief personage had heard of his name. Xiao Wenxiu, the peerless prodigy of the temple of Wuji's 5 Annulus, was completely familiar with this ordinary-looking, taciturn young man. Dr. Fan and Yao Rong finally understood why Xiao Wenxiu's light magic was like this. It was rumored that Xiao Wenxiu of the temple had already become a sky magus 3 years ago. His light magic could bring the dead back to life. Compared to the various expressions of the crowd, Yunsheng was very calm. It's been a while. I've always guessed that you were from the temple, but I didn't expect that someone as noble as Xia Ximing would lower himself to come to our clinic to do odd jobs. Yunsheng's tone was a little regretful. GMO was a very good talent. Is it because of my words or my magic? Xiao Wenxiu didn't understand what went wrong with his disguise. Since his identity had been exposed, Xiao Wenxiu simply removed the magic on his body. The magic he used was similar to the disguise magic, but the magic attribute was different. He used a type of illusion magic. Once the magic was removed, Xiao Wenxiu's unforgettable face appeared in front of everyone. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his body emitted a gentle aura like the radiance of the sun and moon. He looked like an immortal. Your words and actions are impeccable, and your magic is also perfect. But it's because it's too perfect that it attracts attention. Yinsheng hadn't seen through Xiao Wenxiu's identity until a few months had passed. His impeccable words and actions, like the most outstanding model student, made Yinsheng suspicious. What made Yinsheng completely confirm Xiao Wenxiu's identity was Xiao Yun's wound. Previously, she also thought that Xiao Yun's wound was healed by Dr. Fan, but when she examined Xiao Yun, she discovered traces of light magic elements in her body. Due to the darkness magic soul in her body, Yunsheng's sensitivity towards light magic was very high. Moreover, that wisp of light magic was very pure. In Yunsheng's impression, she had only seen such pure light magic from one person, and that was Xiao Wenxiu. I didn't think that striving for perfection would become my biggest flaw. Xiao Wenxiu realized that in front of Yunsheng, all of his pretenses were so fragile. He had neglected the fact that this girl, who had a pair of bright eyes when they first met, was now revealing a radiance that made him involuntarily glance sideways. Now that his identity has been recognized, Xiao Wenxiu can no longer stay in the little sea Ianton. Moreover, Wen Guoshou was more or less aware of his identity. It could be assumed that during this period of time, something was wrong with him in little sea Ianton, and the keen elder Si Ming had already noticed it. During this period of time, for some unknown reason, Xiao Wenxiu sent less and less information back to the temple. For example, Xiao Wenxiu understood that he must bring the information back to the temple, but he didn't do so. It was as if he shouldn't have saved Xiao Yun, but Xiao Wenxiu did. In the eyes of others, this might be due to the benevolence of the young master of the temple, but only Xiao Wenxiu himself knew that he wasn't that benevolent. The reason why he did this was all because of Yunsheng. He was partial to her, and habitually secretly watched her in the medical hall. He didn't like to see her frown, and he liked to see her drinking sour plum soup while smiling foolishly. He was worried that one day he would fight with Yunsheng because of the matter in the temple. With my identity, It's no longer suitable for me to stay in the little sea I entong. Thank you all for taking care of me these days." After Xiao Wenxu restored his original appearance, his speech and words have all changed back to the humble and courteous Si Ming. No one could find any fault in his words and actions. "Xia Si Ming, you are too polite. You have helped us a lot recently. This bottle of praise of the moon god is your salary." Before he left, Yinsheng gave him a bottle of praise of the moon god. Seeing the bottle of potion that looked like a flaming sunrise, Xiao Wenxu was stunned. She realized the purpose of his visit. Without the embarrassment of being seen through, Xiao Wenxu calmly accepted Yinsheng's gift. He took the potion and returned to Jade Capital Temple. The two brothers, Yu Ji and Mo, had been waiting for a long time. Compared to 2 years ago, the two of them had grown a little, but they still looked like children. "Si Ming, you're finally back. Where have you been all this time? If you didn't send us a message every few days, we would have thought that you had gone missing." Xiao Wenxu didn't explain. He was a man of few words, and the words he said in the past few months in Little Xianong was much more than what he had said in the past 10 years. "While you weren't here, Elder Si Ming sent a letter over." Yu Ji and Yu Mo naturally didn't dare to check Elder Si Ming's letter without permission. The two of them were worried that something had happened, so they had been waiting for Xiao Wenxu to return. Xiao Wenxu opened the letter, and his master's vigorous words appeared vividly on the paper. The matter started a few days ago. At that time, the battle between Yun Sheng and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hadn't officially started yet. A few days ago, Elder Si Ming was praying at the altar of the temple. That was Elder Si Ming's daily homework. Very few people knew, or rather, only 2 people in this world knew, that in a certain room deep in the temple, there was a divine tool that shocked the entire continent, the heavenly fate mirror of the 8 barren divine tools. No one knew when the heavenly fate mirror fell into the hands of the temple. Very few people knew about the uniqueness of the heavenly fate mirror, because in the temple, only Elder Si Ming and young Si Ming knew about the use of the heavenly fate mirror. From the outside, the Heaven's Mandate mirror looked no different from an ordinary mirror. It was just that the surface of the mirror wasn't the usual brass color of the boundless continent. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the surface of the heavenly fate mirror was hazy, and it shone like mother-of-pearl starlight. This seemingly ordinary mirror reflected the general situation of the world. If there was no war in the world, the mirror would reflect a gentle starlight, but if there was war, the mirror would reflect a bloody light. In the past few decades, most of the time, the mirror would reflect a gentle starlight. On this day, Elder Si Ming finished her morning prayer class, as usual. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a light suddenly flashed on her mirror. The entire mirror turned into a bloody light. When Elder Si Ming saw this, she immediately walked in front of the heavenly fate mirror. A figure appeared on the mirror. "Thank you, Ruan Meng and Minion, for your tips." Chapter 388. Those who could appear in the heavenly mandate mirror were naturally not ordinary people. They were definitely people who could change the world. When Elder Si Ming saw the scene in the mirror, his expression changed slightly. The martial star of Zhou State, the cornerstone of Zhou State, the martial Saint General Yun Ba, had a bloody calamity. If he fell, if he died, then the fate of Zhou State. He immediately calculated Yun Ba's fate, but came up with a death divination. What made him even more surprised was that this death divination was extremely dangerous, and it was because of the people around it. Elder Si Ming immediately wrote a letter to Xiao Wenxu. When Xiao Wenxu opened the letter, he read, "The martial saint of Zhou State will fall. Fate cannot be defied. Pay close attention to the trend of Zhou State." Xiao Wenxu slowly closed the letter. He stood in the middle of the courtyard in silence, his hands clasped behind his back as he pondered. Yu Ji and Yu Mo had followed Xiao Wenxu for many years. They knew his habits. Seeing him like this, he must have encountered something that was bothering him. The two of them wisely retreated. The sky gradually darkened. The entire courtyard was silent. Xiao Wenqiu frowned and looked up at the starry sky. A sea of stars was reflected in his eyes. Very few people knew that one could see the fate of the continent just by looking at the sky. In a corner of the starry sky, a star was gradually dimming. That star was located in the northeast direction of the starry sky. Its corresponding position was Zhou State. Xiao Wenqiu was silent. He couldn't help but think of Yin Sheng's face. His heart suddenly tightened. Fate cannot be defied. Yin Ba's death was fate. Just as Xiao Wenqiu was about to return to his room and write a letter to Elder Si Ming, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the sky, a meteor with a long tail streaked across. The sky was instantly illuminated. This is... Xiao Wenqiu couldn't help but tighten his grip on the letter in his hand. As the meteor streaked across the sky, the originally dim starlight seemed to brighten a little. Was it a coincidence, or was there a variable? Xiao Wenqiu dismissed the idea of writing a letter. He decided to find a suitable opportunity to visit the general's residence in the next few days. He soon found a suitable opportunity because Yun Ba's birthday celebration was coming up. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion also kept their promises. A few days after when Dagua took over, they lifted the blockade on the supply of medicinal herbs to the Little Sea Iantong. Yin Sheng also temporarily withdrew the attack of the beast ants. Her magic pharmacy continued to operate in an orderly manner. The only regret was that there were still no clues about Xian Yu's death and the red-robed man's investigation. On this day, Yin Sheng was busy in the medical center when a person came to her unexpectedly. Uncle Yin? Yin Sheng didn't expect that the person looking for her would be Uncle Yin. She had met Uncle Yin a few times and knew that he was an old servant of the Yun residence. He was also old General Yun's page boy and had watched the 3 Yun siblings grow up together. He was a very amiable old man, but Yin Sheng heard from Yun Songlong that Uncle Yun shouldn't be underestimated. He was also a martial artist, and his cultivation was also a martial marquis. Most of the guards in the Yun residence weren't his opponent. It was said that his skills were trained by accompanying Yun Ba in the past. Young Miss, Uncle Yun had been waiting for a while. He saw that Yin Sheng was busy and didn't have the nerve to disturb her. Only when Yin Sheng noticed him did he step forward to greet her. Uncle Yin, you shouldn't call me Young Miss. Yin Sheng didn't like being called Young Miss and Young Master. Moreover, she didn't want to be associated with people like Tang Yu. Young Miss, don't be angry with Master. He has always been worried about you. Uncle Yun felt sad when he heard this. After Tang Yu was exiled, although the Yun residence was a lot quieter, it was also a lot more deserted. Yin Songlong was also busy with the matters of the hunting corps and rarely came to the residence. In order to make the residence livelier, the third miss made arrangements to celebrate Yun Ba's birthday. Yun Ba was already 60 years old this year. He didn't comment on the birthday banquet, but in private, he was still happy. He even asked Uncle Yin a few times about the matter of Little Sea Iantong. Not many people in the Jade capital knew about the battle between Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Little Sea Iantong, but Yin Ba more or less knew about it. Although he said that Yun Sheng was arrogant and ignorant, he was secretly very pleased. That was his granddaughter, a member of the Yun residence. If he wanted to do something, he would do it to the top. This time, he made when Dagua suffer a loss. Yin Ba was very proud. Uncle Yin was well aware of his master's temper. He had snuck over behind Yin Ba's back and handed a birthday invitation to Yin Sheng. Young Miss, it'll be old General's 60th birthday in a few days. After saying that, Uncle Yin looked at Yun Sheng with an expectant face. How could Yun Sheng not understand his meaning? Towards the Yun residence, Yun Sheng's attitude had always been very clear. She wasn't a member of the Yun residence. As long as old General Yin didn't acknowledge her identity as his mother, she wouldn't call him grandfather and didn't plan to go to the Yun residence. I will prepare a birthday gift, Yin Sheng said vaguely. She didn't say whether she would personally go or not and prepare to send Uncle Yin away. Young Miss, actually, the matter of that year, it wasn't entirely old General's fault. Uncle Yin still wanted to explain. Coincidentally, a patient came to the door. Yunsheng used the excuse of seeing a patient and sent Uncle Yun away. Uncle Yun could only walk out of the medical hall. When he left, he turned back to look at Yunsheng and saw Yunsheng asking about the patient's condition. Yunsheng was almost 9 years old now. Her features were beautiful, especially her eyes, which were especially eye-catching. As Uncle Yun watched from the side, he secretly thought to himself, young miss and her mother really do resemble each other. Even the way they speak is 70 to 80% similar. It's a pity that eldest young madam's identity. Uncle Yun returned to the general's residence in deep thought. Once he returned, he heard from his servants that Yun Ba had been looking for him all over the residence, saying that he was looking for someone to spar with. Uncle Yun couldn't help but frown. Old Master was looking for someone to spar with again. In the entire Yun residence, there weren't many people who could barely exchange a few blows with Yun Ba. Uncle Yun had been Yun Ba's partner in both martial arts and studies in the early years, so he had always been Yun Ba's first choice to spar with him. But recently, Uncle Yun wasn't very willing to spar with Yun Ba. There was no other reason other than that Uncle Yun felt that Old Master's skills seemed to have deteriorated. Especially last time after young miss had treated his illness, he would nag from time to time, asking if he was getting old. The word old was still a taboo to Yun Ba. But these days, even though he had abstained from alcohol and drank third Mrs. nourishing soup every day, Old Master's health seemed to be deteriorating. Uncle Yun naturally wouldn't tell Yun Ba about this matter. He knew that Old Master was only talking about it, but if someone really said that he was getting old, he would probably fly into a rage. Yin Song, you rascal, where did you run off to? I was just looking for someone to spar with. Yun Ba's voice boomed like a large bell as he strode over. Chapter 389. Old Master. Uncle Yun's face was bitter as he thought about how to avoid this competition. This old servant doesn't have the time to spar with you. Look, your birthday is coming soon. As the steward of the Yun residence, I have a lot of work to do. Both inside and outside the residence are waiting for me to take care of things. I also have to send out the birthday invitations one by one. Uncle Yun took out a list of names from his robes. There was a long list of names written on it. Even the Emperor of Zhou State was an honored guest on the list. There were also guests from other states in the Jade capital, such as Xia Si Ming from the Dharma Temple, who were also invited to the birthday banquet. Yin Ba was obviously not interested in this list. He was a martial artist and had always been troubled by these kinds of complicated formalities. Therefore, he had given full authority to Yin Sangxue and Uncle Yin. But today, Yin Ba was different from his usual self and carefully looked at the list. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there was a name missing. Yin Song are all the invited guests on this list. Yin Ba muttered in his heart. Why wasn't that little girl's name on the list? It turned out that Yin Ba had other plans in mind when he was willing to hold the birthday banquet this time. According to Zhou State's etiquette, the elder's birthday banquet required the grandchildren to kowtow and cook. In his heart, he was still hoping that little girl Yin Sheng would come to congratulate him at this birthday banquet. Then, he would naturally make her kowtow a few times and acknowledge her ancestors. After all, he only had Yun Sheng and Tang Yu as his children. Tang Yu was a disappointment and was exiled. Naturally, he wouldn't come back to kowtow to him. Therefore, only Yun Sheng was left. Uncle Yun saw that his old master was reluctant to ask and muttered in his heart, Old Master, you have a good plan, but the problem is that the little miss won't admit it. Yin Ba finally couldn't hold it in any longer. I say, Yin Song, are some people missing from the list? I think something's wrong. Master, I know what you mean. People like the second young master and the little miss are family, so they are naturally not on the list. I have personally sent the invitations to both of them. As for the second young master, he had been out on a mission for the past few days. He will be back in about 2 or 3 days. As for little miss, what did she say? Yin Ba asked. She didn't say much. Uncle Yin shrugged. How can I not say anything? I'm her grandfather, and the blood of the Yun family flows in her veins. Does she want to deny it? Yin Ba's hair stood on end as he stomped his feet in the courtyard. His nostrils flared as he huffed and puffed. If Yin Sheng didn't come, she would be disloyal and unfilial. She would be committing a heinous crime. There's no need to persuade her. If she doesn't come, I won't be able to celebrate my birthday, Yunba said stubbornly. Master, this old servant will go back to work on the birthday banquet. Uncle Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His master was really getting worse and worse. His temper was like that of a child's. Yunba wanted to say something, but a guard came in and reported, Master, Xia Siming of the Dharma Temple wishes to see you. When Yunba heard this, his expression softened. Uncle Yun heaved a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to slip away. Yunba straightened his clothes and went out to welcome the guest. Xiao Wenxiu had come to Zhou State this time and saved the crown prince's life. The imperial family of Zhou State was very courteous to him. In addition, he was young, so his reputation as a genius had spread throughout the mainland for many years. Even someone like Yunba, who didn't like to interact with sorcerers, couldn't help but treat him with respect. Xia Siming, an honored guest, has come a visit. Please forgive this old man for not going out to welcome you. As soon as Yunba stepped out, he saw Xiao Wenxiu waiting at the door, accompanied by 2 children. Although he had heard of Xiao Wenxiu's name long ago, this was the first time he had seen him in person. It was rumored that Xiao Wenxiu was like an orchid and had an unparalleled bearing. Now that he saw him today, he had a tall and straight posture and wore a sorcerer's robe. His silver hair was like snow, and it reflected his handsome face. Even a boorish person like Yunba couldn't help but praise him in his heart. This person was really favored by the heavens. Old General, I trust you have been well since we last met. When Wenxiu came to Zhou State this time, I should have paid you a visit long ago. However, because of some trivial matters, I didn't come. Please forgive me, Old General. Xiao Wenxiu was also secretly sizing up Zhou State's #1 fierce general, the old Marshal Saint General. After welcoming Xiao Wenxiu into the residence, Yunba chatted with him as they walked. The two of them were quite congenial. This was Xiao Wenxiu's first time coming to the general's residence. He had come today to reply to Yunba about the birthday banquet, but in his heart, he wanted to see the reason behind Yunba's bloody disaster this time. Logically speaking, Yunba was only 60 years old this year. To the cultivators of the boundless continent, 60 years old wasn't the age of destiny. Instead, it was the time when one's martial strength and battle chi reached their peak. Xiao Wenxiu was good at reading people's faces. As soon as Yunba stepped forward, he observed the other party's complexion, steps, and aura. With a single glance, Xiao Wenxiu discovered something unusual. From the outside, Yunba's body looked very healthy. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, and his voice was loud and powerful. It didn't seem like he was sick at all. However, upon closer inspection, he felt that something wasn't right. This feeling made Xiao Wenxiu feel very strange. Since it wasn't an illness, nor was it poison, then what was the cause of Yunba's bloody calamity this time? Yunba didn't know what Xiao Wenxiu was thinking. He brought him all the way to the main hall. As soon as he sat down, he had a servant serve tea. The two of them chatted for a while. At this time, Yin Sangxue walked in with a servant. The servant was holding a bowl of soup in her hands. The soup had clearly been cooked not long ago. It was still steaming hot. Father, it's time for you to drink this soup. Yin Sangxue saw Xiao Wenxiu as soon as she entered. Xiao Wenxiu's face was too outstanding. Even the married Yin Sangxue couldn't help but take a few more looks. Swearer, I'll drink the soup later. There are guests here. Let me introduce them to you. This is Xia Siming, the genius Siming of the Fa Miao Temple. You should have heard of his name before. Yunba chuckled as he introduced Yin Sangxue and Xiao Wenxiu. Xiao Wenxiu was the #1 genius of the Fa Miao Temple. At the same time, he was the most outstanding potion master in the field of potions in the Fa Miao Temple. Yin Sangxue's expression tensed. She subconsciously looked at the bowl of soup in the servant's hands. Yunba didn't care about her unnatural expression. However, Xiao Wenxiu caught Yin Sangxue's strange expression. He discreetly glanced at the bowl of soup that the servant had brought over. The servant's expression was calm and didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary. However, Yin Sangshue's smile was very forced. Xia Siming is too polite. Father, Xia Siming isn't an outsider. You should drink the soup while it's hot. I spent many days preparing these ingredients. Yin Sangshue nervously clenched her fists. When the people of the Bloody Hand Tycoon gave her the bottle of medicine, they had already said that this was a very new type of medicine. Even if a great national expert personally came, they wouldn't be able to see any problems with it. Moreover, this medicine wasn't a magic potion. She wasn't afraid that Xiao Wenxu would recognize it. However, Yin Sangshue was still a little nervous. In order to avoid any unexpected problems, she urged Yunba to drink the soup quickly. This child, Yunba, only saw Yin Sangshue's abnormality as concern. He didn't refuse and picked up the bowl of soup, finishing it in a few gulps. Chapter 390. Yin Sangshue heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Wenxu, on the other hand, felt that something was amiss. Father, you two chat first. Shue, we'll go down to attend to the birthday banquet. Yin Sangshue bowed to Xiao Wenxu and left with the servant girl. Xiao Wenxu looked at Yin Sangshue's back and didn't miss the guilty look in her eyes when she left. Old General, are you well? Xiao Wenxu retracted his gaze and asked casually. I'm healthy. It's a pity that Xia Si Ming is proficient in magic. Otherwise, we could have a good fight. Yinba laughed. Xiao Wenxu chatted for a while more before leaving the Yun residence with Yu Ji and Umo. After leaving the Yun residence, Xiao Wenxu fell silent. Young Si Ming, are we going back directly? Yu Ji and Umo jumped into the carriage. Let's go back. Xiao Wenxu's mind was still recalling Yun Sangshue's actions. After traveling for a short distance, Xiao Wenxu suddenly called for the carriage to stop. We're not in a hurry to go back. Let's go to the little enchanting. Yu Ji and Umo could see that Si Ming was acting strangely today. They didn't ask too much and stopped the carriage at the entrance of the little enchanting. But when he entered the medical hall, he didn't see Yun Sheng. You're Xia Si Ming? Lin Yao saw that there were a few unfamiliar guests in the medical hall. Then, she looked at the person in the lead. He had an outstanding face. You should call me GMO, Xiao Wenxu nodded. GMO? Yu Ji and Umo were both surprised. After all, Xia Si Ming hadn't mentioned the surname Ji for many years. That was his mother's surname. Ever since he was sent to the temple when he was young, Xia Si Ming had never told anyone about his background. Yu Ji and Umo only found out by chance that GMO was Xia Si Ming's real name. But why would Xia Si Ming tell such a secret about himself to the people of this inconspicuous medical hall? You're here to look for godly Dr. Yin, right? She's not here, so she should be at the Wushuan Limitless Hall. Lin Yao was obviously not used to Ji Mo's original appearance. She even preferred Ji Mo's ordinary face from before. Not here. Xiao Wenxu's eyes darkened, and there was a clear look of disappointment on his face. Yu Ji and Umo were even more shocked. That can't be right. That's Lord Arbiter of Fate? When Lin Yao saw the disappointment on the handsome man's face, she immediately felt guilty. Just as she was about to say something, a voice came from behind her. Miss Yao can I trouble you to get me some hemostatic agent? Biming stood at the entrance of the clinic. He also came to find Yun Sheng, but unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Wenxu. Prince, if you want to use medicine, why don't you just take it from Divine Dr. Yin? Lin Yao looked between Yi Biming and Xiao Wenxu. She had a feeling of being overwhelmed and unable to bear the sight of it. In one day, she saw two peerlessly handsome men, each with their own merits, and both of them were here to look for miracle Dr. Yin. You also know that the price that little wild kittens are sold to me is always very fair. Yi Biming smiled slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his phoenix eyes. Why was Xiao Wenxu here? Was he also here to look for little wildcat? Xiao Wenxu also had a lot of questions in his heart. Why did the dignified Dark North King need to come personally to buy medicine? The two men with the same appearance and strength looked at each other. There was a flash of lightning in their eyes. The two brothers, UG and UMO, also smelled a very unusual scent from their arbiter of fate. This feeling seemed to be hostility. Xia Si-ming had hostility towards others? To be precise, the Xia Si-ming they knew disdained to have too many emotions towards others. Prince, your medicine. Lin Yaoer saw the 2-1-8 tall men standing at the entrance of the medical center, one not leaving, the other not leaving. She was anxious in her heart. Yi Baiming calmly took the medicine and did not move at all. Lin Yaoer could only helplessly ask Xiao Wenshu, Xia Si-ming, if you have something urgent, I can help you pass a message. It's fine. I'll wait for her to come back, Xiao Wenshu said indifferently. Miracle Dr. Yin might not come back for the next few days. Lin Yaoer could not tell him that Yun Sheng had hidden in Wushuan Wuji Martial Hall to avoid meeting Uncle Yun again. Xia Si-ming, if you don't mind, I can help you pass a message. Little Wildcat and I will be staying in the Martial Hall together. You also know that with your status, it's not convenient for you to enter the Martial Hall. Yi Baiming emphasized the word together. Xiao Wenshu raised his eyebrows slightly, a trace of anger flashing in his good-looking eyes. He wanted to leave in a huff, but when he thought of Yin Ba, he could not help but be patient. If Yin Sheng did not return to the medical center for a few days, he would not be able to meet her for a while. If his guess was correct, something would happen at Yun Ba's birthday banquet in a few days. Tell her that if possible, she must attend old General Yun's birthday banquet this time. Xiao Wenshu only suspected that Yun Ba's bloody disaster this time might be related to Yun Sangxue. However, he was unable to reveal the secrets of heaven. Right now, the only thing he could do was to give Yun Sheng some hints, hoping that she would go to the residence of Yun as soon as possible. Perhaps, with her medical skills, she would be able to discover something amiss. Yi Baiming also knew about Yun Ba's birthday banquet. However, based on his understanding of Little Wildcat, that fellow's personality was stubborn. She was exactly the same as Yun Ba. She would definitely not personally attend the birthday banquet. I will pass the message, but whether Little Wildcat goes or not is her business. Actually, Yi Baiming wanted to say that if Xiao Wenshu also wanted to go, he would definitely not let Little Wildcat go. Then I will have to trouble Lord Baiming. Xiao Wenshu nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Xia Si-ming. I heard that the Si-ming of the Dharma Temple has always been emotionless. Why do you care about the Yun residence? Yi Baiming asked from behind. Xiao Wenshu did not say a word and directly left. Yi Baiming stayed in the medical center for a while before returning to Wushuan Wuji building. Yun Sheng was in the medical center. She and Little Wild Bird were sitting on the ground. In front of them were 7 or 8 musical instruments. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 musicians in the medical center. Master, are you sure you want to learn these musical instruments? Early in the morning, Xiao Chen had just finished participating in the outer pavilion's trial when Yunxing mysteriously dragged him over. After asking, she found out that Yun Sheng said she wanted to learn musical instruments. To be exact, she wanted to learn the first 3 movements of the Song of Confucius after learning the musical instruments. Yes, I want to learn the 4 arts. I can't know all of them, but at least I need to know how to play a musical instrument. Only then can I show that your master is well-educated and knowledgeable, Yun Sheng said with certainty. Little Wild Bird was speechless. She had never seen a young lady as well-educated and knowledgeable as her master. She would definitely not tell Little Wild Bird that the reason she wanted to learn musical instruments was because she had seen the effects of Yuan Bupo's Di Hong song. Chapter 391. Earlier on, Yin Sheng had only heard the Di Hong song played by Oriole and thought that it was just SOSO. However, when she was taming the Hellfire, Yuan Bupo played the last few chapters of the Di Hong song, which opened Yin Sheng's eyes. At the moment when the Di Hong song was played, she could feel that Yuan Bupo's cultivation had increased tremendously. He was only a few steps away from taming the Hellfire. If Yun Sheng did not have the Shinnong medical bangle and the 5 elemental Dharma spirit, she would not be able to compare to Yuan Bupo. Although Yunsheng's current abilities were not bad, she was far from the top. Even if she was a summoner, it was because of the summoning demon hand. However, Yunsheng did not want to rely on the summoning demon hand too much. After all, it was a magical weapon. If she was not careful, she would be discovered. A man's wealth was his own ruin. With Yunsheng's current abilities, she could not protect the magical weapon. In a short period of time, the Dihong song was the only safe way to increase her cultivation. Oriole used a pipa. It was said that Yun Sanglong's sweetheart, Yuan Shahua, used a guzheng. Yuan Bupo himself used a piccolo. This meant that any musical instrument could play the Dihong song. Yunsheng knew nothing about musical instruments. Out of desperation, she thought of choosing the same musical instrument among all the other musical instruments. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yunsheng decided that she wanted to learn musical instruments. There were all kinds of musical instruments in the Wuji continent. For example, the guzheng, the pipa, the eru, the bell, the shao, the sheng, the guzheng, the flute, and so on. Looking at the style, there were all kinds of musical instruments. Yunsheng invited a few musicians. Each of them performed in front of her once. Then, she planned to choose the most suitable musical instrument. All of you play at once. I'll memorize the playing method. Yunsheng was quite confident in learning musical instruments. She had a good memory. She thought that as long as she memorized the fingering method of each musician, it would be fine. But this time, Yunsheng was gravely mistaken. When Yi Baiming arrived, Yunsheng was halfway through her work. A sharp, ear-piercing, terrifying demonic sound, like morning music, reverberated endlessly in the medicine hall. It turned out that Yunsheng was playing the eru. Don't be afraid of a fool singing, but be afraid of a musical idiot playing music. The musicians all had bitter looks on their faces, as if they had swallowed 10 flies. They were all famous musicians in the Jade capital. When they saw that the musical instruments they were good at had all become weapons of murder in Yunsheng's hands, all of them felt miserable beyond words. Ah, that's strange. The tone is not right. Yunsheng clearly remembered that she had memorized their fingering technique very well, but when she played, the sound changed. The songs she used for practice were naturally not Dihong's song. They were all famous songs from Zhou State. Master, I don't think you're suitable to learn music. Why don't you give up? She was about to cry when she heard the words. It is indeed terrible. Yi Baiming also felt that his ears were buzzing. Musical instruments are not played like this. Yi Baiming casually picked up a guqin. It was a guqin made of willow wood. He tuned the strings and plucked the strings. His eyebrows were lowered, and his eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly flapping its wings. His long fingers with distinct joints plucked the strings. An ancient song, Seeking a Phoenix, lingered endlessly in the medicine hall. The mellow male voice and the beautiful sound of the guqin complemented each other seamlessly. The musicians could not help but clap along with the beautiful sound of the guqin. Kate also closed her eyes to listen. After the song, Yunsheng jumped up and patted her chest. I've decided. I want to learn the guqin. Yunsheng did not have a sense of music. There was no other reason why she patted her chest and wanted to learn the guqin. The scene of the handsome man playing the guqin and the smoke from the incense burner at the side was a classic example of pretentiousness. If she, Yunsheng, could play such a song one day, just thinking about the scene made her blood boil. However, Yunsheng was also very strange. How could Yi Baiming know how to play the guqin? She had never seen him play the guqin when they were in Jiaoya village. Besides, he was blind when he was young. How did he learn to play the guqin? Instead, it was the Oriole beside her who answered her doubts. Lord Baiming's guqin skills are indeed outstanding. It is rumored that Lord Baiming learned to play the blind guqin at the age of 3. At the age of 6, his guqin skills are the best in the harem. Now that I've seen him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Yi Baiming stroked the strings of the guqin with some emotion. When he was playing the guqin just now, he had also recalled some old memories. He started learning the blind guqin at the age of 3. The reason for learning the guqin was very simple. It was because his mother, Empress Li, was an expert in the guqin. Empress Mother would often burn incense and bathe at night, play the guqin, and wait for the arrival of the Emperor of Zhou State. However, there were almost 20 days in a month when the Emperor of Zhou State would not come. Although Yi Baiming was young, he could feel that his mother would be unhappy whenever Imperial Father did not come. In order to make his mother happier, he pestered her to learn the guqin. Empress Li was also a smart person. In order to make it easier for Yi Baiming to practice the guqin, she had once created a very special blind guqin. Yi Baiming did not need to use his eyes. He could rely on the touch of his fingers to play beautiful music. After learning it for a year, Yi Baiming was able to play the guqin freely at the imperial banquet. As a result, he was known as the #1 expert in the imperial harem of Zhou State. However, after Empress Li's death, Yi Baiming had never touched the guqin again. Who would have thought that today, for Yun Sheng's whim, he would play a song? Oriole, give them their wages and send the musicians away. Yun Sheng saw Yi Baiming sitting next to the guqin, looking down at it with a myriad of thoughts in his eyes. She knew that he must have recalled some memories. Since you want to learn the guqin, just find this prince. There is no need to trouble outsiders. His thoughts suddenly stopped. Yi Baiming hooked his finger at Yun Sheng, his eyes full of temptation. Yun Sheng had something to ask of him, so she was too lazy to care about outsiders. She immediately ran over without any integrity. Like a little pug, she obediently nestled beside Yi Baiming, very obedient. Yi Baiming found it somewhat funny, but in his heart, he loved Yun Sheng's rare docility. Yi Baiming taught, Yun Sheng learned. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Yun Sheng had just barely learned the basics of the guqin. If only your musical sense had 10% of your medical talent. Yi Baiming finished teaching and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He had always thought that this little wild cat could learn anything. He did not expect that she would also have a difficult time. Just now, when he saw her look like she wanted to chop the guqin with firewood, he had the urge to laugh out loud. Do you think that everyone is like you and can learn anything easily? Yin Sheng was not in a good mood. If it were not for the Di Hong song, she would not be willing to learn the guqin. But, speaking of which, can this guqin withstand magic or combat skills? Yin Sheng wanted to play the Di Hong song. She remembered that whether it was Yuan Bupo or Xian Mimi, their instruments were not ordinary. Sure enough, Yi Baiming broke Yin Sheng's fantasy. No, if you have the idea of using the guqin as a weapon, I advise you to give up. The guqin is very fragile. If you want to achieve the effect of combat skills or magic, you need at least a sacred level guqin. Those are treasures that can only be found but not sought. Yun Sheng thought that when she practiced the guqin better, maybe she could entrust Zhou Qinchuan to find a guqin through the influence of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 392. I almost forgot. Xiao Wenshu came to the medical hall to look for you today. He said that you must attend the birthday banquet at the Yun residence in a few days. When did you get to know him? Yi Baiming told Yun Sheng about Xiao Wenshu's visit. Between his words, there was a hint of inquiry. Of course, he didn't tell Yun Sheng that the two of them were provoking each other and couldn't see eye to eye. Xiao Wenshu asked her to attend the birthday banquet at the Yun residence. Could it be that something big was going to happen at the birthday banquet? Yin Sheng was playing the zither when she heard this news. Her hand paused. The sharp zither string drew a line of blood on Yun Sheng's slender white finger. Yi Baiming frowned slightly and grabbed Yun Sheng's finger. The smear of red on her finger was slowly dyed red. Yun Sheng was about to say that it wasn't a big deal. She had the Shinong medical bracelet on her body, so such a small wound was nothing. Who would have thought that she would feel a warm and moist sensation on her fingertip? Yi Baiming's plump lips had already landed on her finger. The tip of his tongue brushed across her finger. A strange feeling spread from the bottom of Yun Sheng's heart. It was as if someone had thrown a stone into a still pool of water. Yun Sheng was embarrassed and anxious. Don't move. When Imperial Mother was alive, she treated my wounds like this. Yi Baiming licked the blood off Yun Sheng's finger clean. Her blood was different from the stench of magical beast blood. It was as if it was emitting a faint fragrance, just like her. Yi Baiming's heart unconsciously rippled. When Empress Li was mentioned, Yi Baiming's voice had a trace of fluctuation. For some reason, Yun Sheng didn't pull her hand away. Her other hand mysteriously landed on Yi Baiming's hair and patted it, as if she was comforting an injured beast. The two of them were speechless for a moment, but neither of them felt awkward. After a while, the blood on Yun Sheng's finger was gone. Only then did Yi Baiming loosen his grip. Looking at the broken strings, Yun Sheng curled her lips. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as an ancient well. She said as if she was chatting casually, "I'm not going. If it were you, would you be willing to return to the palace to participate in the so-called family banquet?" The relationship between the imperial palace and Yi Baiming was the relationship between the Yun residents and Yun Sheng. She was unwilling to return. This was also the reason why Yun Sheng would rather hide in the dojo than go to the pharmacy. One Uncle Yun and one second uncle. Her ears were already getting calluses from their constant nagging. The imperial palace is a place where people are eaten without spitting out the bones, but the residence of Yun is not. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have approved of you returning to the Yun residence either. However, these words were brought back by Xiao Wenxiu, so the meaning is different. I'm afraid that something will happen to old General Yun. Putting aside Yi Baiming's personal grudges with the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenxiu's heavens, I was very effective. Although he didn't like Xiao Wenxiu, Yi Baiming would never allow anything to happen to Yun Sheng because of his personal likes and dislikes. To Yun Sheng, the residence of Yun was where her roots were. Yi Baiming understood very well that Yun Sheng was a classic example of a person who was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Her personality was exactly the same as old General Yun. She kept saying that she didn't like the residence of Yun, but from the last time when she helped Tang Yu, it could be seen that the residence of Yun's position in her heart was no less than little Ci Anton. You're saying? Something will happen to old General Yun's birthday banquet this time? Yun Sheng's expression changed when she heard this. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you don't want to go as a descendant of the Yun family, you can go as Wuxuan Limitless Martial School, Yi Baiming reminded. The relationship between Yun Ba and Wuxuan Limitless Martial School was no small matter. The deputy head of the Wuxuan Limitless Martial School was also promoted by Yun Ba. Yun Sheng pondered for a moment, but still couldn't make up her mind. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of Yun Ba's 60th birthday arrived. On the day of the birthday, the entire residence of Yun was filled with joy. Yun Ba had also changed into a festive outfit. He had been on the battlefield all year round and was used to wearing a helmet and armor. Not wearing a helmet all of a sudden really made him feel a little uncomfortable. There was an endless stream of people who came to congratulate the martial saint general on his 60th birthday. But in Yun Ba's heart, he hoped to see his granddaughter, Yun Sheng, come to acknowledge him as her master. Yin Songlong also rushed back. However, since he had left the residence of Yun Ba, he didn't greet the guests with the attitude of a master. Yun Songxue acted like the mistress of the residence of Yun Ba, receiving guests from all over the place. Why are you alone? Yun Ba was unhappy to see that Yun Songlong was alone. He blew at his beard. The brothers of the hunting corps are outside. They said there were too many people and they didn't dare to barge in, Yun Songlong replied. Yun Ba shook his beard and stared blankly. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly heard the guard shout, "Guests have arrived. Elder Chen's family has arrived." Yun Ba's expression became even worse. He muttered, "Those who should be here didn't come, but those who shouldn't have come are here." Elder Chen's face was full of congratulations. "Old General Yun, congratulations, congratulations. This is just a small gift." Behind him was a group of children and grandchildren. The most outstanding of them was naturally the future crown princess, Chun Lian. "You brought a group of children and grandchildren over to celebrate my birthday. What is the meaning of this?" Yunba was furious when he saw this. After Elder Chun finished his congratulations, he pretended to look around. Why don't I see His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress? Even His Majesty the Crown Prince didn't come? The Emperor of Zhou State didn't come personally to celebrate the birthday of an old official. He only ordered the palace eunuchs to send over a big gift. It seemed that Tang Yu's incident had more or less affected the Yun residents. Yin Ba's face darkened. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly heard the guard shout, "Guests have arrived. Imperial Consort Wenren has arrived." Imperial Consort? Imperial Consort Wenren was the most favored consort of the Emperor of Zhou State other than the Empress. Other than the Empress, she was also the only imperial concubine with a son. It was just that her son was still young, and her family was also a prominent family in Jade capital. However, Imperial concubine Wenren kept a low profile and rarely interacted with the court officials outside of her own family. This time, she personally came out of the palace to congratulate the Yun residents. It was quite rare. For old General's birthday, this consort has specially sent over a southern sea jade coral. Imperial consort Wenren's appearance was very delicate. Her facial features were quite similar to Wenren Xiu's. She came this time because of Wenren Xiu. Her troublemaking younger brother had told her that Yun Sheng of the Yun residents had helped him a lot and asked her to take care of the Yun residents. When Tang Yu's incident happened, the fourth prince was unwell. Imperial consort Wenren couldn't even take care of herself, so she didn't intervene. This time, she came personally to congratulate old General Yun on his birthday. The Emperor and the Empress didn't come, but a consort came. This could be considered as giving some face to Yunba. Elder Qin snorted. Yunba's back also straightened a little. Just as he welcomed Imperial consort Wenren in, he suddenly heard another voice. "Welcome, Yujing's Soldier Hunting Union has sent over a gift." The Soldier Hunting Union sent over a gift because of Yun Songlong and Yin Yun. Even the Soldier Hunting Union was related to the Yun residents. The guests discussed animatedly. They didn't expect the general's residence, which was rumored to be on the verge of collapse, to have so many forces behind it. Thank you for your tip, 070 and 960 drops. Monday, twist and twist for tickets. There will be more in the afternoon. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.